They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. यह एक लश्कर ए तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था. सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है. यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था. लश्कर ए तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था. 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था. बरनाला कैंप बिंबर, यह एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है. यहां पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था. अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है. लश्कर ए तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था. इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी. अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी. पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने. मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था. दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था. हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था. यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था. पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था. मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है. 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे. अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे.
आगे दूसरा आया. टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
You are watching News 9's rolling coverage of India's Operation Sindoor. Hello and welcome. I am Krishna Kumar.
I'm Shweta Kothari, and we continue to bring you all the latest details as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned.
Operation Sindoor is a response to what happened on that fateful day on the 22nd of April, where terrorists claimed many innocent lives, 26 of them. Many children were left without fathers. Many wives without their husbands, snatching away the happiness of families who went to enjoy a vacation, completely unaware of what's next for them. India said, we will not let the blood and water flow together. There will be an answer, there will be a lesson for Pakistan this time. India has now finally delivered that lesson. We've taught them the lesson with Operation Sindoor. India struck back with Operation Sindoor in response to the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack. India's armed forces carried out precision strikes at 1:44 a.m. targeting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Precision strikes targeted 9 terror-linked sites in Kotli, Bahawalpur, Muzaffarabad and Muridke. Strongholds of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba have been hit. Pakistan Army itself has confirmed that at least 8 civilians are dead and 33 injured in a total of 24 strikes carried out by India's armed forces. Heavy shellings have been reported along the line of control in Uri and Kupwara. Government sources say Prime Minister Modi is monitoring the situation and has been monitoring Operation Sindoor all through the night. Sources say India has briefed partner states including Russia over Operation Sindoor. It has also informed the US, the UK, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Jammu, Srinagar and Dharamshala and Amritsar airports have been closed for civilian operations. Meanwhile, in Pakistan, Lahore and Sialkot airports have been closed for the next 48 hours. Total blackout has been reported in some sectors of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir by locals. Pakistan administration has cut off electricity, that's what we understand. Prime Minister Modi has chaired a CCS meeting, or a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at 11 a.m. and the Indian Army has already briefed the media. Muridke in Pakistan's Punjab, which is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and is known as the terror nursery of Pakistan, was one of the targets. Hafiz Saeed, the terror outfit, is believed to be behind the April 22nd attacks in Baisaran, and we are continuing to get you all the latest, including the official word in from the government, isn't it, Shweta?
The official word from the government so far, Krishna, continues to be that it was a measured response. This was a non-escalatory, proportionate and a responsible response from India's side. We heard, in a press briefing, we heard Foreign Secretary earlier today. We also heard Wing Commander Vyomika Singh as well as Colonel Sophia Qureshi. Let's quickly listen into what the Foreign Secretary said while addressing the media earlier today.
As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu
and near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
That was the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, speaking about India's space ambitions going forward. By 2040, he said that India will land its footprints on the moon. He's talking about the manned space mission, Gaganyaan as well. But we are continuing with our coverage here of Operation Sindoor. 25 minutes that shook Pakistan. A response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Terrorist Masood Azhar's family has been killed in Operation Sindoor. That's the latest news that's breaking here. We're getting to you in this rolling coverage. We have some very special guests joining us. We have Ambassador Jayant Das Gupta, former ambassador to WTO. We have Major General Dhruv Katoch, Director, India Foundation. We have Dr. P.K. Mishra, former ADG, BSF, joining us. Thank you for being with us on this broadcast on this day. I'm going to begin by asking Ambassador Jayant Das Gupta. Ambassador Jayant Das Gupta, this is the kind of action that was expected of India and possibly the beginning of India's actions, India's strike against terror after what happened in Pahalgam.
This is indeed, this was expected, something on these lines, but the date, the time and the method in which India has taken kinetic action, that was unpredictable. And I think the deception that accompanied it about the mock drill in Jammu and Kashmir and the mock drill which is scheduled to take place later today, put the Pakistani, I think, deep state in a sense of complacency that the Indians are scared and they are not going to retaliate soon. So that was of a piece with what the armed forces carried out in complete secrecy and in a very effective manner. The second point I wanted to make is that India has made it very clear that this is non-escalative. And that carries a lot of meaning, because as long as Pakistan does not retaliate, this is a one-off thing and it will end there. But should Pakistan retaliate? And Pakistan has limited choices because we did not attack any Pakistan army or armed forces establishment. What we did was we dismantled some of their terror infrastructure. So Pakistan, if it wants to retaliate, which I'm sure there are apprehensions that it will, it can't retaliate against Indian terror infrastructure because we have none.
Absolutely.
So
very few limited choice there, Ambassador, with Pakistan as to where and how it will retaliate. Let me quickly get in Major General Dhruv Katoch, who's also with us. Major General, the latest that we are getting is that Masood Azhar's family, as many as 14 family members have died. And this is exactly what India intended. It intended to attack those terrorist camps, those locations where Masood Azhar, more importantly in Bhavalpur, where his family resided, his family trained, along with him an entire coterie of journalists. And on your screens right now, that precision military grade attack. I have to ask you, Major General, this looks like on its face a victory for India.
Oh, absolutely. But I think, the way I've looked at it is, I'm not so much, targeting the specific terrorists. That, of course, has been done brilliantly well. But I think the message goes far deeper than a simple target of terrorists. It has shown three things. One, it has shown the political will of the country. And I think that is very important in any counter-terrorism effort. Number two, it has shown military capability, the manner in which precision attacks have been carried out and the targets have been eliminated. And number three, I think, which is equally important, is it has shown the national will. Now, when we take a combination of these three, if we continue on this line, then we achieve deterrence. As of now, I'm not very sanguine that Pakistan will not react. Pakistan will react. There is going to be escalation, and it is up to Pakistan now to see what level they want to go. Because any escalation which they do, the retaliation from the Indian side will be far, far more. So if Pakistan wishes to go up the escalatory ladder, their punishment is going to be immense. We will see as to how that goes. But in my view, it is just phase one. Many more phases have to come, and they will include, besides the military option, there will be the economic, the political, the diplomatic, all those offenses will go on simultaneously. But in the military option, this is phase one.
Okay,
all right,
this is phase one. Fair enough. We also have Dr. P.K. Mishra, former ADG of the BSF. Dr. Mishra, if it is phase one, it's a massive phase one because we're getting the latest that Masood Azhar, dreaded terrorist Masood Azhar of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and his entire family has been killed in these strikes.
Yes, there is a statement by Masood Azhar himself. Ye Allah mere ko bhi maut de do. This clearly shows this only gentleman is alive. I tell him now a gentleman because he is asking Allah mere ko le jao. So now his 14 members have gone, and more will go from Jaish-e-Mohammed. Enough is enough. I am very sure General Munir will not keep quiet to save his face. And after this meeting was held in Mr. Saba's office, definitely Pakistan Army and Pakistan Air Force will retaliate. And we know more or less the targets where they will be retaliating. It's not that difficult to find out. But we invite Pakistan's Air Force and we invite Pakistan Army to retaliate and respond. That is what we want. So that they will be given a befitting reply. Because India has not attacked any of their defense installations or any corporate or any offices of Pakistan government. But from last 200 hours, the way they were firing by artillery, they have killed about 10 of our civilians and 40 were injured in Nowshera and Bimbar Gully and those areas by artillery self-firing by Pakistan. But I'm
Dr.
very
P.K.
sure...
mindless killing there, mindless killing on part of Pakistan, it could not retaliate to the precision attacks that India made, so ended up killing people, innocent civilians on border, which is a usual tactic we've seen from Pakistan in the last many decades. Let me also quickly get in Squadron Leader Deepthi Kala, who's joining us. Squadron Leader, a lot of information there which is coming from the government on the attacks that were carried out from India, targeted attacks that were carried out from India, but not much is known what happened operationally. We know this to be a forces response. We know that Navy, Air Force and Army, all three forces were involved. Could you help us understand what sort of dichotomy went behind and how were these forces working in tandem to carry out an attack like this?
Yeah. So Shweta, see, of course, all these attacks happen in between the tri-services coordination happens, and there's a lot of one part which is very important for us to understand is that the entire country was kept in a thinking mode that we probably are looking at the drills, mock drills and everything that is going to happen in the country. In fact, yesterday itself, I got so many calls and messages that are we safe? Are we safe? And there was only one message that I sent them, that you are in the hands of the Indian military services. You are 100% safe. Though, it's been 5 years that I've left the military, but I'm telling you with the same josh that we are absolutely safe. Now, coming back to the tri-services coordination. See, all this information, everything happens basically on the information level. So all the tri-services level, we work on the satellite imagery also, so that our missiles hit the target with very precision, right? Because ultimately our agenda is that we are not Pakistan, we don't want to kill the innocent people. So we are only targeting the terrorism, right? Our fight is against the terrorism. So the human intelligence, the satellite intelligence, all the intelligence from tri-services play a very important role, and then the airstrikes, the ground level, and the people behind the strikes, they keep a full eye so that the Operation Sindoor gets fulfilled, and that is what has happened. So there is a close coordination. All the I worked with the satellite imagery while I was in the Indian Air Force, and I've seen it on ground level, that how we track each and every point, how we track the smallest of the hints that are happening on the border and our target areas. All this information we track down from the satellite and we give it to the government, and all the chiefs, they meet, and then the operations are strategized, and that's how all these operations are being carried out on the border for an absolute 100% success.
Krishna, look at that, the amount of planning that went behind that attack.
Right.
And we saw some of those pictures that were shared earlier today in the press conference. And what really amazed me was the precision with which they were carried out. India made it very clear, we did not target civilians, we did not target military installation. So this doesn't amount to war. This is India's right to defend itself, and that's exactly what we've done.
Right, and more importantly, you're talking about targets in both Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 9 targets over there, and all of them are terror organizations' bases where training has taken place, from where terrorists have come and attacked Indians time and again.
And we furnished proof of it, I think, in that press conference, which was also important. Ambassador,
very important that you mentioned that.
Absolutely. Ambassador Ajay Das Gupta, we furnished proof of every time one of those bases, including the Savai Nala, the Gulpur, Barnala, Abbas camp, Sarjal, you name it, all those 9 camps that we targeted, all of them have been time and again responsible for training, aiding, preparing terrorists. And so in a way, this was an attack for India to defend itself, because there was no demonstrable step taken by Pakistan, which is what Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, also said. He said that despite furnishing proof time and again, Pakistan does not seem to care enough. They go out in public, in foreign media, they talk about how they have funded terrorists for the US, for Western countries. But despite all of that, in the last 1 week or so, absolutely no step taken by Pakistan to really show that they are moving in the right direction. And so therefore, India had the right to defend itself.
Well, the terror organization is a strong branch of the Pakistan Army, of its doctrine of using so-called non-state actors and asymmetry in warfare, because they can't take on India in a conventional war. So it is as much a part and parcel of the Pakistan Army as it is. So to expect the Pakistan deep state or the Pakistani government to take action against these terrorist organizations, I think would be expecting too much. Murid ke, where Lashkar-e-Taiba has been carrying out its activities, including jihadi training facilities, etc. And Bahawalpur, which was also there. All these in Pakistan, they have been doing it brazenly. And Hafiz Saeed, who's the head of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, is a terrorist, declared terrorist by the UN organization with a huge, reward on his head. He's. In fact, there was a news item recently that one of the lieutenant generals, he went and met in Muridke in the headquarters, Hafiz al-Said. So, to expect Pakistan to take action against its own, root and branch, I think would be expecting too much. So this is of a piece. India is well within its rights. It has given enough warnings. It has asked Pakistan. It has also exhorted Pakistan to curb its and rein in its terrorists, not to send them across the border. And it has also appealed to the international community that this is what Pakistan is doing. So we reserve our right to retaliate of a time, place, and method of our choosing.
Stay with us. Let's then quickly listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say right after those Pahalgam terror attacks.
India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backer. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
That was the Prime Minister speaking on the 24th of April, just about 48 hours after the Pahalgam terror attack. Let me take this back to Squadron Leader Deepthi Kala. That was the message, that was the promise. And in that sense, this is the beginning of things to come. Because what these terror camps that have been struck, they've been operating for decades. Bahawalpur is where Jaish-e-Mohammed's Masood Azhar was born and raised in those terror camps, and they've produced terrorist after terrorist. So clearly, India has just made a beginning when it comes to giving it back to Pakistan for the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, for all the terror attacks so far that we should have proportionally responded to, like the way we are doing right now with the Operation Sindoor.
Absolutely, Krishna. In fact, I would, the day we had heard our Prime Minister about this speech, we as military officers, ex-military officers, we were very sure that there's something very big is going to come. We were very 100% sure about it. And the kind of response we've given, and I absolutely agree to sir that it is only a phase one. I am 100% sure we are not going to stop at this, because the kind of heinous task that has been done by the terrorists, this is absolutely non-negotiable, non-forgivable. We just cannot forget and forgive these people. Now, when it comes to capabilities also, Krishna, let us understand that how beautiful the system is. The terrorist can only attack through a certain area and with certain ammunition. But they don't understand, these idiots don't understand that we are a country and we are one of the largest democratic country, and the will power that we carry, like even if the country only decides, we'll destroy the entire Pakistan, right? It's only about the military operations right now we are talking. Now we as a defense, as a reply to what they have done, we can launch our air strikes, we can launch our navy strikes, we can launch our military strikes, we can bloody do any damn thing to them, but they have very limited access to us. So these idiots could not understand that part, and now they will get into what they had not even thought in their dreams, that this is something that India could reply to them. So this is, I'm absolutely waiting for another surprise to happen. And this is a very befitting reply that we have given to the terrorists.
All right, Dr. P.K. Misra, do you agree there with Squadron Leader? This was something that perhaps Pakistan was not prepared for, terrorists are not prepared for. But, you know, one of the contentions I've had, and in fact, Krishna, something that we've discussed extensively here, is that it's not just a problem with limited terrorists who are operating on Pakistani soil. It's the kind of backing that they continue to get.
From ISI,
from
the Pakistani
ISI to army establishment, where top generals are often seen visiting some of these camps, training them, indoctrinating them. So let's take that question to Dr. P.K. Misra. Dr. P.K. Misra, is that something that the terrorists did not anticipate? Because we've seen in the last couple of weeks, since Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistani army mobilizing its forces, bringing them to the borders, as much as 30% of its borders, 30% of its forces to the borders. So they were in anticipation of something happening, but perhaps happening too soon and on those targeted locations. That's something nobody knew of.
Yes, I can well tell you that Pakistan knew that we are going to definitely take action, and very quickly, as far as when Honorable Prime Minister didn't visit Russia, so also Mr. Rajnath Singh, our Honorable Defense Minister, did not visit. It was very clear, and even after Mr. Trump's, Donald Trump's statement before 2 days that India may take action within 48 hours, it was very, very sure that we are going to take action. In fact, the locations were targeted, targets were selected much before, and they were waiting for the opportunity. And definitely this has resulted in such a way that Pakistan, a lot of Pakistan army jawans, they are resigning from service, and a number of them, they are refusing to come to India's border, Pak-India border. That's the problem it has risen in Pakistan army. But I can well tell you, as far as General Munir is concerned, after Mr. Sehbaz's meeting, he will not sit quiet. He will definitely give a response, and the response will come within 48 hours maximum. Pakistan will retaliate, and definitely we accept it. We are also absolutely clear that they will come. They are finding their targets, but our air defense systems, our S-400 missile detectors, they are all ready. It's not that they can target anywhere in Kashmir or Pakistan or Punjab or Rajasthan. Right. These are the three places we are already ready in those borders. I can well tell you their preparation in Sialkot, where of course we have targeted one of their biggest camp, jihadi training camp in Sialkot. They were getting ready in Sialkot also. Their armored division, they were ready in Sialkot sector. And it was known, and India has also deployed its missiles accordingly, and our deployment of security forces has been made. But I can well tell you, this type of proxy war by Pakistan will definitely continue. They will never stop it. And that is how all these camps, wherever it may be, because they were not only 9. These 9 were major training camps.
Absolutely.
I have gone to Sialkot for a meeting, and I have seen Sialkot personally, and they have another about 30 to 32 training camps are available in POK. So we have to look into that also. They will be changing their tactics. They will be changing the location of their
Dr. P.K. Mishra, stay with us. Dr. P.K. Mishra, stay with us. We're just getting some important news as we speak. Prime Minister Modi has cancelled the 3-nation Europe tour. That 3-nation tour included Norway, Croatia and the Netherlands. Prime Minister Modi has cancelled this 3-nation Europe trip. Bear in mind, he also cancelled his visit to Russia for the Victory Day celebrations as well in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. And now the latest is that the Prime Minister, who was scheduled to go on a 3-nation Europe trip to Norway, Croatia and the Netherlands, has cancelled that trip. And in the meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has also briefed the cabinet about Operation Sindoor. And on Operation Sindoor, he said that the Indian Armed Forces have carried out the operation flawlessly. As we speak, that's the briefing that's being done by the Prime Minister to the cabinet as he cancels his 3-nation Europe trip. The latest breaking news that we're getting over here. Prime Minister Modi reiterating that the entire nation stands together in this and has praised India's armed forces for the flawless Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi briefing the Union Cabinet on the operation.
And a part of some of those important conversations that were in media as a result of that press briefing, I'm going to quickly read it out for our viewers.
Right.
As to what the Foreign Secretary said while addressing the media earlier today. He said this was an attack to keep Kashmir backward. He also mentioned that this was the most serious attack on India in India's soil after 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. He said, and I quote, "The resistant front, the LET affiliate, took responsibility for that terror attack." That tweet on social media was later shared by members, higher echelons of LET. He also said that Pakistan has preferred and pressured to keep TRF, the resistant front, out of the UNSC briefing. Remember the UNSC, a closed door meeting that happened earlier, a couple of hours ago, about 48 hours ago for that matter, and the intelligence gathered by Indian agencies have identified the perpetrators of Pahalgam, and Pakistan continues to be a safe haven for terrorists. No action has been taken by Pakistan to stop terror, its infrastructure so far, and India exercised therefore its right to safeguard. It was an exercise which was non-retaliatory in nature. The attack in Pahalgam was designed to disrupt normalcy, and Pahalgam family members were deliberately traumatized. They were told to go back and tell Prime Minister Modi that this is what we've done, we've killed you and we've traumatized you, and this was a deliberate attempt to provoke India. In fact, further he said that no demonstrable step has been taken by Pakistan so far, which essentially means that they do not intend to do anything about the terrorists, their posts they continue to harbor in India.
Right, let's listen into what Vikram Misri had to say.
As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation presumably was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, यह एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर, अभी टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है, 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
And as we speak, Pakistan's stock markets are crashing post Operation Sindoor. Bear in mind, the Karachi Stock Exchange, or KSC 100, the stock market index of Karachi, was down 5.5% at one stage at opening. Currently
down about 2%. Karachi 100 is down 2%. So stock markets, they're crashing in the aftermath of those military strikes in Pakistan. That's the latest we're getting. As far as Sensex is concerned, I think it's also important to juxtapose how Indian markets are doing. Sensex is in green, Indian markets are in green. So I think they already factored in a response from India in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack.
And also, there is also good news coming in for the Indian stock markets in the form of the free trade agreement that India has struck with the UK. So a combination of news that could lift the markets and could possibly pull down the markets somehow, ensuring that India's stock markets are remaining in the green.
That and the IMF projection that India is going to be the fourth largest economy, I think also playing up in investors' minds. So I think it would be fair to say right now, Krishna, nothing is stopping investors in India from banking on India's growth story. And this at a time when India continues to fight terrorism across border.
Right, and that's the mindset of the Indian investors in the Indian markets. But not so much as far as the investors in Pakistan stock markets are concerned. We have Dr. P.K. Mishra, former ADG of the BSF, continuing to be with us on this special broadcast. Dr. P.K. Mishra, the terrorist strike in Pahalgam was meant to cripple India economically, was meant to cripple Kashmir economically by taking away all the tourism that it has the potential for. And it looks like in the aftermath of it, it is Pakistan's economy that is being crippled, be it in the form of the water that is being dried up in their rivers, or in the form of what's happening to the investor sentiment over there in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor.
Yes, because of Operation Sindoor, just see Pakistan's stock markets, it has crashed, and there is no effect on Indian economy. Indian economy remains as it is, and it will go up because of Operation Sindoor. And I'm telling you, the thing which TRF did it, the thing which LET did it, and the way General Munir has planned it at Pahalgam, they are digging their own graves. And I am very sure that Pakistan stock markets, which has crashed now, they will crash more because of non-availability of fund of IMF and Asian Bank. Nobody will give them any fund, and that also they will realize when Chenab water will be stopped, when Jhelum water will be stopped, and when Sindh water will be stopped, you see how their stock market will further crash. And Pakistan, they are telling that they are increasing their defense budget by 18%. Where from they will get the funds? How they will purchase? And how come they will fire in artillery shells to us? Another 2-3 days they may fire. Because artillery shells are there, they have gone to Ukraine. How can they fire? And this is the best time to hit Pakistan. And we agree that General Munir should respond, and he should respond as quickly as possible, so that his digging grave will be there, and most of his aircrafts penetrating to India, and most of their missiles coming towards India will be shut down. And we are ready with.
So I do hope better sense prevails and General Munir realizes the arms and ammunitions and the money in Pakistan's coffers is not enough to sustain them. Remember, they are seeking a $2 billion payout from IMF to sustain their economy. So they are in tatters. At the same time, I also want to quickly bring in those visuals from Pahalgam. I think it's important to mention that is where the attack happened in Baisuran. And we do have some beautiful visuals coming in there from Pahalgam where people continue to come in large numbers, giving out a message that you cannot scare us easy.
Right, and with that, it's time to get a quick check of all the big headlines of our tracking at this hour. Pakistan rattled by Operation Sindoor. 25 minutes of precision strikes on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi monitors Operation Sindoor all through the night as India destroys several terror launch pads in Pakistan territory. Prime Minister Modi cancels 3-nation trip to Europe, to Croatia, Norway and the Netherlands after Operation Sindoor. "14 members of terrorist Masood Azhar's family killed in the Bahawalpur Madrasa in Operation Sindoor." Airports in Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Amritsar, Jodhpur, Bhuj, Chandigarh, Rajkot and Jamnagar have been shut down till the 10th of May. We are bringing to you special rolling coverage of Operation Sindoor, India's response to the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack.
And we continue to get you all those details as far as India's Operation Sindoor is concerned, which is, as Krishna mentioned, a response to the Pahalgam dastardly attack on India's soil, in which as many as 24 people were killed. In fact, we are given to understand as many as 24 strikes were made on Pakistan.
24 strikes in 25 minutes.
In 25 minutes, in the dead of the night, in the intervening night of May 6th and 7th, the details of which are now emerging on your screens right now. And some of these strikes were carried out in precise locations that India identified as terror hubs. Let's quickly go through some of these locations one by one. To begin with, the biggest one was in Bhawalpur in Markaz Subhanallah. This is supposed to be a Jaish-e-Mohammed training center. It was the residence of Jaish Chief Masood Azhar, whose family members are now believed to have died. As many as 14 family members are believed to have died in that strike that India made. Remember, Azhar, as latest as December of 2024, made an anti-India speech from Markaz Subhanallah. So that was one of the strikes that India made. The second was, of course, Markaz Taiba.
Before you continue to tell us all that, let's also tell of the viewers the importance of Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is the place, is the training ground for Masood Azhar, has been the training ground for Masood Azhar and many terrorists who have been involved in terror attacks on India. So clearly, if you look at just Bahawalpur, the choosing of the target tells you the nature of the targets that were chosen for this particular attack, Shweta, isn't it?
It's called a terror nursery for a reason.
Right.
It's 100 kilometers inside the LOC.
Right.
So that also goes on to show the prowess India has as far as, attacking terror sites which are far deeper inside the army territory or the enemy territory. The other one was, of course, in Muridke, which is also very significant because this is an LET training facility.
Right.
It was financed by Osama bin Laden and it trained Kasab, the perpetrators of 26/11. It hosted David Headley, Tahabur Rana. So all these people who are known to be terror operatives, who are and not just Hafiz base and known to aid, abet terrorism, and that was a crucial facility. It was again inside Pakistan. And the third one, before I give it back to you, Krishna, was also significant. It was Sialkot,
right?
The Mehmoona Zoya facility in Sialkot, another Hizbul Mujahideen facility. So Hizbul Mujahideen, LET, Jaish-e-Mohammed, all terror outfits, as many as India could target in 25 minutes, it has done so.
All that India could target in 25 minutes in a joint operation by the tri-services. 9 terror bases have been struck and completely destroyed. Prime Minister Modi has briefed the Union Cabinet on the successful, as he called it, flawless Operation Sindoor, and we're now getting you all the latest as far as the aftermath of Operation Sindoor is concerned. One big headline coming out of it is the fact that 14 members of dreaded terrorist Masood Azhar's family have been killed in Operation Sindoor, which struck 4 sites in Pakistan and 5 sites in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All terror infrastructure operating on Pakistan soil that Pakistan has done nothing about for decades. Finally, India ensuring that they are erased. It's a precision attack, as Shweta has been telling you. More importantly, the intention is to target specific one building or a set of buildings. No Pakistani military infrastructure or Pakistani civilians were targeted in these attacks or were even affected because of these attacks. And India also putting out a very important word, non-escalatory.
Non-escalatory. So this should not be seen as a tit-for-tat reaction.
Right.
It is seen and should be seen in the light of a precise action that India has taken deliberately in order to ensure its own safety and security. I think that's important. A word that Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, used was this was a responsible strike. This wasn't a strike done in revenge, and it should not be seen as one. It was done to safeguard India and its interests, because some of these terror locations could potentially harm India and India's interest in future. And that is what India referred to while carrying out those attacks. Let's listen in to that entire press conference that happened at 10:30 this morning, in which the details of that armed forces attack on these terror camps was shared with the media.
As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including 1 national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation presumably was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement, the claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums such as the Financial Action Task Force on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the Government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ, ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर, यह LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहां पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहां आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूं कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
And now we have Major General Jagatbir Singh, Defence and Strategy expert, joining us. We also have Major General Ian Cardozo, former Chief of Staff Corps, Northeast of India, joining us. Thank you, both of you gentlemen, for being with us over here. Let me begin with Major General Jagatbir Singh. Major General Jagatbir Singh, it is a lot of restraint that has been shown by India. It's 25 minutes of 9 terror bases being targeted with 24 strikes. This is a non-escalatory. India has made it very clear. It has struck terror and terror only. And yet, even as India completed Operation Sindoor, you saw the number of firings along the line of control and the number of civilian lives being lost.
Absolutely right over there. India has shown tremendous restraint in the manner in which it's carried out these attacks. And it's shown restraint right from the manner in which you select the targets, the intelligence gathered on the targets, and then the strike itself. And it's shown its capability of the three services which have delivered, precision technology with careful selection of the weapons and the war heads at that time, and delivered it with a great degree of clinical efficiency. It's also sent a message and a signal across that we not only possess this capability, but we are also willing to use it. And at the same time, we have said tried to send a message that the discourse on terrorism so far has to change, and we are willing to seek retribution without, and that's why I say without harming civilians. There's been no collateral damage, and we haven't even targeted the military infrastructure. And we are all well aware that behind all these terror organizations lies the deep state of Pakistan in the form of the ISI, and their backers, which is the principal backers of them, are the military in Pakistan. Without the military establishments, okay, these terror camps would never have been able to exist, take root, and breed so many terrorists over the years in Pakistan who carried out attacks on India.
Right. Major General Singh, continue to be with us. Major General Ian Cardozo, I have to ask you, sir, apart from the military action that India has taken, there's also a firm diplomatic stand that we're looking at right now, and that is India does not want to furnish proof of terrorism anymore. It has done so in the past. I mean, let me take you back to 2016. After the Pathankot airstrikes, India did welcome Islamabad into India for a joint investigation. Time and again, dossiers have been sent out not just to Islamabad but also to international agencies to establish Pakistan's role in harboring terrorism. They haven't taken cognizance of it in the past. So this time around, with Operation Sindoor, India making it clear and firm that we don't want to furnish any more evidence, we don't want to furnish any more proof, and then there's no need for it anymore. Diplomatically, we are well within our right to carry out an action.
Absolutely. The only thing is what I want to say is that I don't know why we go again and again trusting Pakistan. Pakistan is a devious country. It's a despicable country. It can never be trusted. So we don't have to give them any more proof. We know exactly what they are up to. And the message has gone to them. What you start, we will finish. However, saying that, we also need to know that this is just the beginning. There's plenty more to follow, and we should be ready to accept losses, because this is going to be a type of a war, not a full war, but a type of a war against terrorism. And therefore, if there are losses, we should need to accept them. Also, the people of India need to be brought to understand that they have a part to play in this war against terrorism. And we cannot allow only the armed forces to do what they have to do. We have to be ready, and therefore what is happening this evening when we're having out these drills regarding the blackouts and regarding the sirens, etc. Today, my काम वाली बाई said, साहब आज हॉर्न बजेगा. So I said, कौन सी हॉर्न बजेगा? आज पाकिस्तान और हमारा देश लड़ाई में जा रहा है. I said, fine. वो हॉर्न में क्या करेगा? What is the horn? What is the siren for? She did not know. So the people have to be educated as to what is the meaning of these drills, what is the response we have to carry out. And let's say we have a siren to say that this is going to be alert because there's going to be a strike. Go to a safe place. What is a safe place? Has a safe place been designated? So all this has got to be thought of and people briefed so that they know exactly what is to be done.
Right. And as we speak, Shweta, we have some news that's coming in the form of MM Narvane, who's put out a tweet right now saying the fact that, there
picture
is
baki hai.
Picture abhi baki hai. We've been talking about how this particular Operation Sindoor seems like, this is just the beginning of India's strike back for what happened in Pahalgam, and it's clear that this is another indication that there will be more such strikes and more such precision strikes on only terror targets. Just reiterate that no part of the Pakistani military infrastructure or civilian infrastructure was affected because these attacks were specifically targeted only for terror training camps, terror nurseries, as they've been called.
Right. Major General Jagatbir, the fact that, MM Naravne is pointing out, picture abhi baki hai. You know, it goes on to point that since Balakot, I mean, let me take you back to 2019. Since the Balakot airstrike, we've seen skirmishes, but we've not seen a full-blown terrorist attack of this nature. So, in a sense, this also, the Operation Sindoor also puts in place a deterrence that if this is what will stop you, then we are ready to face you head on. Because, you know, come to think of it, if there's a past precedence and then there was a gap of at least good 4 to 5 years before Pakistan could mobilize, its terrorist forces again and send them to India to carry out such attacks. So, in a way, India is also putting a deterrence in place.
Absolutely. Picture baki hai, 3 words, says a lot, hides a lot, conveys a lot, and leaves a lot for imagination. So, I mean, that's a lot which the former chief has put out. And it can be read in many ways, but absolutely right. It's a step to say that we are willing to go further. We are willing to, as General Cardozo talked about, he said that, we should be willing to accept losses because Pakistan will retaliate, may retaliate, or there will be further steps taken up the escalatory ladder. So we have to be prepared for that. And we also have to do more as far as preventing Pakistan or deterring Pakistan from carrying out certain terror actions again. Now, you spoke about, actions taken in Balakot. Before that, we took actions against Uri. That was a ground surgical strike which was carried out in 2016. 2019 was the airstrike at Balakot. But you see the manner in which the Indian armed forces have evolved as far as their tactics and their method of carrying out the strikes, as also the manner in which they have, even come to a simple thing like the press conference. You can compare it with what happened at Balakot. Bulk of you are aware of that. So, I mean, giant steps have been taken. The message is loud and clear. We will not tolerate terrorism on our soil. We are very clear that Pakistan has always denied that it's been there. And we are, whatever you talked about, joint evidence or giving them proof, it's not required. Whenever proof was given, they never accepted the proof. And just look at the irony of things. They were the principal, partners with US in the war of terror. And at that stage, the whole world was looking for Osama bin Laden. And you can imagine how the Americans must have felt when they were confronted with evidence that he's hiding just close to the Pakistan military base, in Abbottabad. So, that's something that needs to be seen. And I'm very clear in my mind that, Pakistan has to be taught a lesson and it has to be done extremely effectively. And we've carried out this, the strikes in a very, very professional and clinical manner.
Right. Stay with us. We're also getting you all the latest on this broadcast. Visuals on your screens right now are of the funeral of prayers for terrorist Yaqub Mughal, who is the head of the Bilal terror camp in Pakistan. At this funeral, Pakistan intelligence agency, ISI, and Pakistan police was present at this funeral. Now these pictures are directly show ISI's, Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI's direct link with terrorists. There is very little left for imagination, isn't it?
Absolutely. If there's any more proof that you needed of ISI and Pakistani army backing terrorists, the pictures are telling. The pictures tell you that the support comes in from deep within Pakistani state. It is embedded in Pakistani state, its army, its police, as well as its administration to support terrorists. There is absolutely no reason why as to why Pakistan would send in officials for funeral prayers of somebody who is involved in terrorist activities, Krishna. And I think let's take that question to Major General Ian Cardozo, who continues to be with us. On our screens right now, we're showing pictures of how a group of Pakistanis, including what seem to be army generals, military persons, as well as locals, ISI officials who've gathered to, say their final goodbyes to a terrorist who operated one of the camps that India targeted in its military strikes early this morning. This is a direct link, sir. It's also a tripwire kind situation, if I may indulge you. It's a hardened position that India has taken after many years of battling terrorism, that if you conduct proxy war on our soil in the garb of terrorism, we are not going to stop ourselves from going for hardcore military operations, and that is exactly what we have done through Operation Sindoor.
Thing is this, whereas we have launched these strikes and it's had its effect, we need to understand that we don't have to wait to react. We need to anticipate what Pakistan will do next. We need to put ourselves in their shoes. We need to understand and work out what they are going to do next, so that we are already prepared for their action and reaction. Because reacting to a situation is not good enough. We should plan in advance, know what Pakistan will do, be prepared for that, counteract it, and then be ready for the next. So we need to think ahead. We need to all the time think ahead of what Pakistan will do and what we need to do to counteract them. All the time we should be thinking about looking at Pakistan, looking into their minds. What are they going to do next? What should we do to stop them?
Jagat Beer, back into this conversation. Let's play up those visuals, in fact, once again, of one of the funeral prayers, the visuals that we're getting from Pakistan on our screens just a couple of seconds ago, of how the military intelligence in Pakistan, how locals, as well as Pakistani administration have now gathered to say their final goodbye to Yaqub Mughal and his funeral.
Police officers, Pakistani police officers in uniform, standing at this funeral, and that is also attended by ISI officials as well. And clear visuals. There you go, on your screens right now. It is the entire Pakistani establishment that is present for a terrorist funeral.
I mean, Major General Jagat Beer, what more proof do we need? What more proof do we need?
You see, I'll be very honest. We depend on IT, information technology. Pakistan depends on IT, international terrorism. This is their industry. This is their bread and butter. And this is, their defense minister admitted it on television just recently that they were carrying out terrorism on behalf of the West. Now they are saying that it is only pre-9/11. Naturally, it's not only pre-9/11 in Afghanistan against the Soviets. It's continued and it's been demonstrated time and time again. And we are all well aware, if you read enough books on Pakistan, read Christine Fair, she talks about, how they interlinked the Pakistani army, the ISI, and the so-called jihadis, terrorists are. So, I mean, it doesn't surprise me to see the presence of the ISI and the police and, in this funeral. I mean, this is expected. It is not something that is unexpected, but it again rubs in the point, what General Cardozo was mentioning. This is the DNA of Pakistan. He talked of Pakistan being a despicable state. I mean, this clearly demonstrates that. There's no other words for this.
This, in a way, diminishes Pakistan's ability also, Major General Jagatbi, to hide behind the garb of having any conclusive evidence. If there was any evidence needed, it's right there on our screens right now when it comes to Pakistan's role.
The evidence has always been there. Yeah. What I said, the evidence has always been there.
Right.
What was Ajmal Kasab? What was Osama bin Laden? Is that not evidence? What is Tahir Rana? What is David Headley?
Yeah.
That's all evidence. I mean, you have the evidence all the time. It's only that they have to accept the evidence. Are they willing to accept that evidence is one thing. Are they willing to change? That is the main thing. And the only change will come by force, by, carrying out action against them, preventing them. And this is absolutely what we've done just now.
Right. Stay with us. We also have Dr. P.K. Mishra, former ADG of the BSF, with us on this broadcast. Even as we get to the latest breaking news over there, Prime Minister Modi is at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. He is set to brief the President of India, President Draupadi Murmu, on Operation Sindoor, that's the latest news that's coming in. Bear in mind, Prime Minister Modi has monitored Operation Sindoor all through the night and continues to monitor the situation. And he will now, after briefing the cabinet just a short while ago, the Union Cabinet is now at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President about the matter. We will continue to get you all the latest updates in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. But Dr. P.K. Mishra, as we've been discussing, one is that these are 9 terror bases, not new ones that have been in existence for decades, that have been struck. And even as we speak, we are getting these visuals of the entire Pakistani establishment at the funeral of a terrorist. There is no way Pakistan, if it wants to deflect blame, there is an end game that is going on over here as far as deflecting blame from harboring terrorists and terror groups on its soil is concerned. This is the end game.
Yes, they were harboring terrorists since long, and they were breeding terrorists. And what Khwaja Asif himself has agreed. Even Mr. Shahbaz also agreed. Even ex-Prime Minister now in jail, Mr. Imran Khan, also stated the same thing. The country was depending on Western money for breeding terrorists. And in fact, I told you one case, you see, when Abu Ghazi, Chief of Harkatul Ansar, was killed, and Masib, the Chief of Al-Quran, was apprehended, wounded and apprehended, who was later on given death sentence. This man was interrogated by FBI, and he told FBI, "Why are you interrogating me? You know me pretty well. You have trained me in POK. I am your man." This is what has happened, because that is what Khwaja Asif has stated. And look at Pakistan. If a militant leader was killed, now with the janaza, you have all army officer, police officer, and the civil leaders. They are all there to show him farewell, because that was their bread and butter, and they are losing it. But they were getting funds from Western countries to breed these jihadis, and all these jihadis camps. I'm telling you, these are the 9 biggest training camps were targeted. There are also some more training camps are available, small training camps. We have 45 of them. 45 of them. And it is not, I told you, this action is just starting of the Operation of Sindoor. Operation Sindoor has started. It has not ended. Now time will come when whole Pakistan will be finished. Pakistan is going to be disintegrated. The way Sindhu is coming up, Sindh side is coming up, POK is coming up, Baluch, BLF, they are coming up. Pakistan is going to be disintegrated soon. And see, their funds, where from they will get. IMF is not going to give them fund, and Asian Bank will never release funds to Pakistan. Pakistan economy will definitely go down, and they think that 18% more they will go for war logistics to purchase. Where from they will get the money? Let the war continue for another 1 week, and Pakistan will be finished. We want the response from General Munir. Let General Munir come for a response, and they will see what Indian Defence Forces they can do. We want Operation Sindoor to be continued more and more vigorously, and all those targets we have.
Right.
Now the family,
I mean, 9 targets, Dr. P.K. Mishra targeted, but you're saying there are over 40 targets that India can likely target if it has to, if it comes to it. And I believe that is what former army chief was also referring to, Naravne, saying this is just the beginning. Picture abhi baki hai. So if you retaliate, we'll retaliate further. And this is a never-ending game, come to think of it. I think Major General Ian Cardozo is also with us. Major General, a conversation that Indian officials are also having since early morning today, and that is, while we targeted Pakistan, we targeted in a manner that was responsible. And I keep reiterating that because I think we are not people who believe in warmongering, and we are not people who believe in innocent blood being spilt. And that is what Indian government, that is the position Indian government has also taken, that we don't want civilians to be hurt. We have not targeted military installations. We targeted in a precision manner sites that are known to foster terrorism, that are known to harbor terrorists and train them. So in a way, India's position remains clear, civilian casualties to a minimum, while also targeting people who are actually responsible for harboring terrorists.
Ma'am, that's all very well. as far as India is concerned, we are very ethical in our operations, whether it is anti-terror or it is war. We need to understand that Pakistan is an irresponsible country. And therefore, we need to also anticipate that they might do anything stupid. Are we prepared, therefore, to counteract anything by them when they escalate the level to beyond anti-terrorist actions? This is one issue which we need to be prepared for. Think in advance. What is Pakistan going to do next? What should be how should we prepare?
In your assessment, Major General, are we prepared? Since you asked that question, on the basis of your experience in the armed forces, do you think India is prepared to retaliate effectively?
Ma'am, I have been retired from the army for the last 30 years, so I cannot give you a response to say that India is prepared. But the point is this: it should be prepared. We should be prepared 24/7. We should be, in fact, when Pahalgam happened, we should have been able to launch a counteract the next day. Look what happened in 71. Pakistan attacked us on the 3rd of December. On the 4th, the Army, Navy and Air Force all went in for the operations. And we wrapped up the war in 13 days. Because we were prepared. We need to be prepared. As General Rao said,
Major General, I beg to disagree, sir, if I may. Albeit there was a call to attack immediately, I think India did the right step. I'm not sure if Krishna Kumar, my colleague, will agree with me, by waiting to finally understand what are some of these targets, because it's a new age warfare, sir. Right. Attacking immediately on the next day without taking into account who are you hurting, when are you hurting, would not be adequate enough. So India decided to wait, prepare a list, and then attack those targeted sites.
Ma'am, you have misunderstood me. I did not say that we should have attacked the next day. Okay. I said we should have been prepared to attack the next day. What I'm trying to say is we should be prepared for anything to happen, because Pakistan is an irresponsible country. We should be prepared to attack the next day. Prepared to attack. We may not attack. Because we need to look at the situation and do whatever is right. I'm not saying we should attack the next day. I'm saying we should be prepared to attack immediately.
Understood, sir. Understood.
Dr. P.K. Mishra, this measured response from India, and even in that media briefing by India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, along with the representatives of India's forces, it was very clear that this was meant to be non-escalatory. It is meant to be precision, and etc. etc. But also at the same time, if Pakistan were to resort to misadventures, we are completely ready. And in that sense, if a retaliation from India like this was expected, more irresponsible actions from Pakistan can be expected in response to Operation Sindoor.
Yes, Operation Sindoor is going on and we'll do it. I told you, Rabi water it's all closed, and Chenab is closed. Jhelum is going to be closed in another 3 to 4 days. The water from Jhelum will not go to Pakistan. Chenab has dried up in Pakistan area. So similar thing will happen to Sindh. And let us see what Pakistan. Shahbaz has already clearly told, let them stop it. Even Bilawal Bhutto's reaction you might have heard, that Sindhu mein rakt bahega, khoon bahega. Ab wo khoon bahega, let us see what khoon will flow. But India is definitely going to teach a lesson to Pakistan, and this Sindh treaty is totally, now it is cancelled. There is no way we should stop Sindh water supply to Pakistan, whatever may be. And then what our honorable speaker was telling, the other speaker was telling, he is correct. Now we are prepared. We are absolutely prepared. We can hit them the next day. If they do it, that is what I was telling you.
Right.
General Munir must come forward for a response. Now we are ready. Right. Because Pakistan cannot face us more than 5 days. 5 days will be enough, but because artillery shells where from they will take whatever they have sold to Ukraine, they have to go to Zelensky and again get them back. That they cannot, and they cannot produce it also. whatever artillery sales they are doing it, they have started firing at 0 to 100 hours at Kausara, Bimbar Gully, and those areas. And of course, we lost about 10 persons in the border area. But now, of course, they have all gone to the bunker. But how many days they will continue?
Right.
You see, their GDP is going down and their market has crashed. Everything will go down in Pakistan, and no IFF or any other bank will provide them the funds. And I can tell you, Qatar or none of the oil Islamic country, including Azerbaijan or Turkey, will provide them funds. Azerbaijan, Turkey may provide few war logistics, like one ship here it has given to guard Karachi port, and some stealth drones he can provide. But funds, nobody will give it to Pakistan.
Right.
And Pakistan is raising 18%. Let us see what all he can get from outside. And all those other areas, other jihadi training centers are there. We must have to take them on, because we have to show.
We'll come to that, Dr. P.K. Misra.
Yeah.
We'll come to that.
Yeah.
We also have to play up some reactions that our colleagues have got on ground. But before I do that, Major General Ian Cardozo, you're raising your hand, sir.
I disagree with Mr. Misra to say that nobody will support Pakistan. Firstly, Pakistan has been given $1.6 billion by which country? Pakistan has been given $9 billion by IMF. Pakistan is being supported by which country? The same country which organized the regime change in Bangladesh. So we must understand that nobody wants to see India do well. We have to be ready to stand on our own feet and alone.
Right. Ian Cardozo, stay with us. On that note, let's listen into the reaction that came in from US President Donald Trump post Operation Sindoor first.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Not sure about the century there.
Yeah.
Many decades, that is for sure.
But what's operative there, Shweta, is that he hopes that it ends very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is the expectation of international community. Yes, Major General.
We do not have to listen to what Mr. Trump is saying.
No. Don't think we will.
Because Mr. Trump is saying something which he doesn't believe in.
And I don't think Indian government will listen to what...
supporting Pakistan.
You know,
which is the country which is supporting Pakistan? Which is
right.
the USA.
No, you're right. Actually, let's talk about that, sir, because, you know, we heard the Defence Minister, Khwaja Asif, just a couple of days ago, speaking to Sky News and saying that we continue to harbour terrorists and train them for Western countries, including the US and the UK. So these are the countries who are actually responsible for the unbecoming of Pakistan.
Absolutely. Also, we need to understand that if we go to, firstly, we should not go to war, because war is undesirable. It has too many bad effects on development, on our economy, on the people, on casualties, on millions of people losing their lives, etc. But we need to understand that we have to also accept that Pakistan is an irresponsible country. It can do anything. And therefore, we need to be able to control escalation and not go into a war which will be not good for India or Pakistan for that matter, or for any other country. The USA wants us to get into a war with Pakistan. Today we are the fourth highest, best economy in the world. With Germany, number 3, we will overtake Germany in a couple of years. America does not want that. Therefore, we need to understand what the Western powers are up to and not trust them at all.
Right, stay with us, Major General Ian Cardozo. We are getting some latest breaking news updates. Pakistan is clearly rattled after Operation Sindoor. Ben, we've been telling you how the Pakistani stock market, the Karachi Stock Exchange, the index has crashed. It was down 5.5% when it opened, still continuing to be down in the red. And that has sparked emergency alarms in the Pakistani Finance Ministry. It is called an emergency meeting after the stock market crash post-Operation Sindoor. It is not just in terms of the strike and inside Pakistan territory that Pakistan is rattled about. It is the Pakistani economy, and that is coming on the back of the water that has been dried up for them by India choosing to suspend the Indus Water Treaty. Dr. P.K. Mishra, it is important to understand the economic ramifications. If the Pahalgam terror strike had an economic motive to destroy the economy of Jammu and Kashmir, we are giving it back in every single penny possible. If you try to even touch the economy of Kashmir, we have the capability to completely destroy the economy of Pakistan once and for all.
Yes. They thought of bringing down the economy of Kashmir. I am telling you, my salute to Indians, even our tourists. They are now going to Pahalgam and they will keep on going to Pahalgam. Let us see what Pakistan can do. But the effect of Pahalgam attack, particularly the economical war, particularly the Sindh Treaty cancellation war, particularly the Jhelum war, particularly the Chenab war, that effect is it has already been seen in Pakistan. Opposite side in Punjab, in Pakistan, most of the farmers, they know that if Sindh river is dried up, the whole area, the Punjab area in Pakistan side, that will be dried up, that the farmers will revolt. They will have nothing to eat. And now it's a Pakistan stock market has crashed. It will crash more and more day by day once this economical war is going on. It's not only Sindh war or Jhelum war or Chenab war. It is again the trade war. Again, the trade war is going on. India has stopped any trade with Pakistan, and that is and political war, diplomatical war. Everywhere the war is going on. This military war will continue if they will respond. But I am very sure when Sindh river flow will be stopped, Pakistan people will die for water. They will die for water. The whole province will die for water, and they will beg for a bucket of water.
You know, Dr. P.K. Mishra, this seems to be a strategy at play here as far as what we can make out from Indus water and its tributaries concerned, especially with vis-a-vis Jhelum, where Indian government tried to withhold water to create a sense of panic, then release water. As much as 28,000 cusecs was released. So there was suddenly an alarm-like situation. So, Indian diplomacy and India's war on terror playing multi-frontal at this point. Military action, kinetic, non-kinetic action are combined there. India is trying to make its point very clear. No kind of cross-border terrorism will be welcome and will exercise every possible step in the book. And that's exactly what we have done by the way of abeyance of Indus Water Treaty. Back to you, Krishna.
And even as we conduct Operation Sindoor and we get you the latest on that over here, we need to take a very short breather here. We'll be back with this rolling coverage in just a couple of minutes. Keep it with News 9.
इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate. India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does well. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
Every brand tells a story. And they are the storytellers, the Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every scene, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Light, camera, and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News 9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News 9's pick of the week. Don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News 9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9, English news as it should be.
अस्पताल में मतलब कि इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
You are watching News 9's non-stop coverage of Operation Sindoor, India's response to those dastardly terror attacks on the 22nd of April in Pahalgam, which left many children without fathers and many wives without their husbands and snatched away the happiness of families who went to enjoy their vacation. And on your screens now are visuals of the response. India's retaliation. 9 terror bases, 4 in Pakistan, 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, that was struck in a span of just 25 minutes. More than 70 Pakistani terrorists have been killed in these strikes. 24 strikes in a span of 25 minutes, targeting 9 terror bases across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. In response, heavy artillery shelling has been reported across the line of control. But bear in mind, India has made it clear it's a measured, precise response that's meant to be non-escalatory. The targets that have been struck are only terror camps. Neither Pakistani military infrastructure or civilians have come under these attacks, which took place in the intervening night of May 6th and May 7th early at 1 a.m. That's when it began. And in 25 minutes, 9 terror camps were neutralized. And the Tri-Forces' precision was explained further in in a media briefing at around 10:30 a.m. this morning. We understand that India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has briefed the Union Cabinet regarding the success of Operation Sindoor, a flawless operation as he's called it. Is also, Prime Minister Modi is at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
In fact, he just left Rashtrapati Bhavan. He also briefed the President Draupadi Murmu on the actions taken by Indian armed forces across the border in the intervening night of 6th and 7th of May at about 1:30 in the morning. That's when the news started trickling in of military precision strikes that India was carrying out across border. And by later in the morning at about 5 o'clock, I think the picture emerged clearly. As many as 9 terror strikes on terror rather, using 24 guided missiles and 24 attacks which were carried out on those terror camps operated both within Pakistan as well as Pakistan occupied Kashmir. On your screens right now, Home Minister Amit Shah also chairing a meeting there in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack and the resultant Operation Sindoor, rightfully named operation to neutralize terrorists across border.
And this is a meeting of India's Home Minister where he is called all the chief ministers of border states. This is a meeting chaired by India's Home Minister which involves all the state chief ministers of border states. Those are the visuals on your screens. We'll continue to get you all the latest in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor.
And this is a very important meeting, Krishna, because this is the time when Home Minister is going to brief all the neighbouring states which may be susceptible to any counter-attack that Pakistan may make on India. And these states are also going into a civil defence preparedness mode starting today. That mock drill is no more a mock drill. It's a drill that many states are carrying out. As many as 244 districts are carrying out simultaneously. That start today will continue up until Friday to prepare India for any eventuality, to bring into people's consciousness what war looks like and be prepared in case of any exigency or any emergency that may transpire if and when Pakistan decides to retaliate.
Right, and even in that media briefing earlier in the day, India made it clear that India is fully prepared for any misadventures of Pakistan in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. And apart from that, we're getting you all the latest updates. So we understand that Prime Minister Modi has cancelled his 3-nation trip to Europe, where he was set to visit Norway, Croatia and the Netherlands. Now that visit has been postponed in view of Operation Sindoor. Bear in mind, we understand that Prime Minister Modi has kept track of Operation Sindoor all through the night and continues to monitor the situation.
Right. Multiple meetings there being carried out by the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister. Joining us on the show right now is Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra. Lieutenant General Chopra, your first quick reaction, sir, to the visuals that are unfolding on our screens right now. We are bringing our viewers all the details of Operation Sindoor, an operation appropriately named to avenge, to give justice rather. I don't want to use the word revenge or avenge because that's not the official line India is taking. India is taking a very firm line that this is to try and protect, to safeguard its interest in long run, because if we were not to target these bases, there was a potential of a future strike.
Yeah, what I want to say, it's like being brought out in the press briefing also, it was responsible, calibrated and very, very targeted strike on the terrorist infrastructure and not on any Pakistani military assets or civil infrastructure with minimal or no collateral damage. Therefore, we as a responsible nation are only looking to strike at the infrastructure which the Pakistan has been in denial mode. In fact, they are playing the victim card that they are also the victims of terrorism imposed by the terrorists in their areas. They are denying that there are no terrorist camps. We had the coordinates and we have been pestering them in a polite manner, but they didn't listen to us. That's why we had no options but to save our national interest and our national security. We had to go for these strikes to teach Pakistan a lesson that he has to do away with its infrastructure or terrorist camp recruitment training, indoctrination, and launching from them.
We also have Captain Akhilesh Saxena, defense expert, joining us. Captain Akhilesh Saxena, we're getting the details of the kind of missiles that have been used as part of Operation Sindoor. That also tells you the kind of attack it was, and it's also a message being sent out by India. The kind of arms and ammunition that's been used, the kind of attack it is meant to be non-escalatory. It is meant to target only terror infrastructure, and any response from Pakistan is going to be unjustified because India is well within its rights to conduct an attack of this nature.
Exactly. So if you really see, first of all, I would like to congratulate the entire armed forces and the leadership team which provided the direction and the flexibility, because this kind of operation, whatever we can talk about in TV channels and media and all, it's not easy. You have to take care of 100 things, right, while you are planning this kind of meticulous attack. Second thing, Pakistan is a rogue state. It's a failed state. We tried everything possible from India side. We have gone for Aman Ki Asha. We have done the Lahore bus services. Everything has been tried. Finally, we have done the surgical strike. We have done the Balakot strike. But the result is same, right? So I think this time the mood of the nation was very clear that you cannot keep repeating this every time. It was the frustration. Everyone was feeling hurt. So this time it was very clear that it is going to be all out, something which has to be done for the long term. So it will include both kinetic and non-kinetic action. Non-kinetic action you have already seen in the beginning, where we started with a trade restriction import, because Pakistan is anyway a food deficient nation. The indirect way 1.3 billion of Indian food was reaching there through UAE. So India has stopped that. India has held the treaty in abeyance for Indus water. That's going to hurt Pakistan. India is also trying to put Pakistan on the grey list for IMF, which will ensure that they are anyway in a very, very difficult situation economically. They are going to do worse. And the final nail in the coffin was this strike, because this was a symbol that now India is a strong nation. It's a resilient, and it will hit you hard if you cross your boundaries, right? We will no longer will keep talking peace and keep taking this, nuisance from the Pakistan side, which is they are continuing. They are using terror as a weapon for so long. So this response was very, very necessary. And Indian armed forces and political leadership took time to finalize the objectives and the choice of weapon. If you see, we have used the air-to-ground missile Scalp, which is a cruise missile and very, very potent weapon in terms of accuracy. Because here our message was clear. We are not going to hit the civilian in Pakistan. We are not going to hit even the army infrastructure. We want to end this terror network, and we will hit them hard, but very precise. Similarly, we use the hammer, because that's one precise guided bombs which are used very successfully for destroying these kinds of buildings. And third was the loitering munition, which is kind of drone, which are very, very again a very precise. So you see, the precision weapon has been used in this strike, and they have been done in such a way the complete surprise was kept. We were talking about the drill, and Pakistan was thinking today the drill is there, then they will plan, even if something will be there, it will be after 2-3 days, but they never realized that attack is going on the same thing. We also already given
Captain
them the
Saxena,
information.
We'll try and get more from you as far as operational details is concerned. I think these are very important details, crucial details that you're sharing on the nitty-gritties of the operation as it unfolded this morning. But let me quickly take our viewers through that picture on our screens right now. Prime Minister Modi met with President Draupadi Murmu just a couple of minutes ago, perhaps apprised her of Operation Sindoor, the strides that Indian Army has made. It was a tri-service operation. That's the detail that we're getting. We will also try and understand what was the role of Army and Navy along with IAF in carrying out those attacks. But on your screens right now, Prime Minister Modi, just a couple of minutes ago, it was Home Minister who was briefing all the chief ministers. So India is prepared on a war footing right now. Krishna, that's what we are understanding. All ministers, cabinet ministers are preparing, doing their best to contain situation and to also ensure that there is some sort of normalcy, as we move into the day.
Right, that's because the attack, the nature of the attack, it's all clear. There is no escalation, there is no provocation. These were terror bases that should not have existed on Pakistani soil. It was Pakistan's responsibility to ensure that these terror bases didn't exist. But India had to finally step in for its own good to destroy these terror bases. And all that because of what happened in Pahalgam, in Besar and Meadow in Pahalgam, to be precise. And now we're getting you this ground report from tourists who are in Pahalgam, in Kashmir at this moment. Take a look at this.
22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम के बैसरन घाटी में जिस तरह का आतंकी हमला हुआ और उसके बाद पूरे देश में आक्रोश उठा, आज उस हमले का बदला ले लिया गया है और भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके तमाम आतंकी संगठनों के जो बड़े बड़े अड्डे थे उनको ध्वस्त कर दिया है। और हम इस वक्त कश्मीर के उसी पहलगाम में मौजूद हैं जहां पर यह हमला हुआ था और इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद पहलगाम की रौनक नहीं खत्म हुई है। पर्यटक आ रहे हैं और लेकिन आज बहुत ज्यादा खुश हैं क्योंकि जवाब भारत की तरफ से उस पाकिस्तान को दिया गया है जो आतंकियों को पनाह देता है। तो आप लोग कहां से हैं और कितने ज्यादा खुश हैं ये बताइए आप लोग।
हम बहुत खुश है, गुजरात से आए।
गुजरात से आए, आप कहां से आए?
मैं मेरठ से आया हूं और बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है।
डर तो नहीं लग रहा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा।
किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है?
केरला से आए क्या हम?
केरला से, कर्नाटक से। अच्छा, किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है?
नहीं।
आप लोग नारे भी लगा रहे हैं।
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, कोई डर नहीं। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
इसी पहलगाम में हमला हुआ, यहीं पर 22 पर्यटक 26 पर्यटक मारे गए। आप लोग आकर आज कैसे महसूस करें क्योंकि आज भारत ने जवाब दे दिया उस पाकिस्तान को जो आतंक की फैक्ट्री चलाता है।
नहीं, आज आकर एक तो सबसे आज डे इसलिए चुना पहलगाम आने का कि उन लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि भी दें और सबसे जो अच्छी चीज लगी कि मोदी जी ने जो ऑपरेशन का नाम दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, तो ये जबरदस्त नाम दिया है उन्होंने। आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है, आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है उस लेडी के साथ कि जिसके हस्बैंड को आतंकवादियों ने मार दिया था।
इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद, इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद, इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद,
जय भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
कितना खुश हैं। एक तो श्रद्धांजलि तो दे ही रहे हैं पहलगाम में आकर, लेकिन आतंकियों को जवाब देना कितना जरूरी था?
बहुत जरूरी था। वो मेरे 26 भाई जो मरे उसमें एक कश्मीरी भाई भी था, उनके लिए ये श्रद्धांजलि बहुत जरूरी थी। ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देना जरूरी था, वो दे दिया है मोदी जी ने। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत खुश है। सीना 56 का लेके हम घूम रहे हैं पहलगांव में। आज हमको
वैसे भी गुजरात से हैं।
हाँ, हम भी गुजरात से।
केम छो?
हम गुजरात से नहीं, हम वडनगर से, मोदी के गांव से।
अच्छा, वडनगर से। अच्छा, तो ये बताइए, जरूरी था? आप लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे क्योंकि ये 15 दिन बहुत मुश्किल से कटे हैं। लोग सवाल पूछे थे कब जवाब देंगे, कब जवाब देंगे, कब जवाब देंगे, तो अब वो वक्त आ गया।
यस, आ गया वक्त और दे भी दिया वो लोगों को।
बढ़िया जवाब दिया।
बहुत बढ़िया।
मालूम है आपको क्या जवाब दिया है? क्या हुआ है रात में? एयर स्ट्राइक हुई है। क्या हुआ है?
एयर स्ट्राइक हुई है।
जवाब दिया गया है। 100 से ज्यादा आतंकी मारे हैं, 100 से ज्यादा।
All right, the message there from Pahalgam, very clear right now. People are ecstatic, they are happy, they are content that at least 15 days later there is some justice served to the victims of that dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam. As many as 21 lives were lost, and at least the women whose husbands, fathers, brothers died right in front of their eyes will be able to sleep a little more peacefully today, by the way with which India has moved at a lightning speed to try and bring some justice to India. Let's quickly get in Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, who continues to be with us. Captain Adarsh Saxena, Akhilesh Saxena is also with us. Captain Saxena, I'll come to you first. Before we went into the break, we were talking about how operationally this was a very targeted response that India made, and you mentioned that there was a use of scalp bombs, there was use of hammer to ensure that the targets that are chosen by India are attacked in a manner that there is minimum escalation, a minimum casualty to civilian facilities. And that's something India has done, knowing pretty well that this could be used by Pakistan to garner international support. While India is so far clear, sir, I think this is also a departure from a position India has taken off late, is that, you attack us through proxy war, we will not stop before escalating it to a military war. But even when we do that, we'll be measured in our response.
Yes, you are right. India is now one of the global economy, and it's a it has shown a kind of response which is measured and which is also mature, despite being such a provocative action by the Pakistan sponsored terrorists. Everyone knows that, right? And they were given the orders to do a particular, act of terror, and that too in a cold-blooded murder, right? So it was showing the frustration and hurt for 140 crores Indian. You have seen the response now. Everyone is feeling that they have got their personal victory. But India, despite having all the emotional burden and the pressure to do it right now, they were very, very measured if you really see from the strategy point of view, right? Both in terms of strikes and other actions which has been taken, they are all long-term action, which will ensure that Pakistan also. See, all the wars has to be fought based on the money. If Pakistan is anyway a failed nation, they do not even have the capacity to repay their loan. They just have got left total foreign reserves of 9 billion, right? If they just do the deployment of the army, for 3.5 day, they will lose $1 billion in the deployment. That's a rate. So if they are deployed for 15 days, if India can keep them fully deployed, their foreign reserve is kind of gone because 5 million they cannot touch and 4 billion will just go away in next 12-30 days. They are also going to have a lot of issues in terms of fruit game because India is trying to block the Karachi port, and that's going to be a problem. And after that, India say when we will strike, we will be very clear that we are only going to strike in your terror network and not touch other. So the response of India is very, very mature and calibrated. While Pakistan, now it's up to the Pakistan that what step we will take, but rest assured that India has planned for every contingency. So even if now Pakistan retaliate, it will depend what kind of retaliation it is. Depending on the layered thing, India is ready to strike back in the same way. So we are really prepared for every eventuality. Even if Pakistan comes with a full force, we are ready to pay them back in their own coin. So it's now ball is in Pakistan court, but we are really ready for every eventuality in terms of kinetic action. And internationally, we will keep putting the pressure on Pakistan and make him bankrupt so that the terror funding is stopped and this network which has been destroyed is not able to come up again.
Right. Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, India informed all partner states from Russia to the US to the UK. Has already, we've already sent out a communication to them regarding Operation Sindoor, and at a time when everybody around the world is asking for de-escalation intentions, but even those asking for de-escalation will value the kind of measured response that India has given and choose to stay with India in its response, because whatever Pakistan does from here, even as Operation Sindoor was completed, you saw indiscriminate firing across the line of control. Pakistan has been violating ceasefire along the line of control for 12, 13 straight days, even before Operation Sindoor. It's incredible, isn't it, Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra? How do you read Pakistan's response? Because so far it's clear that it's frustration that is coming out in the form of this indiscriminate firing on the line of control. That indiscriminate firing which has killed Indian civilians, whereas India's own response to the Pahalgam terror attack has not killed a single Pakistani civilian.
Krishna, firstly, let me compliment you of showing the clippings from the Pahalgam of the people. That shows the resolve of 140 crore Indians, faith and trust in the Indian armed forces, and our morale of the Indian armed forces has gone up very high with this clipping. And they have also shown the political resolve of the government that they will do the best for them. Now coming to your question, like what I'm trying to say, it was the all-nation approach before the integrated strike from the three services were born to bear on the terrorist camps. Firstly, no, we had the diplomatic measures placed, whether it be the UN, whether it be the main countries or the United Nations Security Council, and you are aware that bulk of them, without naming them, who have supported India. Russia has come out with open support against Pakistan, pro-India. And let me tell you, the way we are handling the diplomatic front, I am sure that most of the countries are already against terrorism against terrorism, and they are well aware that Pakistan is a nursery of terrorism. But my suggestion is that we must have diplomatic measures so that the Financial Action Task Force comes into action and lists Pakistan in the grey list. Similarly, we need to have more diplomatic measures so that the World Bank and the IMF doesn't support Pakistan, so that they are brought to their knees.
Right.
Unless they dismantle their terrorism mechanism, they are not going to be supported by the world.
As far as support, Lieutenant General, as far as Chopra, as far as support is concerned, I think Indian government, in a way, in the past week at least, has made it clear to all parties involved, including Western forces, that we don't care if you are with India or not with India. This is our policy on terrorism, and we continue to ensure that it does not knock on our doors. So, in a way, you don't have to align with India, but we will continue to ensure that we do everything possible to stop India. You don't need, and in fact, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar Krishna suggesting that don't lecture us.
Yeah.
We don't need lectures. We've been victims of terrorism, and so far as terrorism is concerned in Pakistan, that's a part of their doing. It's like snakes in the backyard, and that, I believe, is an aphorism that has been used time and again to refer to what Pakistan has to deal with when it comes to terrorism on its own soil. It comes to bite them back every now and then. But I want to talk about international support in just a bit. I also want to bring some focus back on the people who lost lives, their family members who lost lives in Pahalgam as a result of that dastardly terror attack. 21 lives that were lost. Some of their relatives, their wives, their mothers are breathing a sigh of relief today. Let's listen into them.
आज मैं रात 2 बजे से लगातार देख रहा हूं और मैं सलाम करता हूं अपने देश की सेना को और धन्यवाद अर्पित करता हूं अपने देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, जिन्होंने देश की 140 करोड़ जनता के मन की बात को समझा, दिल के दर्द को समझा, उसके दर्द को समझा, उसके गुस्सा को समझा, और जिस तरह हमारी सशक्त सेनाओं ने अदम्य साहस और शौर्य के साथ पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवाद का विनाश करने का काम किया है, उसके लिए मैं सलाम करता हूं, मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करता हूं हमारे देश की सरकार को।
धन्यवाद कहूंगी। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है, एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल। इसलिए श्रद्धांजलि, और शायद वो आज जहाँ पे भी है, आज वो शायद थोड़ी शांति में होगा।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से, मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें, और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन, मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत, मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के, क्योंकि मुझे याद है जिस दिन अमित शाह जी आए थे श्रीनगर, जो लोग वीर मरण जिनको प्राप्त हुआ उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए, उस दिन सब बहनें उनको बोल रही थी कि हम भारत की बहनें हैं, हम आपकी बहनें, और हम लोगों से हमारे पतियों को छीन लिया है। तो मुझे लगता है शायद उसी वजह से ये ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर रखा गया होगा कि जो हमारी सरकार है, जो हर स्त्री को बहन बोलता है, तो उनके पतियों को छीना गया था, तो उनका सिंदूर छीना गया था, शायद इसी की वजह से उन्होंने वो नाम रखा होगा। ये नाम पढ़ के तो हम बहुत रो रहे थे सुबह।
Those were the responses of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Captain Akhilesh Saxena, those words really tell the story of how India felt. It wasn't just the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. This is exactly how the whole of India felt. And that is the weight of history upon us. From everything, we've just got Tahawur Rana extradited, and the ghosts and the memories of 26/11 terror attack are still fresh in our minds. And now when something like the Pahalgam terror attack happens, it just adds to all that we have faced because of Pakistan fomented terror in all these decades. Despite all kinds of action, all kinds of back and forth, we continue to remain victims of that terror that is bred on the soil of Pakistan. And here is hoping that Operation Sindoor is the beginning of the end of that terror that gets fomented in Pakistan, because we can't wait for Pakistan to take action anymore. Nobody can wait anymore. India certainly can't wait anymore. And this is India sending a signal to not just Pakistan, but to the world at large, that this is what we're going to do from now on to ensure the safety of our own people. This is not about just the Pahalgam terror attack. This is all that's been going on in Pakistan all these decades.
Yeah, and not right now. It's going back so long. I remember during the Kargil war, right? They used conspiracy, and I remember we used to get the Rakhis and blood written letter from the citizens, right? They are saying the honor of the country in your hand. And in army, we have got a tradition that we don't leave our man behind. Even if it is killed on the line of duty, we bring him back. So for us, army is a larger family. But every citizen of the country is like a large extended family. And if you see, I think everyone, starting from media, when I look at the response, the 26 innocent civilians when they were killed, we may not have a direct relation to them, but I think every Indian felt that they have lost a part of their family member, right? Every Indian was feeling very, very deeply hurt. And I think that was the line where our limit was crossed, because Pakistan is using it. Somehow they were attacking on the army, they were attacking on the CRPF and the armed forces. It was still going on. We have done some strike, but this time when they have done the strike on innocent civilian, and that too after asking the name and giving this kind of message, just killing the husband for a newlywed in front of newlywed wife, what kind of emotion. So I think it was very important that India has to respond back. And sometimes you need to understand that, we cannot be just for the peace. Shama Shobhati us bhujang ko jiske paas garal ho, usko kya jo vishin, vineet saral ho. So we were always saying, no, come, do the negotiation, do the peace. And every time Pakistan was coming back and stabbing us in the back, right? So there's a limit to anything. And this time I think they have crossed the limit, and there was no less response which was required than what we are doing today. And I'm just saying it just as starting. We are not going to stop here, kinetic or non-kinetic action. Till the time we will ensure that Pakistan stop sponsoring these terror factory, and their army has to be hit, because the real conspirator are the army who kind of design all this conspiracy, build the terror factory, because they never had the guts and the courage to fight with Indian army, right? So that's why they use these terrorists as a front shield. But today is the time. We are clearly giving the message that if you do these kind of innocent killing in our country, we will not leave you. You may go to POK, you may go to main Pakistan, you may go to any part of the world. We will come and get you. So that's a message India wants to give it.
Not a low-grade response.
Nation.
Right. Captain Saxena, not a low-grade response like the 2016 or 2019. It's clear, it's unambiguous, and it's now a doctrinal approach by India that we are going to come back at you, and we're not going to sit quietly and not put out dossiers on dossiers. If you're not going to listen, there will be a response, and that's what India has made it clear by the way of a policy approach today, also setting a precedent in a way for anything in future, for any eventuality in future, that this is new India. It does not stay silent. In fact, my colleague has been speaking to Mohit Malhotra, spoke to a few villagers across the Atari border. Listen to what they had to say.
भारत ने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी ठिकानों पर एयर स्ट्राइक की है, जिसके बाद हम इस वक्त पंजाब के अटारी बॉर्डर पर हैं और यहां पर बिल्कुल जो पाकिस्तान की सीमा से सटे गांव हैं वहां का क्या माहौल है आपको दिखाने का प्रयास करेंगे। सबसे पहले आप देखिए सामने जो ये फेंसिंग आपको दिखाई दे रही है, ये भारत पाकिस्तान की सीमा पर भारत की ओर से की गई इंटरनेशनल फेंसिंग है और यहीं पर जो गांव है माहवा, वहां पर हम आए हैं। माहवा गांव का अपना इतिहास है। 1965 में 1971 की जो जंगें हुई, जो लड़ाइयां हुई, उसमें पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ जब भारतीय सेना यहां पर डटी हुई थी, बीएसएफ डटी हुई थी, तब ये जो गांव के लोग हैं ये भी उनके साथ डट कर खड़े थे और लगातार सेना का, बीएसएफ का साथ इन लोगों ने दिया था। अब एक बार फिर जंग जैसे हालात हैं, भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर एयर स्ट्राइक्स की हैं जो कि आतंकी ठिकानों पर की गई हैं। तो माहवा गांव के लोग क्या कहते हैं, इनसे बात करते हैं। आप मुझे अपना नाम बताएं।
काबिल सिंह।
काबिल सिंह जी, आप कैसे देखते हैं, आपका माहवा जो गांव है वो तो बिल्कुल पाकिस्तान की सीमा के सामने है, आप बिल्कुल फ्रंट पर हैं, क्या माहौल है इस पूरी जो एयर स्ट्राइक्स हुई है उसके बाद गांव में क्या माहौल है?
बात ऐसी आप आपके चैनल के माध्यम से बताना चाहते हो कोई ऐसी खतरे वाली अभी तक तो कोई बात नहीं हैगी। अभी हमारी बीएसएफ के साथ मीटिंग हुई, उन्होंने भी यही बताया भी अपना काम करो, कोई बात ऐसी नहीं है। जेकर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो हम आपको संदेशा सबसे पहले देंगे, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं। माहौल बिल्कुल सारा ठीक ठाक है।
गांव खाली करने की कोई ऐसी तैयारी नहीं है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं?
नहीं सर, गांव खाली करने के बिल्कुल नहीं, किसी ने बोला नहीं, तो ना कोई ऐसी नौबत आई भी, ना गांव खाली करेंगे ही हम।
अच्छा काबिल सिंह जी, एक खास बात इस गांव की ये है, 1965 की जंग हो, 71 की हो, आप लोग तब भी अपने घर परिवार तो भले ही बच्चे पीछे भेज दिए हो, लेकिन आप लोग जो सब यहाँ पे आपके जो पूर्वज हैं सब डटे रहे थे और सेना की सेवा आप लोगों ने यहाँ पर की थी। तो अगर इस बार फिर कुछ ऐसी स्थिति बनती है तो माहवा गाँव कितना तैयार है?
बात ऐसी भी, ना से हमने 65 की जंग देखी, ना हमने 71 की देखी है। हमारे जो फादर थे, हमारे दादा जी, वो बताते थे कि जब 65 की लड़ाई लगी, जब 71 की लड़ाई लगी थी, उस टाइम पता चलिया ही नहीं कब लड़ाई अटैक हो गया, कोई पता नहीं चलिया। उन्होंने दसदे होंदे आ भी असीं बीएसएफ दी और आर्मी दी काफ़ी सपोर्ट की सी। सपोर्ट साडे कोल की हुंदा, ਅਸੀਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਪਿਲਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਰੋਟੀ ਖਿਲਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਚਾय ਪਿਲਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਹੋਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੀ ਆ? ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਹੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਹੋਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈਲਪ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ।
लेकिन उस वक्त भी डटे रहे थे, अब भी डटे रहे।
उस टाइम भी डटे ਸੀ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਡਟੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ। ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ बीएसएफ ਨੇ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇਕਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਪਈ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਾਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਰੋਟੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਥੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣ ਦੇਂਗੇ। ਆਪ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੋਗੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਧੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਧਾ ਮਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ।
So those are the reactions of villagers at the Attari border. We still have Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, former DG of the NCC, and Captain Akhilesh Saxena, defense expert, with us. Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, at this stage, all that we need to know is what exactly is Pakistan going to do. Right now, nobody knows how it's going to react.
Right, but before we come to you, let's also get in some breaking news which is coming in. There is a statement that's come out from Pakistani Prime Minister. He's authorized forces to retaliate in all full measures. In fact, after talking about de-escalation, he's now once again provoking. He said that India has ignited an inferno for which India is responsible, called India's actions, military-grade actions, as illegal actions, unprovoked. I mean, if these are unprovoked, I'm not sure what is provoking, come to think of it.
What was Pahalgam when nothing was done? Pahalgam was the actual provocation, and there are many other terror attacks before the provocation. And that's why I'm asking this question, Lieutenant Rajiv Chopra. There's a lot of back and forth, isn't it, over here? First, there's talks of de-escalation, and then there's, the fact that, this is, India has ignited an inferno. These words sound ominous, isn't it, Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra?
Yeah, like you brought out very well, that they escalated, they kindled the fire. We had to respond, and we have responded in a very, very responsible manner, because they were in the denial of the terrorist infrastructure. But again, as a nation, they have to bring the nation together, bring nationalism, and they can't be shown weak. As it is, the army is losing face in Pakistan because it is not able to manage either the Punjab because of the internal turmoil there, because they have captured the more popular leader Imran Khan, plus there's a lot happening, insurgencies or counter-terrorist operations in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, whether it be Baluchistan, even Karachi is on the boil, POK is in the boil. Because of the internal situation, the Pakistani army, to bring the nation's faith, has done this terrorist strike. Now they didn't know that India will retaliate in this manner. Now to do a face saving and to bring nationalism and to bring their population in favor of the army, they will strike. But let me assure you, the Indian armed forces are well prepared, and we'll always be on top of the escalatory ladder, and we'll give a befitting response if they escalate. And my suggestion to the Paki is that they must come for truce and accept what they have done wrong, so that it doesn't boil, because finally they are going to be sufferer. You are well aware of the economy, how poorly the economy is doing. They are looking for aid from the foreign countries. Their ammunition, especially RT ammunition, which is in low supply, they will not able to be sustained a prolonged war with India. Whereas you know that India economy might, plus the three services, Army, Navy, Air Force, we are 100% more efficient, and in the the matrix, we are much more superior, both in terms of the numbers of weapons and the manpower. Plus our morale of the armed forces is very high, and definitely we'll give a befitting response, and they'll have to come down to the knees. Earlier, earlier they concede, the better it is for them.
Captain Saxena, I think as we prepare for the eventuality of those military strikes, I think a point of contention will be how and when will Pakistan react, if it has to react. Ideally, it should not. There are no terror camps in India to really gun them down here. So what will it then target? Will it target military installations? Will it kill civilians, which it is already doing across LOC, since last night, as it intensifies its war along LOC? So in anticipation of what's to come, do you believe our forces are now prepared to give a befitting reply? I know there are mock drills being conducted and, countries preparing on a war footing to protect civilians, ensure there are minimum casualties. Would it make any sense for Pakistan to retaliate?
Yes, it will. It will. Definitely it will. And I'll tell you why. Because if you see, this all started with the statement, session which was taken by the Pakistan chief, Asim Munir, right? And he suddenly started talking about Hindu-Muslim, which any Fauji or anyone never does that, right? So it was a plan. After that, you see that particular attack of Pahalgam. So now, if you see the reason behind this, because Pakistan was failing on economic front, there was a lot of internal issues starting at the Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and the Indian army was continuously putting the pressure on Pakistan army. So they were losing their face from all the sides, right? The credibility has gone down drastically. So they just wanted to divert the attention, and they thought by putting an attack, the entire country will come together, and many countries will help Pakistan in terms of saying, okay, we will help you in terms of dealing with the situation, right? They always nurture terror and then ask, like they've taken millions of dollars from US.
Saxena, I think one also needs to be aware of the enemies of the enemy, I believe, and the supporters of the enemies, because they eventually are aiding Pakistan, so they continue to be enemies of the nation as well. Which are these countries, apart from Turkey, Azerbaijan, China, which in a way they have vowed their support in the past couple of weeks? Which are the other countries that are likely to come in support of Pakistan today?
So in my view, Turkey has come out because I think they want to play a card of Muslim thing. They want to kind of go towards Caliphate, but China will not come in open, because currently China is not in situation to directly come in open. They will definitely, in case it escalate, they are going to help Pakistan in terms of arms, ammunition, and maybe some loans and money also. But definitely they will not come in open, because right now, because of the tariffs issue, they cannot directly, have the panga with India. They are not in that situation as of now, right? So Pakistan is little bit isolated, but still it has to do some face-saving strike, because the credibility of Pakistan army has gone down to the last level. If you see what Pakistan PM statement, he has given the full authority to the army, right? So he has taken, okay, it is off my zone, now let army do whatever they want.
Which is such a facade. Come to think of it, giving full authority to army is such a facade, Krishna, in Pakistan. Army already has full authority in Pakistan. And literally, the administration is run by the army.
They are not looking for any authority from the PM. Unlike India, they are not looking for any authority from
Army operates on its own either which way, and in fact it operates not only the army but the country itself and its intelligence as a whole. So, Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, the question to be asked here is that this is the kind of statement that's coming from the Prime Minister. I'm guessing this statement is coming from the Pakistani army, actually, through the Prime Minister to us.
Yeah, like always we talk in the military parlance, Pakistan army has a nation, whereas India, the nation has an army. We are subservient to the political leaders, whereas the army there calls the shot. There's just a puppet government, just to give that democratic look of the whole thing. The army is just dictating, and the civil government, which is a puppet government, just plays to the tune.
It's a puppet government that plays to the
army that has a nation. I think that's very beautifully put by Lieutenant General Chopra. An army that has a nation, that is ready to use that nation for its own cause, for its own hatred.
And it is that Pakistani army that has caused the situation that we have today in our hands. And you're talking about, the Pakistan is talking about us provoking Pakistan, whereas there have been, despite repeated provocation, India has chosen to give a measured response, and really on any international forum, just had the closed door meeting at the United Nations Security Council as well on India-Pakistan tensions. There is, word across the world is that, that these tensions need to be de-escalated. But, India's argument will hold good on any international fora, isn't it, Captain Akhilesh Saxena, with the kind of response it has given. So now it is the onus and the responsibility of Pakistan to ensure that it doesn't lose any further credibility from here on the global stage.
No, because Pakistan never played like a mature nation and a state, right? It always behaved like a rogue nation, which is ready to do something which is, not the right thing for the entire world, for the peace and all. So I do not expect a very major response from the Pakistan. And as we rightly know that army called the shot, we also know the entire network of this terror is also being masterminded by the army. Right. So, and Pakistan army will try to save his face because, see, they have never won a war. But if you see a Pakistan army officer, his chest will be full of medal. Now they are losing their faith in terms of Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So everywhere they are losing. As a desperate measure, they will do some strike, and that will give the opportunity for India to take care of the army. Because as I rightly say, the terror strike on this terror network is step one. But who is the mastermind? It's the Pakistan army. And if Pakistan army, which in my view is definitely going to do some strike, it will give us the chance to strike back. Because then India can clearly say that we have kept our response very, very measured only to the terror. And these terrorists, they are not only the terrorists, they are the internationally wanted terrorists. So entire international, your voting, your nation, everyone is with us. But tomorrow if Pakistan army strike, and obviously they can only strike on the civilian or the army installation. There are no terror camps in India. Once they do that, it gives us the chance to tell them they are the first aggressor, and which gives us the chance to finish them and make them weakened for all. So it's a good chance for us to sort them out for all, because finally it is Pakistan army which has been sorted out, and I think we are already on step one. The moment they take a step and detail it, we will move to phase two, where the Pakistan army will be decimated.
Right, Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, you wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Yeah. What I want to bring out, see, wherever Pakistan army loses faith, and there's a turmoil in Pakistan economically, or the internal turmoil, they play the Kashmir and the India card. That is one factor, the Kashmir factor and the India factor. They feel that the nationalism and the unity will come in Pakistan. But unluckily for this time, enough water has flown and the unity will not be coming. As you know, what is happening in Balochistan, what is happening in Sindh, what is happening in POK, what is happening in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and what is happening in the heartland from the cream of the army comes. Punjab, there is a popular democratic leader, Imran Khan, who is behind bars for a number of years. Now they are in turmoil, both economically and in the internal security front. To unite the nation, they are playing the Kashmir card and the India card. Therefore, let me assure you, after this terrorism and what divide they wanted to bring out in India, in fact, like they say, terrorism has united India, cutting across party lines and religious lines. It is a great unity in India. 140 crore Indians are standing by the nation, and with the three defense forces, and they're prepared. What you showed in the villages, people are there to help the army to sort this problem of terrorism once and for all. Like you brought out, it may be the beginning of the end of terrorism, the nursery which Pakistan is nurturing.
While we are on air for the last couple of minutes, I have to also bring some focus on Pakistan's economy. We're both, business journalists here, so we do understand what it means to have enough forex reserves. Now, to put it in context, Pakistan has about $8 billion in forex reserves. Do you know how much India has? About $77 billion. So we are, if nothing, 10 times, the Pakistan's size when it comes to forex reserves as well as the GDP. And, Pakistan is already trying very hard to get some sort of bailout package from IMF. It has got about $2 billion, what IMF has promised. Now, that money for sure cannot be used towards military army spendings, because that's not what IMF has agreed to. And if there's going to be a violation of those accords, then I think IMF will have to relook at that deal. At the same time, remember, we're also talking about a country which was in the grey list of FATF, and
the Financial Action Task Force.
The Financial Action Task Force, which really inhibited its ability to raise money. So
that's a simple question: where is it going to get the money to fight India? Isn't it, Captain Saxena? Where is, if the army has been given the free hand, according to what the Prime Minister says,
where's the money?
Where's the money going to come from to fund these retaliatory attacks?
Exactly. So first thing is, Indian foreign reserve is more than 600 billion, right? Which is nearly 80 times than what Pakistan has got, close to 8.5 billion, which they have right now. Second thing, as per the obligation, they cannot spend 5 billion. So they hardly have got 4 to 5 billion. Now, as always, they are going to different countries asking for money. Sometimes they say we will fight against the terror. They have taken millions of dollars from US. Now US is understand the entire thing. So now they are going to China. In fact, last time they were not able to pay the China's loan repayment. So they have given some land to China in the Punjab region, right? So that's the condition of Pakistan. So they are in no economic condition to fight a full-fledged war. Definitely, they are not even close to that. So now what they are going to do, they will do some strike. Maybe, in my view, it may be the missiles attack where they will just put it onto India and ensure that there is face saving given to them. In my view, there will be some strike, but it will be not going to full-scale war, because that Pakistan is not going to afford in any way, and nobody is going to help them in the international community.
Right. Yes,
Lieutenant General Chopra, please go ahead.
Yeah. What I want to bring out, firstly, the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, is a big failure because it is not going the way it is happening. The Chinese workers also being targeted. Gwadar port is not coming up the way it is supposed to come in. The China is also fed up. They are not prepared to fund in any money there. Like they always say, China's aid is always got strings attached. If they are not able to resolve their issues, they are not going to give aid to Pakistan. Secondly, like what I am trying to say, Indian diplomacy in the international affairs, it is handling the international community well. What we need from the international community, like brought out by Shweta, that we need partners and not preachers. And we are trying to tell them, what you preach, you must practice. That is why they are looking after terrorism. We are saying take out terrorism. And we are saying if you don't want to fuel terrorism, don't aid Pakistan through the IMF or the World Bank. And let me tell you, that is, like you said, the beginning of the end of terrorism. Now they have opened the Pandora box. The people with the Indus Valley, Indus water treaty being abrogated, they will come down on their knees. The people will revolt against the army and force the government of Pakistan to undo the terrorist infrastructure and to have peace with India, lasting peace, so that both the nations progress and people to people contact increases, and we are back to normal as good neighbors.
No, I mean, people to people contact, Lieutenant General, not happening, I believe, in at least a decade from now. I think this is the worst ever since 1971 that India-Pakistan ties have been. But thank you very much, both of you, for taking time out, for joining us on the show today. We continue to track the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. We are given to understand as many as 9 locations, strategic locations, were targeted by the Indian government in the intervening night of 6th and 7th of May. As many as 24 precise missile-guided attacks on places, on centers that harbor terrorists, that support terrorists, train them to conduct their dastardly attacks, such as one that happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. We're tracking all those details for you here on Newsline. Time for a short break. We'll be back with more on the other side. You're watching our rolling coverage of Operation Sindoor.
मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था।
With Sindoor.
Barnala
yes,
camp
India
Bimbar.
strikes back with Operation Sindoor in response to dastardly Pahalgam terror attack that claimed the lives of 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen. The Indian Armed Forces.
Bas Camp Kotli. यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट आ गया।
अस्पताल में मतलब कि इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
Hello and a very warm welcome to all News 9 viewers. I'm Neha Bhan. Let's get started with the top stories this afternoon. Pakistan rattled by Operation Sindoor. 25 minutes of precision strikes on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi monitored Operation Sindoor as India destroyed several terror launchpads in Pak territory. Prime Minister Modi postpones 3-nation trip to Croatia, Norway, Netherlands after Operation Sindoor. Fourteen members of terrorist Masood Azhar's family killed in Bahawalpur Madrasa in Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Draupadi Murmu on Operation Sindoor. Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, chairs high-level meeting with chief ministers of all border states. After Operation Sindoor, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif says they are ready to wrap tensions if India backs down. Government calls all-party meeting on the 8th of May after Operation Sindoor. Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Kiran Rijiju to attend the meeting. Airports in Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Amritsar, Jodhpur, Bhuj, Chandigarh, Rajkot and Jamnagar have been shut down till the 10th of May.
अस्पताल में मतलब कि इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
On the fateful day of 22nd of April, terrorists claimed several innocent lives. They defathered many children, widowed wives, snatched the happiness of families who went to enjoy their vacation, completely unaware of what's next for them. India said, "We will not let the blood and water flow together." We said there will be an answer. There will be a lesson for Pakistan this time, a lesson that it will not forget, and we won't go easy. India, viewers, has now responded, and what a day it has been. We've taught them the lesson with Sindoor. Yes, you heard me right. India strikes back with Operation Sindoor in response to dastardly Pahalgam terror attack that claimed the lives of 25 Indians and one Nepali citizen. The Indian armed forces there carried out precision strikes at 1:44 a.m. targeting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Precision strikes targeted 9 terror-linked sites in Kotli, Bahawalpur, Muzaffarabad and Muridke. Now, strongholds of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar were also hit in the precision strikes. Pakistan Army there confirmed at least 8 civilians dead and 33 injured in a total of 24 attacks carried out by the Indian Army. Heavy shelling soon after were reported along the line of control in Uri sector and Kupwara. The government sources, in fact, told News 9 that Prime Minister Modi monitored Operation Sindoor throughout the night. According to sources, India briefed partner states, including Russia, over Operation Sindoor. New Delhi also informed the United States, the UK, Saudi and the UAE. Jammu, Srinagar, Dharamshala and Amritsar airports have been closed for civilian operations. Meanwhile, Lahore, Sialkot airports there also have been closed for the next 48 hours. Total blackout being reported in some sectors. POK there by locals. Pakistan administration has cut off electricity. Prime Minister Modi has chaired a CCS meeting and the Indian Army also briefed the media earlier today. Muridke, viewers, in Pakistan's Punjab, which is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and is known as the terror nursery of Pakistan, was one of the targets. The Hafiz Saeed-led terror outfit is believed to be behind the 22nd of April attack in Baisaran near Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which 26 people, most of whom were tourists, were killed. Never forget, they were asked their religion. They were asked if they were Hindus. They were asked to recite Kalma. And then when they said they were Hindus, they were killed. They were brutally killed. And India, viewers, has now hit back. In fact, joining me on this discussion is Lieutenant General L. Nishikant Singh. He was the head of MI personnel for 5 years, and earlier he was also the head of Pakistan desk of MI for several years. I'm also joined by Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. He commanded Fire and Fury Corps, Ladakh. A very warm welcome to you, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Lieutenant General Singh. You know, India has retaliated, and how? 25 minutes of precision strikes on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We've struck them hard enough for it to serve a lesson. But then, you know, the million-dollar question remains, will Pakistan ever learn?
Thank you, Neha. it is very kind of you to have invited me to this discussion. You see, does the Pakistan have the sustaining capability? This is the first time that we are really punishing the Pakistanis for their misdeeds. In fact, long time back when I was handling Pakistan, all these camps were very, very familiar with me. I still know the sketches of the area. And I only wish at that time if something like this was done, I would have been so happy. But I'm really grateful to the government for having hit the enemy so hard. The question is, will Pakistan learn a lesson? They will definitely learn. See, earlier what was happening was they were getting away from getting punished. They were not being punished. There was no punishment on Pakistan. They used to keep on puddle facking by asking us, give me folder, give me proof, give me evidence. Now, there is no evidence. There is nothing required. Now we have hit you. I'm sure that the viewers will be aware that Azhar Masood's family has been very badly hit. So that he himself will learn as to what is the pain of losing near and dear ones. Earlier he was eliminating the near and dear ones of other people. Now the question is, what is the way forward? I will put it this way, as far as India is concerned, we have done what we were supposed to do. We have punished them. Now the ball is in the Pakistani court. If they want to go ahead and continue these monkey tricks, they can continue. Because India is a big country and we can...
Right, General, I'll request you to hold on to that. Or at this point, I'll quickly go across to General Sharma. General Sharma, like, Lieutenant General Singh said, the ball is in now Pakistan's court. And on that note, I'll like to quote the Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif here. He says that Pakistan is ready to wrap tensions if India de-escalates. Now, he says that if India backs down, we will definitely wrap up this tension. Should India take this seriously? Given time and again, we have sent out a clear message. Terror and talks cannot go hand in hand, but Pakistan simply refuses to learn.
Thank you, Neha, for inviting me. 2 points here. Firstly, in Pakistan, the standing of a defense minister is zilch. It is run by the army chief, and everybody else becomes subservient. So Khwaja Asif's statement has got little value. Second, the Pakistan Prime Minister has come out with an official statement which says that we will abide by Article 51 of the United Nations Convention. This has come out after Khwaja Asif's statement. Article 51 clearly says that in case a nation is a friend, it has the right to strike back. So what he is telling us, that since we have been hit, we have the right to strike back as per the United Nations Convention. So, and the third part of the story is that for Pakistan, it is essential for the purpose of nationalism, for the purpose of identity, that they strike back. Last year, they struck back Iran. Iran is a brotherly Muslim country. When Iranians had hit Baluchistan, the Pakistanis hit back with loitering ammunition and surface-to-surface missiles in Sistan, Baluchistan in Iran. So, to say that they will now they mend their ways and they will correct themselves, well, that's not true. And I'll add lastly, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto said in 1965 in the assembly that we will fight for 1,000 years. He also said that there will be 1,000 cuts. And this 1,000 cuts they've been following for 8 decades. And of course, in last 35 years. To believe them at this juncture will be at our peril. We must not relent ourselves and get into complacency on the statement given by Khwaja Asif. We have to be prepared for a response from the Pakistanis coming tonight, tomorrow night, or one of these days.
All right, Lieutenant General Sharma, continue to stay with us. In fact, let me also now quickly show our viewers the visuals that you're watching right on your screens clearly show the scale and accuracy of India's response under Operation Sindoor. Viewers, each target carefully chosen, swiftly neutralized. From Muzaffarabad to Bhavalpur, terror hubs were hit with surgical precision. This isn't just retaliation. I cannot stress on this enough. This isn't just retaliation. This is a message, loud and clear, a message that Pakistan should now understand. Lieutenant General Singh, coming to you on that note, over 70 Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized in Operation Sindoor. The question is, will Pakistan retaliate? And more importantly, I'll ask you this, should it retaliate?
We have to, I fully agree with what General Sharma said. Knowing the characters of the Pakistanis, it is very difficult to believe in them. You see, I would like to add here that what our government did, what our Minister of Defense did, what our defense experts did is hats off to them. They had ordered for a practice on civil defense on 7th. And there was an announcement that there is going to be an air exercise in Rajasthan on 7th. So in my all probability, I don't know how far the Pakistanis believe in this. Any normal person carrying out an assessment would have thought that the attacks will come after the 7th evening. That is the civil defense exercise or the Indian Army exercise. But our strike preceded it. I must say hats off to them. It was definitely a very good ruse. Now, coming down to your question is, we have to be prepared as to what Pakistan is. Pakistan is an unpredictable country. And it depends, its survival depends on India acting. They do not have any country like India. Yes, they did strike on Iran, which is a friendly country. But the problem is like the whole system is being controlled by the army. The army requires an enemy for their sustenance. And that happened to be India, that happened to be the Indian country. So whatever they do, they have been always trying to be, right from the birth till now, anti-India. They have not realized that by becoming friendly towards India, they will not only prosper, but the whole subcontinent will prosper. Some of the leaders did try during their tenure, including military leaders, but they were slowly sidelined the moment they became friendly towards India. And we have seen what has happened to, right from Musharraf to Imran Khan and everyone. So the army wants to build up a force. There is a force of hatred. The hatred, in this case, the object is India. So I feel that Pakistanis will definitely come. They maybe on a lower scale, whatever it is, but then it is at their peril. They are the one. Their economy is in doldrums. Politically, more than half the country wants to leave Pakistan. Baluchis want, Fatah want, Gilgit-Baltistan want. Even the Sindhis want to leave Pakistan. And this stage, they feel that by fighting with India, they will be able to unite their country. But unfortunately, if you ask the hearts of hearts of all this population, they will definitely say that enough is enough, let us live in peace. That is what the people would want. But the question is, will the Pakistani military want the people to live in peace? I really do not think so. A country which survives on hatred will continue to generate hatred.
Gentlemen, continue to stay with us while I've already briefed my viewers about what all happened from this morning, from the time the strikes were carried out till, in fact, now. But we also have some more developments that's, in fact, taking place here. Prime Minister Modi has briefed the President, who's also the Supreme Commander of Armed Forces, about the operation. Earlier in the day, the Cabinet met where the Prime Minister hailed the armed forces for the successful operation. The government, viewers, has called an all-party meeting tomorrow, the 8th of May. The opposition, in fact, has welcomed the military strikes on terror targets in Pakistan. Let me quickly go across to Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, who's, in fact, continues to stay with us. General Sharma, what can we really expect in the coming days in terms of, military posture and preparedness?
So the fact is that, the serving establishment established itself with the thought process of what can be struck by the Pakistanis. What is the response possible? Where all could it strike? And having established that various types, what all is possible, and with what weaponry, with aircraft, with surface-to-surface missiles, etc., they would be now working to this end to protect ourselves. So our posture is of protection. Let me here and add in that unlike what happened in Parakram or what happened in brass tacks earlier, the Indian armed forces did not mobilize at all. No, neither the leave was cancelled. So nor were we dumping done for logistics, for ammunition dumping. Nothing has been carried out. So even before we started the operation, we had announced an escalation dominance, escalation control as part of the entire operation being carried out. So Pakistan ought to be clear, and so must be the Committee of Nations, that India does not desire to escalate to a conventional war, because we are not mobilized for a conventional war, and that takes a little bit of time. So whatever the Pakistanis have to do have to be done in a manner that they strike us, and they strike us to assuage the feelings of their own countrymen. We'll have to now count it where all they can strike. Can they strike infrastructure in India? Infrastructure meaning dams and bridges and roads and those kind of things. So Pakistan is much more vulnerable to infrastructure strikes. They have dams very close to us. They have barrages right next to borders in many places. So if Pakistan tries those things, they will be having a major effect on their infrastructure and the bridges that they have on these areas. So they should be cautious of any infrastructure. Where they can't strike any terrorist camps like we struck. Because we don't have any terrorist camps in our own area. What would they strike? They will finally come down to some military targets. Now let's count on military targets. Can they strike airfields? Well, certainly they can attempt to strike an airfield which is in the proximity of the borders to have a message conveyed, or strike maybe a military cantonment which is close by, and say we counted. Say, okay, we have done something. We counted and say we caused so much of damage, and that would assuage the public's issue of retribution. So we have to work it out, and we have to now plan the air defense in these mechanisms. And let me add in the last here. In the course of last 10 days, and specifically in the course of last one night, it is clear that the ceasefire is all gone now, because there was intensive firing. Yesterday night, the firing took place in Poonch city, and I was just seeing some news item which says that 10 odd people who got killed in Poonch city on artillery firing by the enemy. Now, if that happens, and the LG has already ordered all villages which are located in the proximity of the line of control and the international border, which is the area of Samba and Kathua, to vacate those and move backwards. So the line of control will get caught hereafter, targeting each other's villages and targeting each other's military posts and establishment. So
General Sharma, I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. I really want to understand from you, sir. Should Pakistan hit back, wouldn't that be a disastrous move?
Look, if they do not strike us in a country, as Jan Ellen has already pointed out, the whole basis of that country on which it stands, the foundation, is anti-Indianism. If they don't talk anti-Indianism and they don't talk JNK, how do they bind their country? उसकी देश की पहचान ही नहीं है. They have no identity. Their identity stands on the fact that they are anti-Indian. That binds the four major provinces together. So, and that is the strength of the Pakistan army. If they don't even respond, then what is the holding of Pakistan army in that country? People will say, look, you got bashed up and you didn't even respond. So where are you? Why are you saying you're kingmakers and you hold the polity and you change the governments? Pakistan army will lose out. As it is, the Pakistan army is having problems with the chief for various reasons, including the following that they have a PTI. And the 3 corps commanders have been sacked in last 2 years. So, to all that troubles that Pakistan army and the chief has got within his country, it may be necessary for him, and also for the purpose of nationalism, to strike. Now, whether the strike is worthwhile or not, whether it is just choreographed for the public opinion, separate issue. But strike he will, at least today we must deem it that he'd strike. If he has cold feet, well, that's a bonus for us.
All right, Lieutenant General Sharma, Lieutenant General Singh, continue to stay with us. Let me also quickly take this update. What we're learning from our sources is that 14 members of Masood Azhar's family, including his elder sister, have been killed in Operation Sindoor strike on a madrasa in Bhavalpur. In fact, this is what we're learning. His sister, including his elder sister, they've been killed in Operation Sindoor. 14 members of Masood Azhar's family have been killed in Operation Sindoor. Lieutenant General Singh, in fact, I'll come to you on that note. You know, we're learning that 14 members of Jaish Chief Masood Azhar's family have been killed in Operation Sindoor. What impact could it possibly have on Jaish's future operations and morale?
See, he has also, in addition to this, has issued a statement that this has crossed all the limit and I will now take revenge. And this also, besides the 14, if I'm not mistaken, there are 3 more colleagues of his also who have been killed. Notwithstanding that, he can make all the statements. In any case, Masood Azhar was never friendly towards India. So he is becoming more harder towards Indian side, really makes no difference to us. But the question is, in the present scenario, what we have to understand is that Masood Azhar and his force and even the LET and others are basically the national assets of Pakistan Army. They may not say openly declared, but the fact is they are the national assets of Pakistan Army, and hitting their hideout is as good as hitting the Pakistan Army, and I'm sure that Pakistan Army will definitely strike back. But the question here is, Pakistan Army ought to realize that there are things have changed. What was happening in 2018 and 19 or during the time of Mumbai attack was a different scenario in the sense that in the subcontinent, there was a very large international force present in Afghanistan in the form of NATO, ISAF, US, and other forces. So a major escalation would have been prevented or rather dissuaded or rather discouraged by this large force. Now this large force is no more present. So we in India, we have the liberty of doing or hitting or operating as we feel like. And Pakistan also do have, the question is, do they have the sustaining capability? Do they have the capacity, and for how long can they operate? If you remember, General Bajwa had said that we do not have even fuel for our trucks, army trucks. We do not have enough artillery shells. So considering all these things, I do not know how far will the Pakistani be able to prolong. I'm sure that there will be, my assessment at this stage would be that they would be looking for an exit strategy. The exit strategy in that they will try to club in the nuclear factor. But we are not very bothered about the nuclear factor because before the Pakistani launches his nuclear assets, there are many ifs and buts. Like I keep on saying people that nuclear asset is not like a hand bomb or hand grenade that you pick up and throw it. It has to be taken out from its edits. It has to be moved to its launch site. The warhead and the delivery means has to be meted. And all these things will be monitored by everyone because whatever coding, whatever deception measures you use, the electronic electronic emissions will definitely give away what you are trying to do. Having been in that business for a long time, we do not in fact look for a direct evidence. We keep on saying that there is any change in pattern is an indication for us. So we will definitely come to know what they are going to do. And I'm sure that as on today, the Pakistan Army is already thinking in terms of how do I get out of this rut. That is what my assessment would be.
All right. They have a lot of thinking to do on that front. Gentlemen, continue to stay with us. Foreign Secretary, viewers, Vikram Misri briefed media earlier today and he called Pakistan safe haven for terrorists. Let's quickly take a listen.
As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums such as the Financial Action Task Force on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations.
Well, that was Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, in fact, briefing the media about the strikes carried out by India on the terror hubs in Pakistan. Let me also quickly take this update and show you the real face of Pakistan. Not that you do not know of it already, but funeral of prayers there for terrorist Yaqub Mughal, head of Bilal terror camp in Pakistan, held. In fact, Pakistan's ISI and Pakistan police were present in the funeral. Funeral shows ISI's direct link with terrorists. Lieutenant General Sharma, I'll come to you on that note. You know, there's a video right now on our screens showing Pakistan's ISI and police personnel at the funeral of terrorist Yaqub Mughal, the head of the Bilal terror camp. What more proof does the world really need of Pakistan's direct complicity in terror?
Neha, there is a, this is a funeral. And I think we should desist from, getting involved into who's present at the funeral or not. Somebody has died. And, he may be a terrorist now, but he's died. And they are carrying out a cremation. Let's take a step backwards and let them do their last rituals in peace, and whoever wants to attend it, it is so be it. So I'd not like to comment on somebody who has lost his life and he's been taken across for burial.
General Singh, would you like to comment on it?
See, though he is a terrorist, like General Sharma has brought out, that we in the military, we do respect all human beings, and especially once somebody has been slain, all the due respects are given to the individual. And if you remember, even in Kargil, there were while the Pakistanis refused to take the dead bodies of their soldiers, it is the Indian soldiers who gave them the due and did the last rites. In fact, in some cases, we had to exhume somebody because he happened to be the son of a serving Pakistani lieutenant general. So as far as we are concerned, we in India and Indian Army, we do respect all of them. Let them be present, that we all know what is going on. So I really feel that instead of that, I would like to just bring out a point on the reactions of this, what has happened. Maybe you permit me. Okay.
Go on, sir.
We are aware of the world. Nobody is condemned. I use the word condemn India for what was done. In fact, the strongest word, I will put it this way, has come from China, where it has said that it has regretted. It has not even distinct. So now the question is, even the statement which we have seen from the Americans and all the Muslim countries, everyone has really held our hand. And the question is, how can the Pakistanis, they would be really feeling cornered. But the question, how will they go ahead from here, as has been brought out? They would like to bring out a strike, but they would be hoping against hope that whatever they wanted to do has failed. And they would like to do a back channel diplomacy with us, I'm quite sure, and try to look for an exit, because as I know them very well, they may appear to be very, very brave or very offensive or very tough. In the hearts of hearts, we know, I will put it this way. If you remember when we were about 2010-11, they tried to send the Taliban into J&K. The Taliban refused. There was a lot of talk in India that Taliban are coming. Individual Afghan prisoners from Pakistani jails were taken out and sent into India. But the Taliban as such did not come to J&K. Because Taliban are simple. Taliban are Afghan-centric. They would like to fight for Afghanistan and not for anyone. Now, this was manifested again where they also made a mistake, is that when the Americans withdrew, there was a lot of happiness in Pakistan. There was sadness in our country that, now Pakistan is going to achieve their geographical depth.
Right, General Singh, I'm really sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. In fact, my colleague Ankit Bhatt is bringing us the situation from ground. He's showing us how the soldiers and people are taking shelter in bunkers as Pakistan shells border areas. Let me quickly show our viewers this and I'll continue the discussion with you gentlemen on the other side. Take a look.
तरीके से लोग जो है वो अपनी जान बचाने के लिए इन बंकरों का इस्तेमाल जो है वो करते हैं। अभी भी जो रुक रुक कर फायरिंग है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है। आप छोटे बच्चे देख सकते हैं, बुजुर्ग देख सकते हैं, उनके साथ साथ जो यहाँ पर नौजवान हैं उनको देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान लगातार सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है। पहलगाम आतंकी हमले का बदला भारत ने ले लिया है और पूरी तरीके से पीओके और साथ में पाकिस्तान में आतंकियों के जो लॉन्च पैड्स है, ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स है, उन पर स्ट्राइक की गई है। कुछ गांव वाले भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे। कितनी जबरदस्त फायरिंग रही?
सर, रात को लगभग 1:30 बजे के करीब बहुत हैवी शेलिंग हुई यहाँ पे। तो हमने पूरी रात बंकर में निकाली है।
पूरी रात बंकर में?
हाँ, 1:30 बजे हम सुबह तक बंकर में थे। तो अभी भी रुक रुक के फायरिंग हो रही है।
अभी भी हो रही है फायरिंग?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, रुक रुक के हो रही है। अभी भी
डर का माहौल है?
डर का माहौल है सर, खेत में जा नहीं सकते हैं।
इस बात की खुशी है कि भारत ने अपना बदला लिया?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बहुत खुशी है हमें जो भारत ने अपना बदला लिया है 27 बंधु का।
कितने खुश हैं आप लोग इस बात से कि पाकिस्तान भारत ने अपना बदला ले लिया?
क्योंकि जो ये काम शुरू से हमारे चल रहा है उसका बदला लिया, अब कुछ शांति हो जाएगी।
लग रहा आपको?
अब कुछ शांति हो जाएगी। जो 9 ठिकाने तबाह में
आग लगी, पूरी इंडिया में 27 बंदूक की बदले की आग लगी हुई थी, जो ले लिया, अभी थोड़ी शांति होगी।
लेकिन अब बॉर्डर पे जो पाकिस्तान जो सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है उसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
सर ये तो होता ही रहता है तकरीबन। हमने जब से होश संभाली है ये तो फायर तो चलता ही रहता है, इतना नहीं है।
उसके लिए आप तैयार हैं?
तैयार है, हमें कोई डरने की कोई बात नहीं है।
इसी बंकरों में रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरी तरीके से यहाँ के जो लोग हैं वो साफ तौर पे भारतीय सेना के साथ खड़े हुए हैं। लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाके में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया जा रहा है। भारतीय सेना पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in. Sources say Pakistan may be contemplating to attack civilian areas in Rajasthan, J&K, Gujarat border areas to build a false flag operation, to in fact do a false flag operation to build a fake narrative around Baloch camps run by India. Pakistan's ISI has been trying to build this narrative for a while. Critical infra also is on the radar. This is what the sources have suggested. For those who have just joined us, sources close to News 9 have revealed that Pakistan in fact may now be contemplating to attack civilian areas in Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir, the border areas of Gujarat, to do a false flag operation and build a fake narrative around Baloch camps run by India. Lieutenant General Sharma, your quick reaction on this. You know, like I said, that the Pakistan's ISI has been sort of trying to build this narrative for a while now.
I actually haven't come across a narrative of this kind, that we have any camps in India which train Baloch nationals. Of course, there is a repeated mention of Indian support to Baloch Liberation Army and to TTP. But to say that we run any camps in India, well, that's a first one. And, you know, if they start now, it's very difficult to sustain an argument that India does this. India has never known to do such kind of work. And to use that an excuse to hit somewhere inside where they will be prone to be responded back strongly. Hitting civilian areas is not done. India has not hit civilian areas as yet at all. But of course, we have the capacities. The both sides of the border, especially in the areas of Punjab, is very heavily urbanized. You know, right from Sialkot, right, you can go down to Bahawalpur. The whole thing is urbanized. So hitting civilian areas will be more detrimental to Pakistan, and I think they will desist from doing so. They lose their face tremendously in the global community in case they start hitting civilian areas. So I am in doubt. They have plenty of other targets that they can look for, which will convey the same kind of meaning, and it will also assuage the issues within the country where people are getting worked up as to what has the Pakistanis done on this one. In any case, Pakistan needs to have a face-saving device. After this thing finishes, say they were the victors. Now they will start counting their victory signs, whatever signs that they make. Okay, they achieved A, B, C, and D, and they'll tell the public, look, we were the victors, like they did earlier, like they did in Balakot also. So, you know, they will start looking for this face-saving mechanism for this purpose, and an odd hit. Even if the hit is a choreographed one where it does not target anything worthwhile, but it's choreographed enough to convey a message saying they can hit it, that would be sufficient. But to say that they'll hit any camps on civilians and saying that they were BLA camps, I think there'll be much more grief Pakistan will feel in case that they do that.
Right. Well, frustrated Pakistan can stoop to any level, you know. I'm sure you agree with me on that front. But I'll come to you, General Singh, I'd request you to keep it brief. Even after India's resounding response, cowardly Pakistan continues to target innocent civilians, like General Sharma also mentioned. You know, the question here is, how should India really prepare for this asymmetric approach from across the border?
The asymmetric approach, as on today, I really do not think that they have the firepower for for using the militants against us as on today. The militants, if they wanted to use, they could have been used before the deployment, before the army got ready. Now that everyone is ready, so I will rule out the use of militants except for nuisance value. But as far as they are trying to target our civilian area and the infrastructure, Pakistan is much more vulnerable than us. Like as I brought out, it's a very thin country with no depth. About 100 odd kilometers is the depth till Indus. And beyond Indus, the population does not like Pakistan. So Pakistan is aware that anything of this nature will be counterproductive. But however, they will still try to target some dummy targets, could be, or maybe even few real ones, and tell these people that, you see, we have targeted them, we have won, and we are the victors, and thereby try to find a escape strategy.
Much Lieutenant General Nishikanta Singh. Thank you so much, General Sharma, for joining me on this News 9 special.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you.
All right, my colleague Vipin Chaube, in fact, spoke to tourists in Pahalgam, Kashmir. They're quite happy. Take a look, take a listen to what they have to say.
22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम के बायसरन घाटी में जिस तरह का आतंकी हमला हुआ और उसके बाद पूरे देश में आक्रोश उठा, आज उस हमले का बदला ले लिया गया है और भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके तमाम आतंकी संगठनों के जो बड़े बड़े अड्डे थे उनको ध्वस्त कर दिया है। और हम इस वक्त कश्मीर के उसी पहलगाम में मौजूद हैं जहां पर यह हमला हुआ था और इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद पहलगाम की रौनक नहीं खत्म हुई है। पर्यटक आ रहे हैं और लेकिन आज बहुत ज्यादा खुश हैं क्योंकि जवाब भारत की तरफ से उस पाकिस्तान को दिया गया है जो आतंकियों को पनाह देता है। तो आप लोग कहां से हैं और कितने ज्यादा खुश हैं ये बताइए आप लोग।
गुजरात, हम बहुत खुश है, गुजरात से आए।
गुजरात से आप कहां से आए?
मैं मेरठ से आया हूं और बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है।
डर तो नहीं लग रहा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा।
किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है?
अरे केरला से आए क्या हम?
केरला से, कर्नाटक से। अच्छा, किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है? नहीं। आप लोग नारे भी लगा रहे हैं।
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, कोई डर नहीं। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
इसी पहलगाम में हमला हुआ, यहीं पर 22 पर्यटक 26 पर्यटक मारे गए। आप लोग आकर आज कैसे महसूस करें क्योंकि आज भारत ने जवाब दे दिया उस पाकिस्तान को जो आतंक की फैक्ट्री चलाता है।
नहीं, आज आकर एक तो सबसे आज डे इसलिए चुना पहलगाम आने का कि उन लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि भी दें और सबसे जो अच्छी चीज लगी कि मोदी जी ने जो ऑपरेशन का नाम दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, तो ये जबरदस्त नाम दिया है उन्होंने। आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है, आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है उस लेडी के साथ कि जिसके हस्बैंड को आतंकवादियों ने मार दिया था।
इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद, इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद।
Meanwhile, family members of the victims of the Pahalgam attack have hailed the strike on Pak terror infrastructure and said justice has been served. Take a listen.
आज मैं रात 2 बजे से लगातार देख रहा हूं और मैं सलाम करता हूं अपने देश की सेना को और धन्यवाद अर्पित करता हूं अपने देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को जिन्होंने देश की 140 करोड़ जनता के मन की बात को समझा, दिल के दर्द को समझा, उसके दर्द को समझा, उसके गुस्सा को समझा और जिस तरह हमारी सशक्त सेनाओं ने अदम्य साहस और शौर्य के साथ पाकिस्तान में पल रहे आतंकवाद का विनाश करने का काम किया है, उसके लिए मैं सलाम करता हूं, मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करता हूं हमारे देश की सरकार को।
धन्यवाद कहूंगी। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल। इसलिए श्रद्धांजलि और शायद वो आज जहाँ पे भी है, आज वो शायद थोड़ी शांति में होगा।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के, क्योंकि मुझे याद है जिस दिन अमित शाह जी आए थे श्रीनगर, जो लोग वीर मरण मरण जिनको प्राप्त हुआ उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए उस दिन सब बहनें उनको बोल रही थी कि हम भारत की बहनें हैं, हम आपकी बहनें, और हम लोगों से हमारे पतियों को छीन लिया है। तो मुझे लगता है शायद उसी वजह से ये ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर रखा गया होगा कि जो हमारी सरकार है जो हर स्त्री को बहन बोलता है, तो उनके पतियों को छीना गया था, तो उनका सिंदूर छीना गया था, शायद इसी की वजह से उन्होंने वो नाम रखा होगा। ये नाम पढ़ के तो हम बहुत रो रहे थे सुबह।
Let's go back to my colleague Vipin Chaube, who's in Pahalgam, Kashmir. He's getting us the latest from there. Let's quickly take a listen.
22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम के बायसरन घाटी में जिस तरह का आतंकी हमला हुआ और उसके बाद पूरे देश में आक्रोश उठा, आज उस हमले का बदला ले लिया गया है और भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके तमाम आतंकी संगठनों के जो बड़े बड़े अड्डे थे उनको ध्वस्त कर दिया है। और हम इस वक्त कश्मीर के उसी पहलगाम में मौजूद हैं जहां पर यह हमला हुआ था, और इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद पहलगाम की रौनक नहीं खत्म हुई है। पर्यटक आ रहे हैं और लेकिन आज बहुत ज्यादा खुश हैं क्योंकि जवाब भारत की तरफ से उस पाकिस्तान को दिया गया है जो आतंकियों को पनाह देता है। तो आप लोग कहां से हैं और कितने ज्यादा खुश हैं ये बताइए आप लोग।
हम बहुत खुश है, गुजरात से आए।
गुजरात से आप कहां से आए?
मैं मेरठ से आया हूँ और बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है।
डर तो नहीं लग रहा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा।
किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है?
केरला से आए क्या हम?
केरला से, कर्नाटक से। अच्छा, किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है?
नहीं।
आप लोग नारे भी लगा रहे हैं।
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, कोई डर नहीं। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
इसी पहलगाम में हमला हुआ, यहीं पर 22 पर्यटक 26 पर्यटक मारे गए। आप लोग आकर आज कैसे महसूस करें, क्योंकि आज भारत ने जवाब दे दिया उस पाकिस्तान को जो आतंक की फैक्ट्री चलाता है।
नहीं, आज आकर एक तो सबसे आज डे इसलिए चुना पहलगाम आने का कि उन लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि भी दें, और सबसे जो अच्छी चीज लगी कि मोदी जी ने जो ऑपरेशन का नाम दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, तो ये जबरदस्त नाम दिया है उन्होंने। आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है, आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है उस लेडी के साथ कि जिसके हस्बैंड को आतंकवादियों ने मार दिया था।
इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद, इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद, इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद,
भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
कितना खुश हैं। एक तो श्रद्धांजलि तो दे ही रहे हैं पहलगाम में आकर, लेकिन आतंकियों को जवाब देना कितना जरूरी था?
बहुत जरूरी था। वो मेरे 26 भाई जो मरे उसमें एक कश्मीरी भाई भी था। उनके लिए ये श्रद्धांजलि बहुत जरूरी थी। ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देना जरूरी था। वो दे दिया है मोदी जी ने। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत खुश है। सीना 56 का लेके हम घूम रहे पहलगांव में। आज हमको
तो वैसे भी गुजरात से हैं।
हाँ, हम भी गुजरात से।
केम छो?
हम गुजरात से नहीं, हम वडनगर से, मोदी के गांव से।
अच्छा, वडनगर से। अच्छा, तो ये बताइए, ये जरूरी था? आप लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे क्योंकि ये 15 दिन बहुत मुश्किल से कटे हैं। लोग सवाल पूछे थे कब जवाब देंगे, कब जवाब देंगे, कब जवाब देंगे। तो अब वो वक्त आ गया।
यस, आ गया वक्त और दे भी दिया वो लोगों को।
बढ़िया जवाब दिया।
बहुत
मालूम है आपको क्या जवाब दिया है? क्या हुआ है रात में? एयर स्ट्राइक हुई है। क्या हुआ है?
एयर स्ट्राइक हुई है।
जवाब दिया गया है। 100 से ज्यादा आतंकी मारे हैं, 100 से ज्यादा।
Viewers, India has spoken, and this time not just in words but in action. And the message to terror sponsors is loud and clear and unmistakable. There will be consequences. Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, briefed media on Operation Sindoor a little while earlier. I leave you with this. Let's take a listen. But in fact, before that, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is speaking live. Let's cut across.
इसलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों पर भी हम गर्व करते हैं, जिन्होंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर तहत पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर के आतंकी ठिकानों पर साहसिक और निर्णायक कार्रवाई करते हुए मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है। हम अपने जांबाज सैनिकों के साहस, दृढ़ संकल्प और राष्ट्रभक्ति को सलाम करते हैं। पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले के दिन से ही भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस ने साफ तौर पर सशस्त्र बलों और सरकार के साथ एकजुटता से खड़े होकर सीमा पार आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हर निर्णायक कार्रवाई का समर्थन किया था। पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर से उत्पन्न होने वाले आतंकवाद के सभी रूपों के विरुद्ध भारत की राष्ट्रीय नीति बहुत स्पष्ट और अडिग है। महान भारत देश की राष्ट्रीय एकता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए सभी स्तर पर एकजुटता की सर्वाधिक जरूरत है। भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस देश के वीर जवानों के साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर खड़ी है। इतिहास गवाह है कि हमारे नायकों ने हमेशा राष्ट्रीय हित का सर्वोपरि ऊपर रखते हुए देश की एकता और अखंडता के लिए अपनी शहादत तक दी है। सारे देश और दुनिया को मालूम है। और एक चीज, हम पूरी अपनी ताकत हमारे सैनिकों को देंगे। देश के रक्षा के लिए, देश में एकता रखने के लिए, हमारी आज़ादी महफूज रखने के लिए हम पूरा समर्थन दे रहे हैं। और जो इस मुद्दे पे कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, एकजुट होकर हम कर रहे हैं। और इसी तरीके से इंडिया अलायंस के लोग भी अपने अपने जगह पे ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि देश की रक्षा के लिए हम सभी एक होकर काम करें। तो इसलिए आज मीटिंग हमारी हुई और उस मीटिंग में ये सब तय हुआ कि फिर से एक बार हम रीट्रेट करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि लास्ट हमारे वर्किंग कमेटी में ही हम सारी बातें बोले थे। आज भी फिर हम वो बात दोहराए और राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी और हमारे वर्किंग कमेटी के जितने भी मेंबर्स हैं, एक ही राय से हम बाहर आए हैं। और यही हमने मुद्दा रखा था, सभी ने इसको सपोर्ट किया। और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी आपके सामने दो बात रखेंगे।
वर्किंग कमेटी में हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ, पूरा समर्थन, फुल सपोर्ट टू आवर फोर्सेस, बेस्ट विशेस टू देम, much love to them, complete support from the Congress party and the Congress working committee.
Thank you.
Sir, all party meet बुलाई गई है। We've been invited. We got a call today. We've been invited to the whole party meeting tomorrow.
Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi briefing media on Operation Sindoor. They say that they stand firmly with the Indian Armed Forces in this. All right, it's time for us to see a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with lots more on the other side and give you the latest on Operation Sindoor. Continue to stay with us. Thank you for watching.
इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the Nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the Nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Every brand tells a story. And they are the storytellers, the Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
Light, camera and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News 9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News 9's pick of the week, don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News 9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
Is life transactional by any chance?
Of course. Everything in the creation affects everything else.
You are not only an actor, you are an activist.
Through my cinema, I've tried to always project what I really felt.
You tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
The message to women was, let the spotlight of your life be on you.
You are fiercely competitive in nature, but you come across as a typical good boy that every mother would like to have.
But it doesn't mean you're not raging inside. Or equally euphoric.
You have donned many hats, but who is Kiran Rao?
I am a speck and I am not even a blink in time.
From being somebody to becoming nobody is the first step in enlightenment. Even now, I don't think of myself as a brand.
You still move ahead with your beliefs.
Winning the game is what's going to make this decision right.
It's a kind of a barometer that you have internally.
It was lovely talking to Barun. It was great fun, and I think you'll find it fun to watch.
I found the discussion very thought-provoking.
As befits such a conversation, one goes back with more questions and answers.
He gave me a formula which I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, which is something that you'll have to watch the show for.
Watch Radical Presents Duologue with Barun Das, Season 3 at these times on News 9. News 9, English News, as it should be.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9, English news as it should be.
Tracking for you at this hour, Pakistan rattled by Operation Sindoor, 25 minutes of precision strikes on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied J&K. Prime Minister Modi monitored Operation Sindoor as India destroyed several terror launch pads in Pakistan territory. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has postponed his 3-nation trip to Croatia, Norway and Netherlands after Operation Sindoor. "14 members of terrorist Masood Azhar's family have been neutralized in the Bahawalpur Madrasa in the Operation Sindoor attacks. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, what we're learning is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has briefed President Draupadi Murmu on the Tri-Forces operation. Again, in the aftermath, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meet with the chief ministers of all the border states as well after the successful hit of Operation Sindoor. After the operation, Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif says they are ready to wrap tensions if India backs down. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval tells China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi that India does not want war with Pakistan but will retaliate if it dares to escalate. Due to Operation Sindoor, airports in Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Amritsar, Jodhpur, Bhuj, Chandigarh, Rajkot and Jamnagar have been shut down till the 10th of May.
अस्पताल में मतलब कि इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
In the dead of the night, while the world slept, India struck back. Between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. on the 7th of May, India rewrote the rules of engagement. 24 missiles, 9 terror camps, 70 plus terrorists eliminated in just 25 minutes of horror for Pakistan. The operation was swift, it was precise, and needless to say, the operation was devastating as well. The operation was codenamed Sindoor, a tri-service coordinated response spearheaded by the Indian Army, Navy and the Air Force. Its message: India will no longer absorb the blow. It will respond with intent, with intelligence, with sophistication and with impact. The strikes, they targeted sites deep inside the enemy territory from Muzaffarabad and Bhimbar in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to Bahawalpur, Chakwal and Rawalkot in mainland Pakistan as well. 25 minutes of horror for Pakistan. And then again, these weren't random hits. They were based on meticulous intelligence. All of these pinpointed targets, they used the UAV precision strikes. These were laser locked and guided attacks. These were training camps. These were launch pads like you can see on your screens as well. Arms depots, command centers of terror hubs built over decades by Pakistan-based terror groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul and of course Jaish-e-Mohammed. Infrastructure that was used to plot and perpetrate attacks on Indian civilians and soldiers. And this operation, well, it was in response to the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam, an attack that left 26 dead, including a Nepali national and scores others wounded as well. Now, at a packed press conference, a press briefing in Delhi, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, flanked by Colonel Sophia Qureshi on one side and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh on the other, addressed the nation and the world together. He said this was a measured and proportionate strike, not escalatory. It was responsible. It was focused entirely on the terrorist infrastructure. Then, of course, on one side, flanked by Colonel Qureshi, who added that this is not just retaliation. It is a strategic disruption. For over 3 decades, Pakistan has nurtured and shielded terror infrastructure. Operation Sindoor sends a new message. Those safe havens are no longer safe for the terrorists. But then again, one must understand why this date and why the name Operation Sindoor. Because Sindoor is more than red. It is sacred for us Indians. It's a mark of sacrifice, a symbol of protection. And this operation was just that, a protective shield drawn in fire to honor those who fell in Pahalgam and to protect those yet untouched by terror. Real-time UAV surveillance guided every missile attack on these 9 locations. 21 missiles, 9 precise targets, more than 70 terrorists that were eliminated. Precision-guided munitions launched by air and land struck their targets with clinical accuracy. Take a look at some of those visuals on your screens as well. No Pakistani military installation was touched. Mind you, this was again mentioned at the press briefing as well. No Pakistani military installation was touched. This was not a war, it was deterrence delivered with restraint, that too. And as visuals pour in, burnt out compounds, flattened structures like you can see, intercepted communications in disarray, one question now hangs in the air. Is this the beginning of a de-escalation, or is India preparing for more strikes on the cards? Because for the first time in years, India hasn't just responded, India has literally reset the rules. Take a look at some of those visuals. Let's put those visuals in full frame for all our viewers. Joining us here on the broadcast is Major General V.K. Datta, Defence and Strategic Expert, and Colonel Anurag Avasthi, Policy, Semiconductors and Defence Affairs Expert. A very warm welcome to you, General and Colonel. General, I'm going to quickly come to you. General Datta, help us understand the kinetic response that we've been talking about over the last fortnight or so. The date, the timing, the name, the significance of this operation, because we're already picking up source-based information that's telling us to prep our borders, at least on the Rajasthan, the Jaish-e-Mohammed front, because there could be disproportionate response from there as well. But the Defence Minister Khwaja Asif, he's also said that we're ready to ramp things down if India backs down. And on the other hand, you've got NSA Doval, who's already told the Chinese Foreign Minister that we don't want a war, but if Pakistan retaliates, then needless to say, we will give it back in the same vein and tone. General Datta, over to you.
Yeah, see, the significance of this strike today is that firstly, you take the code name given to the operation, Operation Sindoor. This has got a sentimental and a civilization meaning. It is a meaning and a message conveyed to Pakistan that what your terrorists did on proxy, through you, organized by you, sent by you, our response is this. And for us, the Sindoor has got a very significant meaning in the life of a Hindu family, in the life of a Hindu woman. You have tried to hurt the feeling and sentiments of 140 million Hindus as such, Indians as such, whether it is a Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, everybody, every citizen of India. Therefore, as far as we are concerned, right from the 22nd of April onwards, India had started a campaign against Pakistan by immediately stopping the Indus Valley or suspending the IWT and giving a message to Pakistan that water and blood cannot flow together. And subsequently, we took other measures, whether they were economical, trade, closure of the air routes, the harbor facilities, the trade with Pakistan, and this will continue. Our diplomatic initiative all over the world. So that was one side of the story. Now, when we come on to the actual targeting of a kinetic strike, people were saying, no, see, too much time has been, lost in not responding, and we want a kinetic response from India to teach a lesson to them. So therefore, our response and our statement by the Prime Minister was that we are going to go after the entire terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan, against the perpetrators of the crime, the abettors, the planners, and the people who are controlling this. And we will find them wherever they may be in any part of the world, whether they go underground, wherever. So we never said that we are going to attack Pakistan. We said we are going to attack the terrorist infrastructure. Now, based on our resolve, we were planning and we have decided to strike the core of the terrorists in Pakistan. All the organizations, whether they are Hizbul Mujahideen, whether it is the Lashkar-e-Toiba, whether they are the Jaish-e-Mohammed targets, and you can see the spread of the targets which you selected from the north to the south, in the middle of Pakistan, Bahawalpur and Muridke in Punjab, in the heart of Pakistan. Our targets were very well selected with complete intelligence. We had the entire knowledge about every location of the terrorists and their numbers in that area, and based on that we carried out a very, very precision calculated strike, and the results are in front of you. So now the thing is that as far as we are concerned, we have done a kinetic strike against the terrorist infrastructure. We have not targeted any military installation. We have not targeted any civilian installation. We have not tried to target any other target other than the terrorist infrastructure of Pakistan. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they have always been a deniability mode. Please give us a proof, give us a dossier. We have tried all that. We have given them proof. We have given them dossiers. Now the time for dossiers is over. You do something here, we'll hit you back. So now the thing is that
what we did this time, General, we hit them and then we gave the dossier not just to Pakistan, we gave it to our own citizens, and we told the entire world what was behind these significant attacks as well. No Pakistani military targets were hit. Colonel Awasthi, that's what General is talking about. Now, do you read this as a strategic restraint or a tactical clarity? But hold on to that thought just for a second, Colonel, because just like General Datta was talking about, let's quickly listen in to the two ladies, the two forces, our officers. We've got Wing Commander Vyomika and Colonel Sophia Qureshi. Let's listen in to those reactions, what they had to say at the press briefing, the important portions, and then Colonel Awasthi will come back to you for that very answer. Was this strategic restraint or is this tactical clarity? Listen in to Sophia Qureshi, Colonel, and Wing Commander Vyomika on your screens next.
Was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bahawalpur to the south. Selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Colonel Awasthi, coming back to that question that I put through to you, let's put that map graphics on the screen. We're talking about a maximum target range of 100 kilometers. Kotli, 15 kilometers from Rajouri. Gulpur, 35 kilometers from Poonch. Barnala is 10 kilometers from Rajouri again. Another terror hub. Mehmoona, Muridke, Lashkar terror camps over here as well. 30 kilometers from Samba district. And Bahawalpur, the Jaish headquarters, about 100 kilometers from the border. Tactical restraint, strategic restraint, or clarity? How are you looking at it, Colonel?
All right. Firstly, let me, give my compliments to the two lady officers, the way they have handled the press briefing. I think my heart and my chest swells with pride seeing how they have interacted with the media and giving them so lucid and a bilingual briefing, which I think is absolutely commendable. That's one. Now, coming to your question, it is not neither a strategic restraint or it is a tactical clarity. It is strategic clarity, which has created strategic disruption. Now, let me give you around 5 or 6 takeaways from this. Giving this kinetic response, I will not go into the dynamics of the economic or the diplomatic or the social part at all, insofar as the response has been given by India befittingly ever since the 22nd of April. But let me give you, 6 major takeaways from this. The first thing is jointness. See, it's a tri-service operation. I think it is really commendable, and India has come up to date insofar as the jointness is concerned. That has to be not lost sight of insofar as this kinetic response is concerned. The second part is intent. As General Datta has also brought out earlier, everybody knew what is where, but this intent has shown that we know where you are and we have the capability to strike you at will at a point and time of our own choosing. So this is very, very important, which has come out of this kinetic response. The second part is location and precision. You have calibrated your response in a manner that the locations have been fed where they have to be struck, and you have actually targeted them with impunity, with the best weapon system, without any problems of the weapon target mismatch, which itself is an outstanding thing to happen in terms of not only planning of operations, but also executing them. The third part is, or the third takeaway that I feel is most important is all our life. We've been checking out. Look at 2019 Balakot, or you look at 2016 surgical strikes, where a lot of people had a lot of apprehensions, as to where you went, or you show us this, or you show us that. All 9 targets are known high visibility targets in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Let there be no mistake that they were all high visible targets, well-known terrorist seminaries, terror factories, which have been targeted with absolute precision. So insofar as the visibility of the targets is concerned, there have been high visibility targets. The whole world should know that, look, it is clear that these were terrorist seminaries. Now, insofar as the strike is concerned, we have ensured that there was no damage to the civilian or the economic infrastructure, leave alone military. Now, this basically means that you are very clear insofar as your response is concerned. Your problem is not the local populace. Your problem is not the economic infrastructure. Your problem is the terror factories, and you've actually targeted them as a calibrated, clear response of what has been done in Pahalgam with your citizens on the 22nd of April. The last part is that, this entire kinetic response has given a lot of leeway to the world powers to give their opinions and give their, views on what has happened and what India should do, and etc., etc. Now, there are some countries who have already been standing for India. There are some countries which are ambivalent, which are well known to us. With the current geopolitics, there are some countries whom India has helped in the past in terms of earthquake resistance, assistance during, I think, February of 2023 and all of that. But that country today has condemned these attacks. So this, in the military parlance, as it is referred to as identification of friend and foe, is quite clear insofar as these attacks are concerned. So these are my 6 major takeaways from what the kinetic.
Absolutely. Many thanks for those initial comments. We've got a breaking development. We've found 42 bodies in Bahawalpur. There's a number that people are talking about now. The terror training camps in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan, they've been destroyed. Nearly 100 terrorists. We were earlier talking about 70 plus terrorists that have been neutralized in Operation Sindoor. Let's increase that number to 100 plus terrorists that have been neutralized. Here, 42 bodies that have been found in Bahawalpur as well. But on our side of the border as well, in Poonch, in Kupwara, there was some heavy shelling that was reported again in the wee hours of the day as well. My colleague Ankit Bhatt, he's filed a ground report. General Datta, Colonel Awasthi, do pay heed. Take a look at this ground report that's coming in from Poonch. My colleague Ankit Bhatt.
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से पुंछ रजौरी इलाके में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया जा रहा है। पाकिस्तानी सेना आर्टिलरी का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। वहीं आपको बता दें कि पुंछ इलाके में जो बॉर्डर का इलाका है वहां पर तकरीबन बताया जा रहा है कि 12 लोगों की मौत हुई है। वहीं 40 के करीब लोग जो है वो इंजर्ड हैं। लेकिन इन सब के बीच स्वास्थ्य विभाग अलर्ट मोड पर है और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं उनका यहाँ पर जो उपचार है वो चल रहा है। कई लोग माइनर इंजर्ड है, कई मेजर है, लेकिन इन सब के बीच 12 लोगों की मौत हुई है और इनका लगातार जो इलाज है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। स्वास्थ्य विभाग अलर्ट मोड पर है। ये इसीलिए पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किया जा रहा है क्योंकि भारत की तरफ से पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले का बदला ले लिया गया है। पाकिस्तान अब बौखला चुका है। पाकिस्तान लगातार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर भी एक्सपोज होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये पाकिस्तान की कायराना सबूत है कि किस तरीके से हमारे सिविलियंस को टारगेट कर रहा है, किस तरीके से लगातार रिहायशी इलाकों में गोले दाग रहा है। हमारे साथ स्थानीय लोग भी मौजूद हैं और यहाँ पे जो इंजर्ड है उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सबसे पहले जो स्थानीय लोग हैं उनसे बात करेंगे। साहब, क्या हुआ और कितने बजे की ये वाकया है और अभी की क्या सिचुएशन है?
रात को लगभग 1:30 बजे यहाँ पर जो है गोलाबारी शुरू हो गई। तो एकदम से हल्ला पड़ गया और सब लोग उठ के अपने छतों पर चले गए।
Well, so that was the situation in Poonch late last night. Colonel Avasthi and General Datta were now picking up information of terror camps that were destroyed, 42 bodies in Bahawalpur as well. And the Operation Sindoor, we're also looking at the choice of targets by the Indian Air Force. But 42 bodies that have been found in Bahawalpur, General Datta, this number certainly seems to be going up by the hour as well.
Yes, absolutely. See, the thing is, the Bahawalpur target was Jaish target, and as per the intelligence report, there were more numbers which were present there. But the figures which have been given by the Pakistanis of 42 bodies, I'm very sure that you can multiply that by at least, if not 10, by 5 at least. That means there will be much more dead in this particular target because it had a large concentration of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists in this place. Now, as far as the other locations are concerned, there have been equal number of terrorists as per the size of the target. The next one, the Murike, they were in the Lakshya Toiba headquarters. So that also has been hit. And if you have seen the Bahawalpur attack by our system which we use there, it has penetrated the roof, it has penetrated the floor, it has even hit the basement. So you can imagine that it struck 3 floors simultaneously. That means it was a bunker buster ammunition which went through the roof, the flooring, and went into the basement of Bahawalpur, the establishment of Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's a very large complex, and we didn't target the other buildings. It was a very specific input that where these people were sleeping, how many were there, and that's why this was targeted. Now comes the question of the precision of this munitions used, the tactic used, and more importantly, if you remember the last time when we did Pulwama, your opposition leaders were asking for proof. Where's the proof? Pakistan was saying only one crow has died. There are some craters outside. And the only reason was that when the strike went in Balakot, it was a cloudy night. The cameras of the aircraft couldn't record. It was subsequently recorded from a satellite image that the target had holes in the roof. More than 300 terrorists were killed in that assault. This time we have made sure that every target we have engaged, that it has been video recorded by a standalone drone on a camera, and we have got a damage assessment of the target at the right time. Sometimes what happens when we strike a target and we find that the target has not been neutralized, we can carry out a second strike. So the damage assessment has also been done simultaneously along with the strike on those targets. So that shows the technological edge India has got, the technology and precision that the Indian systems are using today to target anything across the border. Now, this is also a message to the Pakistan army. If Asim Munir thinks that he can get away by inciting terror in India, he should know that we can pick him up anytime. If we have not done it, it is our maybe goodwill at the moment. It will all depend on what this gentleman does, because Pakistan is no more a democratic country. It is being ruled by this man from behind the scenes, the Pakistan army. And my message to the people of Pakistan would be, get rid of this rabid army. This army is eating into you. It is the one and the main cause for the problems Pakistan is facing today. Right since independence, the Pakistan army has been trying to show the threat from India, trying to scare the people of Pakistan that they must remain in power. The army should remain in power so that they will save them from the attack from India. I am giving assurance to the people of Pakistan to remove this rabid army, remove this Mullah Munir. Indian army will not step an inch into Pakistan territory. POK is ours, only will take that back. So therefore, if the people of Pakistan don't get rid of this army and this Mullah Munir, they are going to suffer in the future. They should think about their future, the future of their children, the education, the growth, the economy of the country, and not be swayed by this stupid rabid man who has got no interest of the development of Pakistan as a nation in the League of Nations, in the United Nations. They are the ones who are a mafia in Pakistan, having a strength of 5 lakh troops under them with nuclear devices. The world should also think about, should a man like that have the nuclear power under him? Should he not be disarmed? He means the Pakistan be disarmed, because this country cannot be relied upon as to what are they going to do with their nuclear assets. And right from the beginning, we never said we are going to attack Pakistan. They have been saying we'll strike a nuke, we'll carry out a nuclear strike, we are a nuclear country. We never even uttered about nuclear. These guys don't even know the meaning of nuclear. What happens if you carry out a nuclear exchange? You will be finished. Nothing will be left of you. If you have nuclear, what do you think we are going to play gulli danda with you? So the thing is that a nation which is not mature enough to be armed with a nuclear weaponry, I think the international community should take stock of this. And we should make sure that Pakistan gets a democratically elected government back who have the welfare of the people of the country in their mind, and not a mafia army who is carrying out drug trade, minting a counterfeit money of India, which we did a notebandi and that factory of theirs had to close. They are involved in all kind of things. They sold their ammunition to Ukraine for 300 million. Today they don't have more than 4 days fighting reserve. Therefore, this army is totally a defunct army, only trying to beat their chest, be on a deniability mode, use terror as a tool of state policy. So India is now calling their shots. India is no more interested in fake narratives. Please give us proof. We never did it. We never came to Kargil. 26/11 was a...
There's another breaking development. There's another breaking development. My apologies for interjecting like this. There's another breaking development that we must bring to all our viewers, because Colonel Awasthi was just telling us about how the globe is now reacting to it. I mean, we helped Turkey now, didn't we? And the Turkish response certainly not meeting us even halfway here. But now we're learning that the Foreign Secretary is going to brief the envoys in the national capital on Operation Sindoor. Just like it happened previously, all the envoys have been called into the Ministry of External Affairs, where this proper briefing is going to be carried out. Now, Colonel Awasthi, we were earlier talking about how on the global level, Pakistan needs to be ostracized. We know what happened at the closed-door UNSC meeting. We know how the entire world condemned the Pahalgam carnage. And even though the Qatari Prime Minister has now dialed Shehbaz Sharif, they're all standing in solidarity. They think it's all hunky-dory, but that's not the case, because all these envoys for a special briefing at the Ministry of External Affairs, what are going to be some of the implications of this meeting? It's important that India tells the world why it did what it did.
All right. Let me, first focus my response onto the kinetic measures, which you just mentioned. And we had these, visuals coming from the line of control where the gentleman was saying that the shelling is in progress, etc., etc. Firstly, there is nothing which is out of the ordinary here, because it is a usual playbook. That's exactly how the Pakistanis react, as and when they are cornered. Also, in this circumstance, this is also a gap in which a couple of infiltrators can get in. That's the way it generally happens. So there is a massive need for the vigil and domination of the line of control, which I'm sure the glorious Indian Army is doing and is very good at. That's one. The second part is you mentioned about the UN Security Council closed door meeting yesterday as it happened. But my sense tells me that if you think you're going to be getting some kind of a resolution out of that is a little, out of the ordinary for me, or not possible, because our friend up north is likely to veto it. He has the veto power. And I have a feeling that no resolution from, UN Security Council is expected. Now, the third part is Asim Munir. Asim Munir has, I think, bitten more than he can chew. He has escalated this entire, ladder of, kinetic and non-kinetic response due to his own failures. His failures with dealing with the PTI along with the Imran Khan saga. He has two corps which are looking up north towards Afghanistan. There's problem in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. There's problem in Balochistan. It's imploding from within. So to do all of this and, tell the local populace of Pakistan, which is already reeling under a massive debt, as well as, it is reeling under a massive economic turmoil, that, the Pakistan army is here to save them and it is a savior and all of that. This may not cut ice in the long run. And I'm quite certain that I think he's bitten more than he can chew. Now, in the kinetic response also, we have seen targeted, response on these 9 targets you just mentioned. And I allude to the fact of 24 missiles and all of that. And, the post strike damage assessment, as it is referred to as PSDA, being carried out as to how many bodies and what is it and what all is, hit, etc. I go back with General Datta of what he said about the technological edge. You mentioned in the beginning of the bulletin that there were the scalp munitions or the scalp bombs which were used. Now, scalp is also referred to as Storm Shadow. They are made by MBDA and they are used by the Rafale. They are also those hammer bombs. Hammers is the highly agile modular munitions extended range. That's what it's an acronym of bombs which can be used for a larger distance with pinpoint accuracy. And the others, of course, whether they were drones or loiter munitions or whatever they were, that'll come out in the due course of time. But the fact of the matter is that India has demonstrated that technology as well as tactical superiority, as also the expertise and the intent of functioning under a window between the conventional operations and the nuclear overhang is possible. And that's exactly what we have done.
General Datta, right at his first answer, also spoke about the significance of naming this Operation Sindoor, because, so many of those tourists were widowed. Husbands were asked their religion. They were shot dead right in front of their wives as well. Operation Sindoor, giving it back to Pakistan with this code name on the 13th day of the attack, there is great ownership of the narrative of emotion over here as well, Colonel and General. And on that note, I think this is the right segue to tell you and show you how the family members of those victims are reacting on the anvil of this big success of Operation Sindoor. Listen in to some of those voices of the family members as well.
हमने अपने भतीजे को, जो खानदान के अंदर सबसे बड़ा बेटा था, सबसे बड़े भाई का बेटा था, वो हमारे घर से चला गया। उसकी पूर्ति तो कोई नहीं कर सकता है, पर सरकार ने जो कदम उठाया है और आतंकवादी का जो हम चाहते थे कि आतंकवादी शब्द जड़ से ही मिट जाना चाहिए, और सरकार ने इतना अच्छा कदम उठाया, हमें बहुत खुश है उससे।
जो हुआ वो सही हुआ, किंतु जो 4 व्यक्ति है उसको मारना है। 4 कौन है? जो 4 व्यक्ति जिनने बिना डरे जो कार्य करा, जो जानवर के भी नहीं करता वो कार्य करा, बस उसका इंसाफ चाहिए।
जो 4 आतंकियों ने घटना करी थी,
वो कबूल करे कि हमने करा ये चीज, उनकी क्षमता के अनुसार उनको भी वैसी सजा मिलनी चाहिए जैसे वो हुई।
If it is attack on the terror outfits, I think it's the right thing.
because if not now, they will kill some more civilians, some more people across the border, across India, etc. So I think government has done a detailed study before coming into this conclusion of attacking these terror outfits, and we completely support the government decision.
ऐसा व्यवस्था पहले से ही होना चाहिए। ऐसी अब व्यवस्था जो सरकार करी उससे हम संतुष्ट हैं। हम चाह रहे हैं कि हमारी व्यवस्था माने सरकार ऐसी कड़ी से कड़ी रखे कि आतंकवाद को माने जड़ से उखाड़ सके और आइंदा आगे से किसी के घर के कोई व्यक्ति को आतंकवाद मार न सके। हम इससे संतुष्ट हैं कि जो कल भी स्ट्राइक की गई है उससे भी संतुष्ट हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि सरकार हमारी जो मोदी जी हैं, अमित शाह जी हैं, जो भी व्यवस्था किए हैं अच्छी है।
सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ज़्यादा सेंसिटाइज और सेंसिटिव है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। और आपने इस रात वो देखा कि सरकार ने कितने दुरुस्तता के साथ सही ठिकानों पर आतंकवाद की कमर तोड़ने के लिए उस पर कड़ा प्रहार किया है। और भविष्य में कभी ऐसा ना हो, इसलिए उनको ये सबक सिखाया जा रहा है।
General Datta, like me and most of those journalists out there, yesterday left the studio and the newsroom thinking that, mock drill is going to be the biggest headline, that people are going to talk about it. People had made their plans. Reporters had been assigned to go to various spots and locations. But then in the night, at about 1:30, and that cryptic tweet by the Indian Army as well, where they put that video, always ready, always victorious, and moments later, Operation Sindoor was on everybody's lips and mouths. I'm trying to understand the importance of mock drill now at this point in time. Now that the attack has happened, we've struck back, and the response, already what we're seeing in Poonch, nothing out of the ordinary playbook, just like Colonel Awasthi was telling us, but the response could be disproportionate in the coming hours as well. So let's throw some light again on the mock drills. How ever more important are these drills now?
Yeah, I would just like to give you a background that as far as the mock drills are concerned, you must have heard the name of the National Disaster Management Authority of India.
Yep, yes.
The Prime Minister of India is the chairman of this organization, this authority, and this came into existence after the 2005 DM Act. I have spent about 14 years with NDMA, and all the infrastructure you see today meant for disaster response. I've been one of the people responsible for putting in place the entire concept of the NDRF, their equipment, their training, and the incident response system, which has been adopted by the entire country today to respond to any disaster. So as far as conducting mock drills are concerned, we have been very regularly conducting mock exercises related to disaster management and crisis management, in which the entire government, whether it's the central government, the state government who are responsible for their respective states, and the district administration, which is responsible for the district per se. So now conducting this exercise in relation to an enemy attack is something just an adjunct to that activity which India has been doing since 2005. I have personally conducted 1,135 mock exercises on all kind of disasters all over the country, whether it's at the national level, state level, or multi-state level. So now when we talk about the civil defense comes under the Ministry of Home. It comes under the DC of every district. They have the volunteers of civil defense. They have wardens, number of wardens. They are paid an honorarium. And now the DC of the district is responsible in his district for any response to any situation which arises there. Whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a flood, whether it's a tsunami, whether it's a terrorist attack, whatever it may be. So therefore, this exercise we have been doing for many years. But today it has got a meaning in relation to what Pakistan may do or may not do. That is to spread awareness in the public that we are in a warlike situation, that whether an earthquake comes or not, or whether a flood will come or not. But if an enemy attacks, what are we going to do?
Which is why, General, in 2009, the Civil Defence Act, the ambit was expanded to natural disasters as well. Before that, that wasn't always the case. And after 1971, I think these exercises have again come to the fore. I again, via the medium of the Colonel and the General here, urge all the viewers out there to take these exercises very, very seriously, because you never know at what point in time you might come to the help of others, if not save yourself in the face of a hostile attack as well. With Colonel Awasthi, your due permission and respect, I must quickly get across to Muhammad Wajiullah, my colleague who joins us from Bengaluru, to help us better understand some of those mock drills over there as well. Waji, I know it's a busy day for Bengaluru. We're getting visuals from across the country, 244 designated spots. What's happening around you? How can you help the viewers? Over to you.
Absolutely, Kabir. Before we start, let me just show you around. This is the investigation that they are taking place over here. You can see with the help of the fire brigade, they've managed to get a ladder on top, and they are doing a sort of a recce that is taking place over here. And this particular ground is surrounded with the people, with media of it, who are trying to showcase to the people of what they have to do when a situation like this arises. What is the important things that have to be taken place during the mock drill? Right behind is the entire cadre of NCC from different schools who have come here for them to make them realize what is their duty during a time like this. But before this also, we had seen a few mock drill exercises that was done here. One behind me, which was done where if a building is being attacked and if it has been caught fire, what should one do at that kind of situation? We've seen how the fire brigade walked in with the entire machinery, tried to rescue the place of landed. So what they're trying to display over here is the type of things that can be done by people in situation like this. How in corporate offices where they showed how they have to duck, see places to hide, a light should be shut off. And at 7 o'clock today again, this lights of the entire city will also be shut off for 2 to 3 minutes, also as a part of the mock drill. And here also what you can see is they are trying to get the assessment of the rescue operation through this day, where they have placed this crane which is going on top to this particular building. So these are the types of exercises that are taking place here in Bengaluru from where we are. This is also this is one of the spots which was designated for the mock drill. From 3:58 onwards, the entire mock drill started. Right now it is close to, you can see them gushing water out. This is when a fire-like situation happens, to make sure they can go on top of a drain and gush out water to places where the fire is. So what you are seeing over here, Kabir, is what kind of things will be done during a mock exercise. And this is the kind of display, this is the kind of urgency, this is the kind of implementation that will take place in a situation like this. And this is happening here at Al-Surgir, one of the designated spots where the mock drill was supposed to happen. And it is taking place as we speak.
Right, Muhammad Wajiullah. We can also see lots of NCC cadets around you as well. It seems like people from all walks of life have gathered here to this mock drill spot to really assess what's happening over here. And it's fire dousing drills at one place, it's evacuation drills at the other. Yesterday we were telling our viewers how Israel and Ukraine have sort of trained their own civilians as well. I'm being told that the defense minister is addressing the media. Let's quickly dip in.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों। जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है। जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था। जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के 66वें फाउंडेशन डे पर आपके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय है और यह खुशी की बात है कि आज इस इंपॉर्टेंट डे पर बीआरओ द्वारा निर्मित 50 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान के लिए उसका फाउंडेशन डे यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हुआ करता है। वैसे भी 65 वर्षों की आपकी जो यात्रा रही है वो बेहद गौरवशाली रही है। इसलिए आज का दिन उस गौरवमयी यात्रा को याद करने का दिन है। इसके साथ साथ यह दिन ठहर कर सोचने का भी दिन होता है कि अपनी अब तक की यात्रा में हमने क्या क्या हासिल किया है और यह हमारी अब तक की कार्य प्रणाली का विश्लेषण करने का भी यह दिन है। साथ ही यह एनालिसिस करने का भी दिन है कि भविष्य में हमारी राह क्या होनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से देश के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से हमारे कई साथी जुड़े हुए हैं। अक्सर हम उद्घाटन के अवसर पर बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं का और बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसीज का नाम तो लेते हैं, परंतु ऐसे कई कर्मयोगी हैं जो पर्दे के पीछे रहकर काम करते हैं। किसी प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने में उनका योगदान भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन उनके एक योगदान को एक्नॉलेज करने और एप्रिशिएट करने का भी दिन है। साथियों, आज जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, सिक्किम, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, पश्चिम बंगाल और राजस्थान में कई प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन हुआ है। कहने को तो ये हम सारे फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैं, लेकिन मैं इन्हें सिर्फ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं समझता। हमें जो सड़कें दिखती हैं, जो पुल दिखते हैं, वह सिर्फ दो स्थानों को जोड़ने वाले नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि वह लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने वाले होते हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को तो मजबूती मिलती ही है, साथ ही साथ यह प्रोजेक्ट इन सभी रीजन्स को इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी को भी बढ़ावा देते हैं। यह तमाम प्रोजेक्ट इन क्षेत्रों में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, टूरिज्म और इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देंगे, जिससे निश्चित रूप से यहाँ के निवासियों की आय में वृद्धि होगी, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा और इन क्षेत्रों में समृद्धि आएगी यानी प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगी। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया कि आज जिन इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत की गई है, इनकी टोटल कॉस्ट लगभग 1900 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास की है। मुझे लगता है कि यह केवल उनकी नॉमिनल वैल्यू पर है। इसकी असली वैल्यू है वह तो हम आंक भी नहीं सकते। इन सड़कों के माध्यम से जब कोई बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी और अपना भविष्य बनाएगी तो उसके इम्पैक्ट का आकलन भी हम नहीं कर सकते। इन ब्रिजेस के माध्यम से जब यहां एम्बुलेंसेज दौड़ेंगी और समय पर लोगों को इलाज होगा, उसकी वैल्यू को भी नहीं आंका जा सकता है। जब इन सड़कों के माध्यम से विभिन्न संस्कृति के लोग आपस में जुड़ेंगे या फिर एक दूसरे से जो कुछ सीखेंगे, उसकी वैल्यू कोई भी आंक नहीं सकता है। जब इन टनल्स के माध्यम से यहां के किसानों द्वारा उगाए गए फूल, फल, सब्जियां इत्यादि दूसरे क्षेत्रों में आसानी से पहुंचेंगे, उसका जो आर्थिक और सामाजिक प्रभाव यहां के किसानों पर पड़ेगा, उसकी वैल्यू, उसकी कीमत कोई भी नहीं आंक सकता। साथियों, मैं इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की डिटेल देख रहा था। मैंने देखा कि इनमें छोटे से लेकर बड़े रोड्स, टनल्स और ब्रिजेज हैं। कुछ मीटर से लेकर सैकड़ों किलोमीटर तक इनकी लंबाई है। हालांकि उनकी लंबाई से कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। कोई पुल अगर छोटा है, कोई सड़क यदि छोटी है, तो इससे कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि दुनिया की लंबी से लंबी जो यात्राएं होती हैं, वह सिर्फ एक छोटे से रास्ते से ही शुरू होती हैं। इसलिए इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की कीमत, इनकी वैल्यू सिर्फ इस बात से नहीं आंकी जा सकती क्या फाइनेंशियली या फिजिकली कितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है और यह कितना छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है। असल में इनकी असली कीमत इस बात से है कि यह कितने परिवारों को जोड़ रही हैं, कितने लोगों की संस्कृति को, उनके रहन सहन को आपस में करीब ला रही हैं, कितने लोगों की आर्थिक और सामाजिक समृद्धि, इकोनॉमिक और सोशल प्रॉस्पेरिटी में अपना ये योगदान दे रही हैं। यह प्रोजेक्ट्स लोहे, कंक्रीट या कोलतार से बनी हुई एक संरचना भर नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक कमिटमेंट है, यह एक प्रतिबद्धता है सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र के विकास का। यह एक रिजॉल्व है, यह एक संकल्प है बॉर्डर एरियाज में क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने का। यह एक दृढ़ निश्चयता का डिटर्मिनेशन है लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने का। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये प्रोजेक्ट्स इनवैल्यूएबल हैं, इनकी कीमत का आकलन नहीं किया जा सकता। साथियों, प्राचीन काल से ही मार्ग मानव सभ्यता के विकास में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते आए हैं। मार्गों की महत्ता हमारे इतिहास में हमेशा से रही है। जब आप मानवता का इतिहास पलट कर देखेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रूट्स ने कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है। इतिहास बताते हैं कि सिविलाइजेशन थ्राइव हुई तो उसके पीछे रूट्स और राजमार्गों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। कला, साहित्य, संस्कृति और विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार एक क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र तक इन्हीं के माध्यम से फैलता है। यदि मैं भारत के संदर्भ में बात करूं तो मुझे यहां के दो इंपॉर्टेंट रूट्स के नाम स्वाभाविक रूप से याद आ रहे हैं। आप शायद उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ के बारे में जानते होंगे या सुना होगा। उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ हमारे इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के डिफरेंट रीजन्स को एक दूसरे से जोड़ने वाले धागे की तरह है। आप सोचिए, हजारों साल पहले जब संचार के इतने तेज साधन नहीं थे, तब आइडियाज और कल्चर, विचार और संस्कृति एक जगह से दूसरी जगह कैसे पहुंचते थे। पांड्य साम्राज्य का मोती और मदुरई का।
All right, then, that was the defense minister heaping praises on the BRO as well, but saying that our armed forces struck with accuracy and with sophistication as well. We're going to continue with our rolling coverage on Operation Sindoor right here on News 9. For now, a quick commercial break.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा।
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties had challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Mohammed Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know, India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
in a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka. Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does well. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
Is life transactional by any chance?
Of course. Everything in the creation affects everything else.
You are not only an actor, you are an activist.
Through my cinema, I've tried to always project what I really felt.
You tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
The message to women was, let the spotlight of your life be on you.
You are fiercely competitive in nature, but you come across as a typical good boy that every mother would like to have.
But it doesn't mean you're not raging inside, or equally euphoric.
You have donned many hats, but who is Kiran Rao?
I am a speck and I am not even a blink in time.
From being somebody to becoming nobody is the first step in enlightenment. Even now, I don't think of myself as a brand.
You still move ahead with your beliefs.
Winning the game is what's going to make this decision right.
It's a kind of a barometer that you have internally.
It was lovely talking to Barun. It was great fun, and I think you'll find it fun to watch.
I found the discussion very thought-provoking.
As befits such a conversation, one goes back with more questions and answers.
He gave me a formula which I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, which is something that you'll have to watch the show for.
Watch Radical Presents Duologue with Parun Das, Season 3 at these times on News 9. News 9 English News, as it should be.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties have challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Muhammad Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know, India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Hello and welcome. You're watching News 9. That's our top story, which we started in the wee hours of this morning and shall continue the entire day and evening, of course. But first, let me take you through all the headlines today. India rains fire on Pakistan. Nearly 100 terrorists killed in precision strikes at 9 terror camps. Prime Minister Narendra Modi briefs President Draupadi Murmu and the cabinet. An all-party meet called for tomorrow. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh salutes the armed forces for their valor, says India targeted only terror camps. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefs foreign envoys. NSA Doval tells Chinese counterpart, India shall retaliate to any Pak misadventure. India defends its action across the border, says Pakistan did not act despite evidence against terror launchpads. India prepares for any eventuality. Civil defense mock drills conducted across the country. 14 members of Masood Azhar's family among those killed in the Indian military strikes.
अस्पताल में मतलब कि इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
What unfolded in the wee hours of the morning today was a result of what occurred on the fateful day of 22nd of April, when the meadows of Pahalgam was sullied with blood when terrorists claimed 28 innocent lives. These were tourists on vacation with families and friends and from various parts of the country as far as Kerala, who were gunned down in broad daylight even as they scurried for cover, completely unaware that hell had befallen them. India swore not to let the blood and water flow together and vowed that there shall be a response, a lesson for Pakistan this time around for sure. And India responded, launching Operation Sindoor in response to the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack that claimed the lives of 26 innocents. Here are the 9 points we all need to know and remember forever about India's strong retaliation. On your screens right now. Operation Sindoor launched at 1:05 a.m. 9 terror infrastructures destroyed in flat 25 minutes. 24 precise missile strikes in the span of 25 minutes. Masood Azhar's 14 family members killed in the strikes. Location associated with JEM-led Hizbul destroyed. Calibrated operation avoided military and civilian targets carefully. Direct retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack. India worked closely with international community. And finally, Pak retaliates with increased military alert. And let's now go across and listen into what Vikram Mixri said on the entire Operation Sindoor. Listen in.
Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums such as the Financial Action Task Force on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example.
All right, let me now go across to the experts who've joined us to speak more on Operation Sindoor. Lieutenant General P. Ravi Shankar, retired defense and geopolitics expert, and Vice Admiral Anil K. Chawla, also retired, former flag officer, commanding-in-chief, Southern Naval Command, and distinguished fellow CSDR. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you on a very, very important day if one looks at it from the prism of how India is handling the terror attacks across the border. Let me come to you first, General Ravi Shankar. I want to ask you the 3 words which have reverberated today since morning, wee hours of the morning: focused, very, very precise, and to see that they only and only attack what are the terror hubs. You know what? A lot of people who are sitting on, armchairs and discussing this and said, was there a method to this madness? How come India did it? Correct me if I'm wrong, General Ravi Shankar. I think there was a perfect method to this orchestration. What do you have to say as your opening comments, General?
Thanks a lot, Madam. And at the outset, I'd like to, convey my compliments to the Indian Armed Forces who carried out such a, calibrated, well-planned attack. Now, this was, when I say calibrated, it was directed at terror outfits. Some might say, look, ever since the Pahalgam action took place, there would be no terrorists out there. But that's not correct. Some would have gone out, but fundamentally, all these targets were headquarters of either LET or JEM or HM or other outfits. And the proof of that comes from the fact that Masood Azhar's family members who were there or his cohorts who were there in one of these buildings were also hit. And his, funerals, their funerals and all are taking place. So I think to a large extent, if you see one-to-one, I'm being a little crass at this point of time, they'll now feel the pain of losing their near and dear the way they did it with us. And so inhumanly in Pahalgam. But leaving this aside, I think this operation, has a hallmark of many things. I think the first thing which was achieved was complete surprise. Pakistan was completely surprised with this action for the simple reason it was we had put out a screen to say that we're going to have mock drills on 7th and 8th year. And then a notam was issued that SWAC for Southwestern Air Command would carry out drills further south in Rajasthan area. And things would happen after that. And lo and behold, midnight, 7th, we do what we have to do. And we achieve all this in a matter of about 25 minutes and return home safe. Now, the beauty of the whole thing is that 7 out of the 9 targets, 7 targets were handled by army and their methods, and 2 targets which were in depth, that is Bawalpur and Murdike, which was actually across the IB, right, were tackled by the Air Force. And yet, I wouldn't say international media, the Pak media and the Chinese media have gone to town to say that they've shot down half a dozen Rafales. I don't think half a dozen Rafales would have been even involved in 2 targets by any stretch of imagination.
Yeah, rumors will swirl, General Ravi Shankar, even as India has done, you said the beauty of it. India did what it had to do. Go ahead, General. Then I go to Vice Admiral Chawla.
Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Vice Admiral Chawla, let me get you in to the, to the debate. I want you to weigh in on, because in retrospect, all of us are going to talk about the timing of it and the method of it. I'm sure tomorrow a lot of op-eds are going to be written about it. Should they have? Right now, what was the urgency? Did everything? But today I want to look at the positivity, the positive outcome, as it were. You are men in uniform. I am not. I'm a journalist. Vice Admiral Chawla. Let's talk about how we have done, if I may use that word, dharma. The dharma of an attack is to see to it that we are precise, we are focused, and we do not target those who are helpless, civilians and others. We only targeted the terror hubs, the laboratories of terror, as it were. Vice Admiral Chawla.
Thank you, Suraji. I fully echo what General Shankar has said and applaud the actions taken by our brave men and women in uniform. And I think in addition to what he said, the additional beauty is the name. That is Operation Sindoor. I think it was a brilliant sort of stroke because it has an emotional, very deep emotional chord. It stuck in me, and I'm sure in many others, because of the women who were widowed in front of their husbands, the children who were orphaned in front of their fathers, which was such a heinous crime that I don't think any civilized world community or world can condone it. Now, as far as the operation itself, what it achieves is a number of things. Firstly, of course, there is a question of public opinion. Now, public opinion is, you can say, is fickle, but it's very important. And public opinion and public morale, I think, has received a huge boost because their retribution has seen to be, it's like justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. So I think in this case, retribution has been seen to be done. So both for the general public as also for the armed forces themselves, it is a huge morale booster. Secondly, it sends a very important signal, firstly, to Pakistan and their sponsors and supporters that this country is not going to take such incidents lying down, that there will be retaliation. And this, of course, is only a tactical retaliation. I think the major strategic retaliation that has been issued is that of water. वो फेमस कहावत है कि हुक्का पानी बंद कर देंगे ना, जो गांव में होती थी. तो मेरे ख्याल में अभी हुक्का पानी बंद होने वाला है. And once the hookah pani is shut down, then it is much more serious than many other things because this is a long-term pact. So I think overall, it has sent a very important signal of India's determination, self-confidence, and it will boost the morale of the people, of the armed forces. And I think it's a very, very laudable step that has been taken.
All right, gentlemen, Vice Admiral Chawla, you spoke about Operation Sindoor. And I want to tell you that it really has touched an emotional chord, the naming of it. They could have named it anything. But today, I'm going to now tell the viewers a story about these two women. And that's what represents us, that's what represents India, and that's what represents Operation Sindoor. It has nothing to do with the marital status of a woman. It has only and only to do with a woman. Early this morning, India proved yet again that when it comes to gender neutrality and equality in our armed forces, there is no compromise on what many other nations in the region do with impunity. The vibrant presence of women and from diverse religious communities. This unfolded when Colonel Sophia Qureshi briefed the media on Wednesday alongside Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh on India's Operation Sindoor. Qureshi and Singh shared the names and details of the targeted sites on the intervening night of May 6 to 7th. Qureshi, an officer from the Corps of Signals, spoke in Hindi, while IAF helicopter pilot Vyomika Singh shared the details in English and in perfect symphony, as it were. Let me take you through on who these accomplished women officers and my colleagues in this nation are. Sophia Qureshi is a multi-generation officer in the army who imbibed the spirit of serving the nation from a very young age. She once said, and I'm quoting Sophia Qureshi here, "Being a Fauji kid, I was exposed to the army environment. My mother wanted either of us two sisters to join the army. I applied for it and got it. My grandfather was also in the army and he used to say, it is our responsibility as every citizen to be alert and stand up for our country and defend the nation. It is a dignified and honorable job." Sophia Qureshi joined the academy when the Kargil war was on and led an army training contingent at a multinational field training exercise in the year 2016. The Ministry of Defense, in a Women's Day post on X sharing a picture of Sophia Qureshi, said, "First woman officer to lead an army training contingent at Force 18. Plus multinational field training exercise in 2016, she was the only woman officers contingent commander among all ASEAN Plus contingent. Women's Day, IWD 2020, each for equal. She inspires us," said all those hashtags. Now let's come to Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, who is an accomplished helicopter pilot who has been part of rescue operations in extreme conditions to evacuate civilians in different situations. She has the rare distinction of logging over 2,500 flying hours and has operated several helicopters across some of the country's most challenging terrains, from the high altitude sectors in Jammu and Kashmir to the remote areas in the northeast. Vyomika had led a rescue operation in the year 2020 in Arunachal Pradesh, flying in extreme conditions to evacuate civilians. She had once described the start of her journey as a helicopter pilot, and let me quote Vyomika here. "I was in class 6 when the eureka moment happened. I realized that I wanted to be a pilot and own the sky. We were having a discussion in class on the meaning of names. Somebody shouted, "You are Vyomika," which means you own the sky. Since that day, I have wanted to be a pilot. That was in the early 1990s.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. Selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives.
If that isn't an example of Nari Shakti or women power or Operation Sindoor, then what is? Let me first go to General Ravi Shankar and then I move on to the next story. You know, Vice Admiral Chawla did speak about Operation Sindoor and spoke about an emotional chord. General Ravi Shankar, today what we saw unfold in front of our eyes, these 2 women, plus the name Operation Sindoor, why don't you weigh in on this? I mean, this is the new India, this is an India which was always there, but today it came to the forefront to, to tell the world that when it comes to gender neutrality, there is no one like us.
Look, at the outset, I must thank both these ladies for having put up such a wonderful presentation.
Sure.
It made me proud, right? And it was such a professional way of briefing. It's so clear and concise. And it just goes to prove many things that ladies can do anything. And I'd like to put across something else to you. You know, I'm from the artillery. And I was proud that, the first lot of lady officers who got commissioned into the artillery, I had the pride and privilege of handing them over their recruitments on commissioning. So I think Nari Shakti in the army is going ahead leaps and bounds. And mind you, these girls are going as, gunners in artillery. And Admiral Chawla will agree with me the significance of this because his father is also a gunner. Right? And he's smiling. So a lot of things are happening. If ladies can get into gunners, the profession of gunnery and flying and signaling and things like that, the sky is the limit. But I want to touch upon a couple of more things of beauty which you spoke of. You spoke of beauty in the earlier thing. Let me now put it across to you. 1 minute. I'll put it across to you 2 aspects of beauty in this whole operation. First aspect of beauty is that, look, the world will thank us, right, for having done what we did to Pakistani. That's the beauty of this operation. Everyone will say, look, only India could have done what it did to Pakistan. The second thing is the one of the happiest people on earth today are, the Baluch people and the Afghans. If you go onto the social media, they're dancing. And they're very happy that India has sorted Pakistan out, right, beyond this little incident. And I think it's a great moment. But I'd like to put across one aspect of this whole story. Like what Admiral Chawla said earlier, this is the tactical part or the operational part of this whole issue. The strategic part is yet to come.
Yes, I'm going to touch upon that.
Handle?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how are we going to handle the Indus Water Treaty, and thereafter, how are we going to handle the trade-related issues?
Yeah.
How are we going to handle the diplomatic issues? How are we going to handle the internal issues of Pakistan?
Absolutely.
And how we are going to handle the Pakistan army?
Right.
And most importantly, there is going to be a riposte from Pakistan. You know, you take the history of Pakistan. After any action against them, they have always.
All right, I'm getting some. I'm sorry to interject in this fashion, General, but we are getting some breaking news. Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister, addresses the Pak Assembly and, of course, the Pakistan Assembly. The other breaking news also that we are getting, that they have now admitted, Pakistan Prime Minister, that the Indian attack on terror camps, he's accepted it now very, very clearly. Since morning there was some confusion, but now out there on your screens, they've admitted that we did attack their terror camps, what we've been saying since morning on News 9 and elsewhere. And Shehbaz Sharif has listed out names of places attacked, and that's what I'm going to also look at, right now in this story that these 9 targets which were focused precisely by the Indian army. And why is it now that the Pakistan Prime Minister has accepted that these were, of course, focused on? I'm going to take you through why they are of crucial importance, and in the negative fashion, not in the possible. On your screens right now, the camps targeted in Pakistan: Savai Nala camp, terrorists trained here, attacked civilians and security forces in Sonmarg and Gulmarg in October 2024. Pahalgam terrorists were also trained here. That is the first terror hub. Let's move on to the next one, which is Sayyidina Bilal camp. Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist camp used this as a staging area. Camp was used to train terrorists in weapons and explosives. Gulpur camp, Kotli, base for Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists operating in Rajouri and Poonch. Zakiur Rahman Lakhvi visited camp for indoctrination and innovational speeches as well as motivational speeches. Next up, Abbas camp, Kotli, known as the nerve center for training suicide bombers of LAT. Next, the Barnala camp in Bimber, used for providing training to terrorists in weapon handling and IED making. Next up, Sarjal camp, Sialkot, terrorists who killed 4 personnel of Jammu and Kashmir police in March 2025 were trained and launched from this camp. Next up, Mehmuna, Joya camp, Sialkot. Major terrorist attacks, including attack on Pathankot Air Force Station, was planned and directed from this camp. Markaz Taiba, Muridke, headquarter of Lashkar-e-Taiba led by Hafiz Saeed. 2611 terrorist Ajmal Qasab was trained here. Muridke camp, David Kulema Headley also received training at this camp. Markaz Subhan camp, Bahawalpur, facility frequently visited by terrorist commanders including Masood Azhar. Meanwhile, let's listen into what Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh had to say on Operation Sindoor. Have a listen in.
तो जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है।
Admiral Chawla, these camps Let's keep those camps right on the screen even as our experts speak about it so that people know that these were the terror hubs that Operation Sindoor actually focused on. You know, what this proves is, Admiral Chawla, that all along we had given them proof that this is where the nefarious, heinous activities are going on. But Pakistan was in denial completely. Today when this happens, and after what the Pakistan Prime Minister has accepted, your reaction to this is a kind of, climb down. This is a kind of egg on their faces. Admiral Chawla.
The Pakistanis are masters at denial and bluffing and lying, etc. So I think whatever Pakistan says really doesn't have much credibility anywhere in the world. So I would say that whether they accept it, whether they don't accept it, doesn't make any difference. We are aware of what the truth is. The world is aware of what the truth is. And it has been presented to them, I think, with ample evidence. I would, in fact, like to bring out the point that after the 2017 Uri attacks, Pakistan completely denied that the attacks ever took place. I mean, they said nothing like this has ever happened. So the very fact that they have admitted it this time, of course, 2019, they could not deny it. But the fact that they have now admitted is a first step in being slightly honest. But, their entire posture and their entire strategy is based on information warfare and disinformation. And I think this is what they do. I would just like to point out one more thing, because when you showed those two very capable spokespersons from the Army and the Air Force, one of the nefarious designs behind this whole attack was to create communal disharmony in India. And this was very publicly done by choosing Hindus and, saying that are you Hindu or you're not Hindu, and Hindus and one Christian were killed. But I think India has proved that, there is no such thing as a communal disharmony here. The fact of the matter is that we have a huge number of brave Muslim men and women in our armed forces who serve in every capacity and in every rank, who have proved themselves and got the Paramveer Chakra also in Indo-Pak wars. So I think this attempt by Pakistan to sow communal disharmony is something that we all should combat, and we have done it very well. And I think the government and the people of India should be lauded for that, because this two-nation theory that even the Pak army chief talked about in the past was in fact disproved totally in 1971, when the vast majority of then Pakistani Muslims chose their Bengali identity over the Muslim identity. So I think this entire operation, another great thing that has happened is that we have shown that this will not affect our communal harmony, it will not affect the social fabric of the country, and that we as a country accept everybody as long as they are loyal citizens of India.
Absolutely. General Ravi Shankar, quickly, I want to come to you. All these terror hubs that we've been showing, on the screen, and we're getting some breaking news now. 43 injured in Pak ceasefire violation. That is what is right now flashing, and Pakistan continues to target innocent civilians. That's the breaking news. 15 civilians killed in Pak firing near LOC. 43 injured in Pakistan ceasefire violation. Ladies and gentlemen, those who've joined us, that's the breaking news that we are getting. Pakistan continuing to target innocent civilians on your screens right now. The breaking news. Let me go back to General Ravi Shankar. General Ravi Shankar, I wanted to ask you that one of the reasons, and you are the best person, both you gentlemen, but you, General Ravi Shankar, I'm coming to you on this. That's because we may be born of the same womb, maybe the armies, in respective countries. But the point is that ours is an organized, structured force bound by a couple of goals which all of you adhere to. Pakistan Army is more like a conglomerate which works on the political whims and fancies of those who rule it. It could be feudal lords, it could be someone else. Do you think their reactions to Operation Sindoor and also what is happening on the screen right now is precisely because of that reason? It's a rogue army. I'm sorry I'm using that word, General. My apologies to you.
Look, I think we'll make a mistake if we think that they are a rogue army. They're not a rogue army. This army controls the nation. This army constitutes the nation. It controls the nation, right? And to stay in power, they'll do whatever it takes. And please don't make the mistake of thinking they are, a conglomerate of people. They're very professional.
Right.
And they're very professional, whether it's the Army, Navy, or the Air Force. So we should never underestimate them. They might make terrible mistakes. They've always had a track record of losing, but that's for a different reason. At this point of time, they're doing this, whatever they're doing, escalation on the LOC is with a reason, right? And they have that plan coming up, and that is what we have to guard against. Be very clear that there is a riposte coming. And whatever they're doing now, heating up the LOC, which is actually not conducive to their, status at this point of time, they're doing. What they're doing, the 16 civilians killed, the 43 injured in, on our side of the LOC is detrimental to their interests, but they're still doing it. Because any firing and any death or any injury on our side of the LOC alienates people against the Pakistan army. And they're still doing it. So there is a design in whatever they're doing.
Okay.
And this is the time not to, let me be very honest with you. This is not the time to wax eloquent about what we have been able to achieve and all that. This is the time to sit tight, hold fast, and look ahead and see what's going to happen. The way I look at it, the next 48 to 72 hours are very critical in the way this whole story is going to go.
General Ravi Shankar, thank you so much for weighing in on that. That's why I needed an expert opinion. I'm going to come back to you on what the forward movement is going to be. General Ravi Shankar on the show says, sit tight. Just the next 48 to 72 hours are going to be crucial. This is not the time to wax eloquent, he says. Let me now go to the other aspect, about families, about emotions tied to this. Family members of the victims of the Pahalgam attack have actually hailed the strike on Pak terror infrastructure. They've said that justice has been served.
वो हमने अपने भतीजे को, जो खानदान के अंदर सबसे बड़ा बेटा था, सबसे बड़े भाई का बेटा था, वो हमारे घर से चला गया। उसकी पूर्ति तो कोई नहीं कर सकता है, पर सरकार ने जो कदम उठाया है और आतंकवादी का जो हम चाहते थे कि आतंकवादी शब्द जड़ से ही मिट जाना चाहिए, और सरकार ने इतना अच्छा कदम उठाया, हमें बहुत खुश है उससे।
जो हुआ वो सही हुआ, किंतु जो 4 व्यक्ति है उसको मारना है। 4 कौन है? जो 4 व्यक्ति जिनने बिना डरे जो कार्य करा, जो जानवर के भी नहीं करता वो कार्य करा, बस उसका इंसाफ चाहिए।
जो 4 आतंकियों ने घटना की,
वो कबूल करे कि हमने करा ये चीज, उनकी क्षमता के अनुसार उनको भी वैसी सजा मिलनी चाहिए जैसे वो हुई।
If it is attack on the terror outfits, I think it's the right thing, because if not now, they will kill some more civilians, some more people across the border, across India, etc. So I think government has done a detailed study before coming into this conclusion of attacking these terror outfits, and we completely support the government decision.
ऐसा व्यवस्था पहले से ही होना चाहिए। ऐसी अब व्यवस्था जो सरकार करी उससे हम संतुष्ट हैं। हम चाह रहे हैं कि हमारी व्यवस्था माने सरकार ऐसी कड़ी से कड़ी रखे कि आतंकवाद को माने जड़ से उखाड़ फेंके और आइंदा आगे से किसी के घर के कोई व्यक्ति को आतंकवाद मार न सके। हम इससे संतुष्ट हैं कि जो कल भी स्ट्राइक की गई है उससे भी संतुष्ट हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि सरकार हमारी जो मोदी जी हैं, अमित शाह जी हैं, जो भी व्यवस्था किए हैं अच्छी है।
सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ज्यादा सेंसिटाइज और सेंसिटिव है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। और आपने इस रात वो देखा कि सरकार ने कितनी दुरुस्तता के साथ सही ठिकानों पर आतंकवाद की कमर तोड़ने के लिए उस पर कड़ा प्रहार किया है। और भविष्य में कभी ऐसा ना हो, इसलिए उनको ये सबक सिखाया जा रहा है।
All right, moving on, let's tell you what the statement which is coming in from the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan, which has now said that the armed forces of Pakistan has been authorized to take action after Indian airstrikes. There it is, breaking news. After talking de-escalation, PK Pakistan Prime Minister's statement after security meet, they are crying foul over killing of terrorists. That's what I was just about to read. When this comes in, Pakistan Prime Minister authorizes forces to retaliate. That's the breaking news. After speaking about de-escalation, Pakistan, as always, has provoked yet again. But like General Ravi Shankar said, this will keep happening. We'll go back to him to talk about it. Also, Admiral Chawla, who's on the show. Meanwhile, the Pakistan Security Committee said that the Jhelum hydropower project was also discussed, and Pakistan has claimed that it violated international conventions. Pakistan also said that there were no terrorist camps on its soil and called the international community to look into the Kashmir issue. Meanwhile, talking about reactions from across the world, let's take a look at what President Trump said about the operation.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
More breaking updates coming there. Sources are saying that Pakistan may be contemplating to attack civilian areas in Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir and Gujarat border to do a false flag operation to build a fake narrative around Baloch camps run by India. Pakistan's ISI has been trying to build this narrative for quite a while now. Critical infra also is on the radar. That's what the sources are saying. After the strikes on 9 terror infrastructure in Pakistan, Prime Minister Modi briefed President Draupadi Murmu on the operations. The President hailed the armed forces for the strike. Soon after, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh informed at a cabinet meet chaired by Prime Minister Modi about Operation Sindoor. The entire cabinet hailed the action and the Prime Minister's leadership with thumping of desks. PM Modi said that his government shall have zero tolerance towards terror. The Prime Minister also separately met the Defence Minister and NSA Ajit Doval and took stock of the evolving situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah later chaired a meeting with Chief Ministers, DCPs, Chief Secretaries of States bordering Pakistan in Pal after Operation Sindoor. Amit Shah has ordered chiefs of all Central Armed Police Forces to call back their personnel who are on leave. He assessed the internal security situation in the country and directed the top security officials to be on alert and keep a strict vigil. Let me now go back to the experts who have joined us on this special edition of a News 9 bulletin and ask them the very crucial question. Admiral Chawla, what happens henceforth? You know, we are a couple of more than 12 hours now into Operation Sindoor, and like General Ravi Shankar was saying, that let us not run away with it. Let's be staid about it. Let's be together in the sense that keep our thoughts together and do not have a knee-jerk reaction. What do you think, Admiral Chawla, the forward movement will be from both sides, considering your vast and huge experience in the field?
You know, as General Ravi Shankar mentioned, firstly, we have to be very vigilant, because this is the issue of the prestige and the standing of the Pakistan army. You know, if you recollect just a few minutes back, you were talking about the Pakistani PM admitting terror sites on, and now he's reportedly saying there were no terror sites. And I had mentioned that there is no credibility or consistency in what they speak. Moreover, whatever the Pakistani Prime Minister speaks is actually dictated by the army. So it is not some independent statement that is came out. He is given what he is supposed to read out. So to give the veneer or the cover of a civilian authority, whereas it's actually the entire script is, you can now see forward with so much of experience as to what will come next. And what is going to come next is certainly, as General Ravi Shankar mentioned, some sort of retaliation to save face. Because Pakistan knows it's not really in a position to launch a full-scale war. The very fact that it is trying to internationalize the Kashmir issue for the last 75 years, reveals its incapability of resolving the issue. So that's why it wants international mediation. So this entire exercise that the Pakistan Army does periodically is to get international attention back to it. But I think the international attention has become quite jaded. People are quite sick of this entire issue, and even the UN Security Council told Pakistanis to sort it out bilaterally with India. So I think these are desperate attempts being made. And so looking ahead, definitely there will be some sort of retaliation. What form it comes, I think General Shankar mentioned a few things. You have mentioned a few things about what could happen, the false flag operations, etc. I think that's what they teach us in the armed forces, that in a crisis, you have to be calm and, never get too happy or too sad or too worried because things, you have to be ready for what comes next. So I think what is likely to come next is some sort of retaliation. And I think if the armed forces are obviously, and the government is going to be prepared for it, then that retaliation will be foiled. There is an issue of an escalation ladder that is often talked about. So I think what both sides, and I'm sure the hierarchy is seized of that, need to do is to control the escalation ladder and ensure that doesn't become a runaway train in a sense. I think Pakistan would be more worried about that than us. But I think we have put so many cards on the table now that Pakistan has a very limited hand to play. And so I think what really will come next will be some sort of kinetic retaliation and more noise about the Indus Water Treaty and other things that are happening. And I think that's going to slowly squeeze them. It's going to be like a boa constrictor squeezing the prey slowly but surely. And I think that is what they are scared of. So there will be, in brief, some sort of retaliation. But I don't expect it to go out of hand because they really don't have the capability or the stomach for such a fight.
All right. General Ravi Shankar, please weigh in on what the forward movement could be. I mean, what is it that one expects? There were lots of questions swirling around people's minds, but that would be conjecture and speculation. I shall not even mention those. Over to you, sir, for the forward movement, sir.
Thanks a lot. I think that forward movement has already started. They've already made way for that. And the first aspect of that forward movement is information warfare. They've already put out in the public, shaping the public opinion that all airstrikes carried out by India were not successful and that we've lost half a dozen Rafale aircraft, this, that, and that is being, echoed and, blown up by the Chinese media. And they're excellent, let's say a vast network of public opinion and shaping propaganda machinery. So that story is already on. Okay, the next thing is that they, you made a mention of that. In the past 1 week, Pakistanis have been saying that we have some camps in Rajasthan somewhere, and we are training people from Balochistan and Afghanistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa here for operations against Pakistan. So to that extent, those camps, whether they're real or fictional, will be targeted. That's the equivalent they're going to seek, right? Terrorism, equivalent. That's the equivalent they're going to seek. And whether they're going to hit, now that we have crossed the international border across Punjab, they will do the same across Rajasthan or wherever. The other alternative they have is they might target an old dam or water infrastructure. And other than that, they don't have many, choices for targets. But the fact is that they'll try. And in this trial, they'll ensure that PAF has achieved a great victory. This is what they did in, when we struck them at Balakot and they did that Swift retort. So I think this is an opportunity for us. The way I look at it, this is an opportunity. You know where they're going to come. And this time, don't make a mistake. And if they do come, it's not necessary you hold yourself this side. Go the other side and hit them again. It's not necessary that, we worried about the escalation ladder. Escalation can keep happening or not happening. One part of escalation control is also to put such tight conditions on the other person that he knows that's going to be unacceptable damage to him. So I think we have to start playing this game psychologically and we have to start playing our information game very fast. To that extent, the External Affairs Ministry is already on the ball. They briefed all the UNSC member ambassadors here in Delhi They've already put out all the feelings through our ambassadors worldwide. They're shaping public opinion. The larger part is now we have to start negating the negative viewpoints from China. To that extent, I think the ministry has also put out. In fact, our embassy in China has already put out a tweet against Global Times and said, stop giving out fake news. That's already there. So we've already started something. I think we need to take it more. And I think our media across the line, including News9, should start exposing these fake things which are coming out and build public opinion and, convince people that, look, what has happened is the right thing. And India has done something very good for not only for India, but for the world at large. Because like I said earlier, a lot of people are going to thank us for what we have done. What no one else has been able to do, we have been able to do. And we know that Pakistan is an international state sponsor of terrorism. So all this is going to come, and all this is going to be magnified by whatever China is there. And we should be very clear that if things go a little offy or awry, China might step into the fray in some manner. They've already stepped into the fray in intelligence and other operations. The way I look at it, all this information couldn't have come without Chinese help. ISR help China will give. So all these things we need to factor in and build up our defenses and convert our defense into some kind of offensive. That's the way I look at it. Look, at an extreme, let me put it in an extreme way, this is probably the right time to start supporting Baluch insurgency, and as also problems, all our friends across Afghanistan, because they have a huge problem with Afghanistan, and that will pin Pakistan armed forces down. If there's one thing they're worried about, it is this, that they have to face a 3 or a 4 front situation from within. And even the CPEC is lying absolutely, vulnerable. That is also a target. I think we have to play our cards differently. Let's not play the morality card. Let's play real politics. Let's be out of the box. So far, our government has been out of the box and aggressive and has taken the initiative. And I think we will go the distance. I have full faith in our government to do that.
Very well said, General Ravi Shankar. Admiral Chawla, when you began this conversation in this section, you said Pakistan does not have the capability. I want you to weigh in on that. Like General Ravi Shankar said, that the media also has a responsibility to tell the world as to what the real story is. So please weigh in on that when you say that Pakistan does not have the capability really to take us head on.
Yeah, when you look at the comprehensive national power of any country,
right,
and you look at specifically now, you look at because military power is not just fought with military instruments. It requires, it requires oil, it requires ammunition, it requires spares, it requires replenishment of units that are damaged or out of action. So when you look at that capability, I think Pakistan is in a very, very difficult spot. And earlier it used to get help from its so-called, patrons abroad. Currently, it is only China really that is with Pakistan, and China has a history of being on the fence. Let's hope it continues like that. But in the past, that's what it has done. It will support it through intelligence or provide some spares or something of that sort. But even if you look at the Ukraine war, the assistance given to Russia by China has been at a different level. It's not really in terms of armed forces, equipment, etc., but maybe raw material and that sort of a thing. So if you look at it from Pakistan from that point of view, look at the capability of its forces. As General Shankar mentioned, they are professional armed forces. So it's not that one should take it for granted. They are professional because they have that ethos in them. But the fact is they don't have the capacity for any prolonged war. If you look at the ammunition stockpiles, you look at the kind of fuel stockpiles that they have, and the kind of problems that they are facing internally as well. So, and any war that they take the ultimate impact will be very bad for them financially, which has already been warned by by ratings agencies and the IMF, etc. So I think they have much more to lose, and they really don't have the stamina for a long battle. So there will be some pinpricks, there will be some acts that will happen, and if we are vigilant, which I'm sure we are, we will be able to handle.
All right, and let's move on, and I'll tell you that meanwhile 14 members of Masood Azhar's family, including his elder sister, have been killed in Operation Sindoor strike on a madrasa in Bahawalpur. 14 members of Masood Azhar's family killed, Masood's sister among those killed, like I just now told you. Let's take some reactions on that story. All right, let's take a look at how prepared India is, and that's what we've been discussing in this special bulletin that you're watching on News 9. Soon after India struck the terror targets in Pakistan, Pakistan threatened retaliation. Owing to the tense situation, India is preparing civilians for any kind of eventuality with nationwide mock drills. I've heard that even schools have carried out, like you see on your screens, schools carrying out the mock drills to see that in case of any eventuality, how do they prepare little children as well as teachers and others, and that is the preparation already. Look at those visuals on your screens right now.
मैडम आपको हटो आज तक के अंदर से यहाँ पे लेके आया जा रहा है साइड हो जाओ पूरी जो मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट है वो यहाँ पे भाई
ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಕೋಡ್ ರೆಡ್ ಡೆಲ್ಟಾ ನಂತರ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ
भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच युद्ध जैसे हालात बने हुए, जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान ने 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में कारणा हरकत की, उसके बाद इस तरह की स्थिति बन रही है, युद्ध हो सकता है। ऐसे में भारत की तैयारी क्या है, इसको लेकर के फिलहाल जगह जगह देश में 244 जगह से ज्यादा जगहों पर ये मॉक ड्रिल की जा रही है। इस वक्त हम मौजूद है एनडीएफसी दफ्तर के बाहर और देखिए ये ऊंची बिल्डिंग है, यहाँ पर अगर इस तरह के हालात बनते हैं तो कैसे जो इनमें बचाव किया जाए, लोग कैसे बचें, तमाम चीजों को दिखाने के लिए किया। देखिए यहाँ पर फायर ब्रिगेड की जो गाड़ी है वो यहाँ पर आई और देखिए जैसे ही बिल्डिंग है उसे खाली कैसे कराया जाएगा, ये जो है आपको दिखाते हैं कि यहाँ पर सायरन बज चुका। सायरन बजते ही लोगों को ताकीद की गई है कि लोग जो हैं वो बिल्डिंग से बाहर आए और सुरक्षित जगहों पर जाए। यहाँ पर भी बेसमेंट जो है वो बनाया हुआ है और वहाँ पर लोगों को रेस्क्यू करने की बात जो है वो बताई गई है कि लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थानों पर जाना है। और देखिए यहाँ पर मॉक ड्रिल की जा रही है और देश की राजधानी, और यहाँ की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जगह है। यहाँ पर एनडीएमसी का दफ्तर है, साथ में सामने देखेंगे तो गृह मंत्रालय का दफ्तर है। और देखिए सिविल डिफेंस वॉलंटियर्स की जो बात की गई थी कि उनकी क्या भूमिका होगी, दिल्ली पुलिस की क्या भूमिका होगी, एनडीआरएफ की क्या भूमिका होगी, तमाम वो एजेंसीज जो इस तरह के हालातों में काम करती है उनको यहाँ पर डिप्लॉय किया गया है, ये बताने के लिए कि किस तरीके से उनको बचाव कार्य करना है।
All right, with that it's a wrap of this bulletin, but our rolling coverage on Operation Sindoor will continue on News 9. Thanks for watching.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties had challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Mohammed Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know, India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
Light, camera, and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News 9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News 9's pick of the week, don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News 9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
Every brand tells a story. And they are the storytellers, the Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
Is life transactional by any chance?
Of course. Everything in the creation affects everything else.
You are not only an actor, you are an activist.
Through my cinema, I've tried to always project what I really felt.
You tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
The message to women was, let the spotlight of your life be on you.
You are fiercely competitive in nature, but you come across as a typical good boy that every mother would like to have.
But it doesn't mean you're not raging inside, or equally euphoric.
You have donned many hats, but who is Kiran Rao?
I am a speck and I am not even a blink in time.
From being somebody to becoming nobody is the first step in enlightenment. Even now, I don't think of myself as a brand.
You still move ahead with your beliefs.
Winning the game is what's going to make this decision right.
It's a kind of a barometer that you have internally.
It was lovely talking to Barun. It was great fun, and I think you'll find it fun to watch.
I found the discussion very thought-provoking.
As befits such a conversation, one goes back with more questions and answers.
He gave me a formula which I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, which is something that you'll have to watch the show for.
Watch Radico Presents Duologue with Barun Das, Season 3 at these times on News 9. News 9, English News, as it should be.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9, English news as it should be.
Hello and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to your favorite news destination. I'm Kabir Naqvi, and on News 9, the rolling coverage as we decode Operation Sindoor, hitting out on those terror hubs in Pakistan and POK in the dead of night for about 25 minutes. Pure panic and horror for Pakistan and its biggest export, that is terrorism. We'll continue to decode that, and an esteemed set of panelists with us on the broadcast as well. But before that, the top headlines we're tracking for you right at the top of this news week. India rains fire on Pakistan. Nearly 100 terrorists have been killed in the precision strikes at 9 different terror locations and camps. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Draupadi Murmu and the cabinet, and an all-party meeting has been called for the same tomorrow. Meanwhile, 15 civilians killed and 43 injured as Pakistan continues unprovoked firing along the LOC. At the 65th raising day of the BRO, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh salutes the armed forces for their valor, says India targeted only the terror camps that struck at India. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefs the foreign envoys in the national capital. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has also meanwhile told the Chinese counterpart that India will retaliate to any Pakistani misadventure. India defends its action across the border, says Pakistan did not act despite clear-cut evidence against these terror camps. And the preparations, they continue for any eventuality. The civil defense mock drills are being conducted across the country. And in Operation Sindoor, 14 members of Masood Azhar's family have been killed in the Indian military strikes. 10 family members, 4 associates of Masood Azhar neutralized.
अस्पताल में मतलब कि इमरजेंसी की सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
In the stillness of night, India struck back. The strike was swift, it was sharp, it was sure. From 1:05 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. across just 25 minutes, 24 missiles were fired in a precision tri-services operation targeting 9 high-value terror hubs spread across Pakistan and POJK. The code name of the operation, Operation Sindoor, a name chosen with intent. Sindoor, the sacred red signifying both sacrifice and resolve. The Air Force, the Army and the Navy, acting as one, executed what New Delhi called a measure proportionate response to the April 22nd Pahalgam carnage, which left 26 civilians dead, including a Nepali national. Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, in a rare tri-services briefing alongside Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, declared the operation a strategic dismantling of the terror infrastructure. They said, no more launch pads, no more safe havens, and no more silence. The locations hit included known hotbeds of terrorism: Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bhimbar, the Neelam Valley, Bhavalpur, Jhelum and Chakwar. And these training camps, recruitment centers, command bunkers, they've all been flattened in Operation Sindoor. That's the big success of the Operation Sindoor. Unmanned aerial vehicles, the UAVs confirmed that almost 100 terrorists have been killed and dozens more have been injured, with no Pakistani military installation targeted in Operation Sindoor. That's a big, big achievement in this calibrated attack by the Indian Air Force and the Army. The use of satellite-guided glide bombs and laser-designated missiles, they ensured minimal collateral damage but the maximum impact as well. And now, political tremors, because Pakistan's Prime Minister, he himself stood in the National Assembly and admitted, yes, Indian missiles struck Pakistani territory. He couldn't say that those were terror hubs, but clear-cut evidence in front of the world at this point in time. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, he's already spoken and briefed at least 13 different envoys in the Ministry of External Affairs. But here, back at home, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, he hailed the operation. He said the forces demonstrated not just alertness, but accuracy that redefines deterrence as well. The Defense Minister on your screens first.
जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है।
But the fallout continues. Nothing out of the ordinary playbook that we have been seeing, nothing unprecedented. These ceasefire violations were already ongoing over the last 1 week, and now 15 people have been reported dead, at least 43 injured in retaliatory fire from terror operatives and panic in the civilian areas in our side of the border. Mock drills are underway. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, and these mock drills are now ever more important in the face of what Operation Sindoor has achieved, because there could be disproportionate response from the other side. Of course, Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif has also climbed down. He says we're ready to back down in case India backs down. But then again, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval also told the Foreign Minister of China, Wang Yi, that India is not looking for a war, but if need be, we will reply back in the same vein and tone. Pakistani towns, a nation preparing for what might come next, because these mock drills are underway in several of the border areas as well. And tonight, that's the question we're asking. Was Operation Sindoor the turning point that India wanted, or the spark that could ignite escalation? Is this the start of a sustained deterrent, or the opening act in a bigger battle? Payback for Pahalgam, that's the bottom line. And this is Operation Sindoor decoded for you. Joining me here on the broadcast is Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, former Chief Spokesperson, Minister of Defence. A very warm welcome to you, Wing Commander. And Major Amit Bansal, Defence and Strategic Expert. A very warm welcome to you, Major, as well. Wing Commander, I'm going to quickly come to you. But looking at 25 minutes of precision strikes, how do you assess to what Pakistani Prime Minister is now saying? Khwaja Asif, the Defence Minister, is now saying. Sources are also telling us that we must beef up security and be prepared on the Rajasthan side of the front as well. And the 15 lives that we've already lost in the retaliatory fire in Poonch as well. And before we do that, to both my panelists and the viewers, there's another breaking that we're bringing to you, that Pakistan has attacked the Gurdwara Sri Guru Singh Sabha Sahib in Poonch, killing 3 people and injuring many others. The deceased have been identified as Amrik Singh, Amarjeet Singh and Ranjit Singh. 15 civilians have lost their lives in Pakistan's firing, whilst 43 have been injured. Where is this headed, Wing Commander? First and foremost, from planning to execution, those 25 minutes of horror for Pakistani people and Pakistan, what does this say about India's current striking capabilities, and what, according to you, is coming next?
Well, Kabir, thank you very much. This is a red letter day for us, because this is the continuation of beginning. We begun in the Balakot, and this is the first hop, step and jump. This is the step which we have taken, and the jump is going to come. This aspect of our armed forces is absolutely what Indian armed forces ethos is built on. We only believe in striking the military targets. We don't attack civilians. We don't attack protected property. That is for sure. But question is, what sort of operations are we holding? These are operations, anti-terrorist operations. Let us be clear about it. Why we want the anti-terrorist operation? Because the creator of the terrorist is the Pakistan army. The Aka of the terrorists is the Pakistan army. We are heading for that. They know very well. Masood Azhar and all these names, actually to me, they don't mean much. They can come and go. They will be created. You can kill 10 of them. 10 will be there next week. There sufficient of them. But now the pressure has started. The jump is on to the Pakistan army's capability. That is what we are all watching. That is what we are gaining, putting out all our efforts and strength and concentration. And that's what we are going to do, because Pakistan army is there where it is sitting because of terrorism, and they've created terrorism and through the sleeper cells in India, in Kashmir. So we have started killing the sleeper cells. They are being sorted out. Now we are sorting out the terrorist camp. One thing is left. We have to attack, destroy, and occupy. We have to occupy these 9 positions. We should have done it, not in the Pakistan, but at least the POK. We should do it. Probably we will be following it up with the occupation. So the word is occupation of POK is starting, and it will start. The date is not far. We have been educated. But what I'm going to tell you is this: India must celebrate ourselves. We can congratulate, but look towards the east. The China and the Bangladesh, they are wasting it constantly. They have not come in a narrative at all. They are there. Now what happens? What statement Bangladesh is making? Nobody has mentioned anything. That makes a lot of difference, because China is now in a is a quandary as to what it should do. Should it follow the BRICS policy, or should it follow what it wants to do against India? So now let's wait and watch. China has started moving in the Bay of Bengal, and also alongside Bangladesh, submarine pens, etc., is already reviewing. Habban Tota, it's reviewing. We have to watch out now. Our action will not be limited to Kashmir and POK. Our now action is going to spread over, and that is where we are going to look. The Rajasthan means Sindh. Sindh will be stuck, and that is what the narrative of Pakistan was. So let us wait. As things have started, we should keep our cool and plan accordingly, and don't fall for these religious leaders, and don't even bother, and just ignore them. Don't even give them more publicity by discussing about them.
You know what, Wing Commander and Major, we're looking at celebratory shots coming in from across the country, but then again, what's happened in Poonch is again unsettling and a little bit tragic. We've lost a young soul in that Poonch attack as well. And just a short while ago, addressing the National Pakistan Assembly, Shehbaz Sharif giving a clarion call, asking all of his opposition members and his own leaders and his own coalition members to come in and make Pakistan Azim again. And this is what has happened. In Poonch, we've lost a young life. 15 people have been killed. At least 43 people have been injured. Even as celebration continues to go on because of the grand success of Operation Sindoor. Major Amit Bansal, how do you look at what's happened in Poonch? We've lost a young soul. And Shehbaz Sharif talking about prosperity of Pakistan.
Kabir, the entire Poonch fallout is basically the result of the frustration in the ranks of Pakistan army. Let me tell you, the biggest fear of Pakistan army is the fear of defeat. Biggest fear they have is. So that is the reason why they changed the entire of their history, deleted all the chapters of 1971, twisted all the narratives of 48 and 65 war, twisted all the narratives of 99 Operation Vijay, and projected an image of Pakistan army which has been winning all the wars with India. Now, with such strikes, they could not have digested it that they got such a big blow. So as a result, the local commanders started firing heavy artillery, 155 mm shells, which landed in the main Poonch town. This is unacceptable. Targeting the civilian location, this is unacceptable. So the way they did it is utter frustration. And I think since they cannot do any strategic impact on India because we are well prepared, so these kind of actions on line of control are going to increase. So we have to be well prepared, we have to be well set up, and we have to be ready for long range strikes using the medium artillery and long range artillery.
Well, that is another pertinent point. You know, we're getting reactions from across the country at this point in time, and I do wanted to talk about the mock drill and its essential essence and significance that is ever more important in today's time after the attack last night. These mock drills and our civilian police in those yellow volunteer vests, they're going to be ever more important. Today, what we're learning is that in the national capital, there is going to be a complete blackout. There's going to be blackouts across the country for us to prepare for what's coming next. But then again, Operation Sindoor. Why was it named Operation Sindoor? Because right in front of their wives, husbands were shot down. Their religion was asked. So many of those newly wed couples, I mean, many of those women have now been left widowed completely. So the significance, the ownership of the emotion and the emotive narrative is also with the Indian side. We've got some reactions coming from the family members over here. Wing Commander and Major Bansal, do take a look at them as well. It's important that on today's time, on the 13th day of the Pahalgam carnage, we carried out these attacks. Let's understand what's happening in the minds of those people, the victims, the kin of those victims as well.
So this marks the end of the airstrike. There is a green signal communication center. ERM green indicate that the raiders are passed away. There are many casualties on the ground, as you can see. Many people have taken shelter. The people who have taken shelter have one is injured with head casualty.
A problem playing that out. We're going to quickly play that out as well. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what's happening in Delhi. My colleague Jeet Bhati, he's been constantly on the ground from Khan Market to IGI, assessing the situation, telling us exactly what entails a civil defense mock drill. Over to Jeet Bhati's ground report.
भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच युद्ध जैसे हालात बने हुए, जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान ने 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में कारण हरकत की, उसके बाद इस तरह की स्थिति बन रही है, युद्ध हो सकता है। ऐसे में भारत की तैयारी क्या है, इसको लेकर के फिलहाल जगह जगह देश में 244 जगह से ज़्यादा जगहों पर ये मॉक ड्रिल की जा रही है। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं NDFC दफ्तर के बाहर और देखिए ये ऊंची बिल्डिंग है। यहाँ पर अगर इस तरह के हालात बनते हैं तो कैसे जो इनमें बचाव किया जाए, लोग कैसे बचें, तमाम चीज़ों को दिखाने के लिए किया। देखिए यहाँ पर फायर ब्रिगेड की जो गाड़ी है वो यहाँ पर आई और देखिए जैसे ही बिल्डिंग है उसे खाली कैसे कराया जाएगा, ये जो है आपको दिखाते हैं कि यहाँ पर सायरन बज चुका। सायरन बजते लोगों को ताकीद की गई है कि लोग जो हैं वो बिल्डिंग से बाहर आए और सुरक्षित जगहों पर जाए। यहाँ पर भी बेसमेंट जो है वो बनाया हुआ है और वहाँ पर लोगों को रेस्क्यू करने की बात जो है वो बताई गई है कि लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थानों पर जाना है। और देखिए यहाँ पर मॉक ड्रिल की जा रही है और देश की राजधानी और यहाँ की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जगह है। यहाँ पर NDMC का दफ्तर है, साथ में सामने देखेंगे तो गृह मंत्रालय का दफ्तर है और देखिए सिविल डिफेंस वॉलंटियर्स की जो बात की गई थी कि उनकी क्या भूमिका होगी, दिल्ली पुलिस की क्या भूमिका होगी, NDRF की क्या भूमिका होगी, तमाम वो एजेंसीज जो इस तरह के हालातों में काम करती है उनको यहाँ पर डिप्लॉय किया गया है, ये बताने के लिए कि किस तरीके से उनको बचाव कार्य करना है। फिलहाल आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि मॉक ड्रिल जो है वो यहाँ पर की जा रही है। जैसे ही सायरन बजा लोगों को ताकीद की गई थी कि वो बेसमेंट में चले जाएं और देखिए लोग जो हैं वो अब यहाँ से इस बिल्डिंग को खाली किया जा रहा है, एजेंसी खाली करा रही है और पास ही में यहाँ पर बेसमेंट है। वो जगह भी आपको दिखाने की कोशिश जो है वो हम करते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर लोगों को कहा गया है कि वहाँ से सेफली यहाँ से निकल जाए ताकि उन्हें जो है किसी भी तरीके का जान का नुकसान ना हो। इसके लिए ये देखिए मॉक ड्रिल यहाँ पर की जा रही है। कर्मचारियों को कहा गया है कि जैसे ही सायरन बजा है लोगों को कहा गया है कि वो अपने अपने दफ्तर से चाहे वो किसी भी माले पर हैं नीचे आए और उसके बाद बेसमेंट में उन लोगों को पहुँचाया जाए। और आपको तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं किस तरीके से बेसमेंट है, वो भी आपको दिखाते हैं कि यहाँ पर बेसमेंट जो है उसमें लोगों को भेजा जा रहा है। तो कुल मिलाकर ये एक मॉक ड्रिल की जा रही है ताकि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात बनते हैं तो इन हालातों में किस तरीके से खुद को सुरक्षित रखा जा सके और साथ ही जान माल की जो सुरक्षा है वो की जा सके।
All right, then, Wing Commander, Major, take a look at this new breaking development that we're tracking for all our viewers as well on the screens as we speak right now, because these mock drills are ever more so important. The current escalation by Pakistan has been discussed. The Foreign Secretary called on at least 13 envoys. They said India has made it clear it will respond if Pakistan provokes. Now, how important is it, Wing Commander, that on the global level, we have our own credibility to maintain, which we've been doing so very nicely. Look at what's happened at the UNSC, what happened right after Pahalgam carnage. We again called on those 20 envoys to give them a proper briefing. The same has happened after Operation Sindoor. So ostracize Pakistan, yet maintain our own credibility. And I think we're keeping all the right steps and at the right time.
Absolutely. The very fact you have used the word initially, we responded with proportionate and measured strike attack. When you use the word proportionate, that is the principle of international humanitarian laws. Proportionality. Everything we do, the weapons have to be used in proportionality. The means of warfare in proportionality, the methods of warfare in proportionality. That is what it is. We have actually, without even realizing, we have met the principles of war, the principle of humanitarian law. These are very important. We have signed the Geneva Convention and ratified it. And civil defense is also part of that. So when we are now talking in terms of informing every country, yes, we must tell them, we must brief them, update them. We have nothing to hide. We have courage of conviction on our side. And we are showing to them that what we have done because of terrorism and how we are wiping it out. But question is, how long will we only do the preliminaries? We have to go in advance now. We have to now thinking in terms of wiping it out. By only saying that army will be wiped out is not enough. We have to start doing it. So we have to increase the pressure. Increasing pressure is not only we start neutralizing the sleeper cells, we also make our machinery proper and start believing in truth. The truth is our system was not in order to deal with the sleeper cells. We may have to modify it. We don't have to say we have unified command. That is not the word. Word is one command and control. Until you have one command and control, that's quite different from unified command. That's what we require in Jammu and Kashmir. Then the sleeper cells will disappear. Pakistan army will be on the run. And then you start advancing towards the bases, what you have occupied. Then start moving forward. You will start getting the depth. Pakistan will start going back. Once POK is yours, you don't have to fight Pakistan after that, because they will not be able to do it. So we don't have to, make rhetoric that we will wipe out Rawalpindi and this and that. Those nothing are required. When the time comes, we'll do that. We don't have to talk about it. But this is a basic war job which we have to do, that we have to now relentlessly go, because the iron is hot. We have to strike. And these 9 strikes is okay. But the question is, now we have to make it, make it count. The 9 strikes have to make it count. Until we get the real estate in our hands, we will only keep striking. We don't want to get into this aspect. So please, and we have to now polish up our diplomacy. Nepal, China has already started entering there and started talking to Nepal regarding Kalapani. That is why they are going to make intrusions from. They are influencing Bhutan. They have already done it to Bangladesh. The submarines are already patrolling Abban Tota, absolutely, which is in their hands now. And the Gadar is totally, Pakistan is disintegrating. They will carry a major chunk. Now we have to be very careful. Where do we stand in this equation? So our external affairs minister has a lot to do, and we have to look at that. That is what we have to now bother about. So in the days to come, we will do these exercises. If you want to discuss the importance of this exercise, I'll tell you, because I'm the instructor for the Geneva for...
Commander, let's hold on to that thought. We will come back to the importance of these exercises as well. But for now, another breaking development. The Border Security Force DG has now met the Prime Minister, briefed the Prime Minister exactly what kind of developments and situation and preparations are being carried out on the border front as well. The DGBSF briefing the Prime Minister on the border situation. Now, Wing Commander, before I come to you, my colleague Nivriti Mohan, she spoke to the CEO of BrahMos, Dr. Atul Rane, relinquished that position on one of India's most formidable weapons, the BrahMos. And we have the Wing Commander and we have Major Bansal with us to help us better understand how important will BrahMos be in the face of major escalation. But let's quickly listen in to this conversation first.
if the warlike situation between India and Pakistan escalates, then we will have to see which are the most formidable and promising weapons that India has right now that can be used against Pakistan. We may or may not use it, but we must know which are the most capable weapons that India has, and one of that is the BrahMos supersonic missile. And right now we have with us the former CEO of BrahMos, Mr. Atul Rane, Dr. Atul Rane. So, sir, this is the most promising weapon, can we say that India has right now?
Well, BrahMos is the best and the fastest missile in the world right now as a cruise missile. No other nation holds a supersonic cruise missile. We have it, and it's there with all our three arms, the Army, Navy and Air Force. And yes, if the armed forces require to, they can use it, and they may use it. Let's hope it doesn't escalate, but if it does, there's no corner of our enemies where they can hide.
So recently, because the range was at around 249 or 259, 290 kilometers. Yes, sir. And now it has been tested for 800 kilometers. That means it can cover entire Pakistan?
Yeah, as I said, every corner of Pakistan can be covered with BrahMos without any problem. The ranges I get to learn from people like you, of course from the press. We don't talk about it. The armed forces are very well aware of how to use this article and how to deploy it, as well as use it for targeting any high value target.
Can you tell us about BrahMos? What are the features?
It's very well known. BrahMos is a supersonic cruise missile. We fly under the radar because we are land hugging. We can go up in case it's required to, that is to higher altitudes. Ranges are pre-programmable, targets are pre-programmable, and we have the capability of waypoints.
Well, Major Bansal, the wing commander just told us that the iron is hot. We must not stop here. Occupation and occupation of POK seems to be the next step on the anvil. But we just heard the BrahMos CEO talking about the importance of that missile as well. Nothing is going to be out of its coverage, its range. Another important breaking development that we have striking on our screens, Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has briefed the Spanish Foreign Minister. So add to the list of the 13 envoys, you've got the Foreign Minister of India speaking directly to his Spanish counterpart as well. But coming back to my question to you, Major Bansal, BrahMos and its importance in today's warfare, at least with our neighbor, for the lack of better word.
So I'll explain BrahMos in just three points. The first is it is able to strike each and every point in Pakistan. Not even a single, no place in Pakistan where BrahMos cannot strike. Number two, it is the fastest cruise missile in the world, which cannot be intercepted, and Pakistan does not have any capacity to intercept it. It just doesn't have. No weapon system currently in service in Pakistan can intercept BrahMos. And number three, BrahMos is the most accurate cruise missile, comes with a circular error probability of just 1 meter. Even if you are launching it at the highest, longest distances, it will be able to hit its target with maximum 1 meter precision, not less than that, not more than that. So that makes BrahMos a formidable weapon. Now, on top of that, India has already operationalized BrahMos. We have already containerized the missile. We have already issued it to various units. Various units have already been in place who are operationally using BrahMos. They've got all the set procedures in place. They've got adequate stocks of BrahMos, as with the regiments also, with our ammunition depots also. So there's no deficiency of these missiles. We have got ample number of these missiles. And when these missiles are going to rain, nothing can Pakistan survive.
Before I come back to you, Wing Commander, I've got a little report from Pahalgam as well, because it's equally important to show the viewers that not everything has gone in vain. There is more celebration across the length and breadth of the nation, because Operation Sindoor, needless to say, was a massive, massive success. My colleague, Vipin Chaube, files us this ground report from Pahalgam as well. The center point, what happened on the Baisaran top on the 22nd of April. Now, there is all gaiety, there is celebration. right after Operation Sindoor. Take a look what's happening in Pahalgam.
22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम के बायसरन घाटी में जिस तरह का आतंकी हमला हुआ और उसके बाद पूरे देश में आक्रोश उठा, आज उस हमले का बदला ले लिया गया है और भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके तमाम आतंकी संगठनों के जो बड़े बड़े अड्डे थे उनको ध्वस्त कर दिया है। और हम इस वक्त कश्मीर के उसी पहलगाम में मौजूद हैं जहां पर यह हमला हुआ था और इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद पहलगाम की रौनक नहीं खत्म हुई है। पर्यटक आ रहे हैं और लेकिन आज बहुत ज्यादा खुश हैं क्योंकि जवाब भारत की तरफ से उस पाकिस्तान को दिया गया है जो आतंकियों को पनाह देता है। तो आप लोग कहां से हैं और कितने ज्यादा खुश हैं ये बताइए आप लोग।
हम बहुत खुश है, गुजरात से आए।
गुजरात से आप कहां से आए?
मैं मेरठ से आया हूँ और बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है।
डर तो नहीं लग रहा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा।
किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है?
केरला से आए क्या हम?
केरला से
कर्नाटक से।
अच्छा, किसी को डर तो नहीं लग रहा है? आप लोग नारे भी लगा रहे हैं।
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, कोई डर नहीं। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
इसी पहलगाम में हमला हुआ, यहीं पर 22 पर्यटक 26 पर्यटक मारे गए। आप लोग आकर आज कैसे महसूस करें क्योंकि आज भारत ने जवाब दे दिया उस पाकिस्तान को जो आतंक की फैक्ट्री चलाता है।
नहीं, आज आकर एक तो सबसे आज डे इसलिए चुना पहलगाम आने का कि उन लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि भी दें और सबसे जो अच्छी चीज लगी कि मोदी जी ने जो ऑपरेशन का नाम दिया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, तो ये जबरदस्त नाम दिया है उन्होंने। आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है, आज जस्टिस सर्व्ड हुआ है उस लेडी के साथ कि जिसके हस्बैंड को आतंकवादियों ने मार दिया था।
इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद, इंडियन आर्मी जिंदाबाद।
Now look at this, Wing Commander. After 22nd of April, unity in numbers, strength in numbers, the resolve of the tourists, that's their response. I mean, terrorism's response is tourism, quote unquote.
Absolutely right. You see, this was a absolutely, slap in the face of General Munir, because when he wanted to make the whole India, Srinagar Valley aflame with Hindu-Muslim hatred, it went opposite. There was a total unity and, the communities joined up. And even the chief minister came, all politicians came and said, this is not acceptable. That is where the whole thing became counterproductive for Munir. And now you see, within 10 days, 15 days, the amount of tourism which is increased, it is the media and the youth of Pakistan is all watching it. They have been openly criticizing their leadership that we don't want your military action, the terrorism, and all these religious teachings, etc., hatred. We don't want it. They want to come to India. In fact, if you open the doors for them, you will see we'll be flooded by the tourists from the other side. What I'm just trying to tell you is that this is the most counterproductive action which Pakistan took. They just miscalculated. And the miscalculation has been further strengthened by this 9-base strike which we have done. So there's no doubt about it that the things have failed. But the question is, now what? The terrorists, which the sleeper cells, have not gone anywhere. Don't think that they'll suddenly, you will be like ostrich, we close our eyes and they have gone. No, they are there. Slowly and slowly, we have to get them out. The bitter truth is, which we have to swallow, is that within our own ranks and file, there are people. We have to flush them out, whether they're in police, whether they're in administration, whether they are in common, street merchandise community. If they are there, they have to be taken out. That is what is the basic thing. Rest is going to follow very fast. The leadership of the communities have to be now controlled. The religious aspect has to be controlled. Our ministries and home ministries must look into this aspect. Who is teaching what? The religious leader. That aspect has to be looked into. We don't have to just wash it away, say, nahi, the Atankwadi ka koi dharam nahi hota and all. These are all hogwash talks. The religion of Atankwadi is a religion of, the religion of Atankwad is a religion of Atankwadi. Who is conducting it and who is teaching him, his teachers. They have to be now caught and executed. And lastly, I'd like to tell you, why are we shy in putting in the rules? We used to have anti-terrorist rules. We used to have TADA. We have to so many things. Why are we not reintroducing them? Why did we stop? And who stopped it? In fact, we should have an inquiry. Then how did we stop it? That has to be reintroduced. There is nothing more than the safety of your nation, sovereignty of the nation. Any politician, service personnel, civilian, breaking the sovereignty and undermining of the country has to be dealt with the most serious manner. So that's
right, Wing Commander. Because the snakes will continue to rear their heads, and terror sympathizers in all shapes and sizes, no matter what rank file, they have to be condemned and flushed out as well. But again, we couldn't play out those reactions earlier in the beginning of the show. The family members, the victims' kin, the Pahalgam victims' kin, because the code name Operation Sindoor is a name that's been chosen with intent. Sindoor, the sacred red, signifying both sacrifice and resolve as well. Listen in to how the family members are now reacting after Operation Sindoor.
हमने अपने भतीजे को, जो खानदान के अंदर सबसे बड़ा बेटा था, सबसे बड़े भाई का बेटा था, वो हमारे घर से चला गया। उसकी पूर्ति तो कोई नहीं कर सकता है, पर सरकार ने जो कदम उठाया है और आतंकवादी का जो हम चाहते थे कि आतंकवादी शब्द जड़ से ही मिट जाना चाहिए, और सरकार ने इतना अच्छा कदम उठाया, हमें बहुत खुश है उससे।
जो हुआ वो सही हुआ, किंतु जो 4 व्यक्ति है उसको मारना है। 4 कौन है? जो 4 व्यक्ति जिनने बिना डरे जो कार्य करा, जो जानवर के भी नहीं करता वो कार्य करा, बस उसका इंसाफ चाहिए।
जो 4 आतंकियों ने घटना करी,
वो कबूल करे कि हमने करा ये चीज, उनकी क्षमता के अनुसार उनको भी वैसी सजा मिलनी चाहिए जैसे वो हुई।
If it is attack on the terror outfits, I think it's the right thing, because if not now, they will kill some more civilians, some more people across the border, across India, etc. So I think government has done a detailed study before coming into this conclusion of attacking these terror outfits, and we completely support the government decision.
ऐसा व्यवस्था पहले से ही होना चाहिए। ऐसी अब व्यवस्था जो सरकार करी उससे हम संतुष्ट हैं। हम चाह रहे हैं कि हमारी व्यवस्था सरकार ऐसी कड़ी से कड़ी रखे कि आतंकवाद को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंके और आइंदा आगे से किसी के घर के कोई व्यक्ति को आतंकवाद मार न सके। हम इससे संतुष्ट हैं कि जो कल भी स्ट्राइक की गई है उससे भी संतुष्ट हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि सरकार हमारी जो मोदी जी हैं, अमित शाह जी हैं, जो भी व्यवस्था किए हैं अच्छी है।
सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ज्यादा सेंसिटाइज और सेंसिटिव है और वो अपना काम कर रही है। और आपने इस रात वो देखा कि सरकार ने कितने दुरुस्तता के साथ सही ठिकानों पर आतंकवाद की कमर तोड़ने के लिए उस पर कड़ा प्रहार किया है, और भविष्य में कभी ऐसा ना हो, इसलिए उनको ये सबक सिखाया जा रहा है।
Well, Major Bansal, the defense minister, and we earlier heard him as well, Rajnath Singh, he applauded the forces' accuracy and their alertness as well. But to carry out a precision strike within 25 minutes across 9 targets, it does need some sort of coordination and calibration as well. What does this tell us about our new military doctrine and synchronization between the tri-forces?
See, Kabir, this kind of operations are not planned in a day. So there are various stages of these operations. First, you have to select the targets. Then you have to analyze the target. What kind of target is it? See, for an example, if you see the seminary in Bahawalpur, that seminary is spread in 82 acres, where students are studying, madrasa students are studying, but the terror activities are happening in one part of it. So you have to analyze which part of it is dominated by terrorists and frequented by terrorists. So target selection, target analysis, you have to observe the target, you have to completely put a surveillance on the target, what activities are happening. Then also you have to select what kind of ammunition is to be used on this target. What kind of ammunition is required to flatten the target or destroy the target. And then you also have to work out on right platform. You need a ground-based platform for that to launch that ammunition, or you want an air-based platform, you want a sea-based platform to launch that ammunition. So everything has to be worked out well. Now, in this entire scenario, the tri-services coordination was excellent. They all were working on a secure data link. They all were working on a very, very secure lines. They all had multiple briefings in the past. They all had a very, very robust kind of coordination among them. And it has been an example, and we must applaud this coordination and the action of the tri-forces, which achieved their aim in just 25 minutes of operation. Achieved their aim and flattened these terror infrastructure in no time.
Absolutely. The scalp, the hammer, on your screens as well, those ammunitions that were used to strike Pakistan as well. And whilst we're talking about the Indian Air Force's role as well, Wing Commander, my colleague Nivriti, again, toiling real hard ever since about 4 a.m. this morning, visiting, trying to get through those exclusive conversations. This is former Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadauria, who spoke to us as well. Let's listen in to what they had to say on Operation Sindoor and the striking capability, be it the scalp, the storm shadows or the hammers. It is the Indian Air Force pilots that are actually maneuvering those aircrafts, and their resolve is also equally important. There are those UAVs which are also handled by men inside control rooms and shadow control rooms. Their job is also equally important. So this next conversation gives us a little insight on how the Indian Air Force looked at Operation Sindoor as well.
We have Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadauria with us. Let us talk to him. So, what is your first reaction on India's precision strikes inside Pakistan's territory?
My first reaction is that it is a very considered and deliberate decision in terms of choice of targets. 9 targets have been chosen, which are all terrorist sites or their infrastructure. The kind of targets chosen and the clarity given on the logic behind in the briefing today morning, it absolutely brings out how much due diligence has been done. No military target was chosen, and all 9 have been attacked successfully. So it shows a very robust response and very strong response to the barbaric act that the terrorist had done at Pahalgam. So it is an apt response. It is something in line with what Honorable Prime Minister had said, that we should give unimaginable punishment to the terrorists and their backers and supporters. So exactly in line with that, this mission has been executed.
So the former Air Chief Marshal saying that this was an apt response and Pakistan did not know what hit him. Wing Commander, given the reported civilian casualties that we were just talking about in Poonch as well, the Gurdwara that was attacked as well, how should India now prepare for potential backlash in terms of asymmetrical response coming from the other side of the border? Of course, all trust and faith in the tri-forces, but one still will ask that question before going to bed tonight. Do we have the wherewithal? Is everything in place? The mock drills are happening, but what else can be done? If there is a message of consolation, a message of preparedness, a message of resolve that you would like to give to all the viewers here, Wing Commander, over to you.
Thank you very much. Kabir, what you have asked me, let me just clarify. It's a very simple, very intricate thing which I'm going to tell you. There is something called reprisal. Reprisal means what enemy has done to you, you do it to them. At one time in the world, humanitarian bodies, it was considered okay till such time the enemy stops doing it, like attacking your civilians, you could do it, but not more than that. But now the things are very clear and we have ratified it. Whatever happens, if enemy is even attacking my civilian or my religious place, I will only do a military response towards their military leaders and all who are propagating it or source, but not at the civilians. Those who have done it, we'll do it. We are not going to attack their masjid. No, we will never do it. We will not attack the civilians. No, but we will again do one of these 9 strikes. We may have to repeat towards these people in Poonch Gurdwara who have been destroyed, and we should not waste time. The question is, we should not make too much of noise about it, too much of talking about it, and media, conjecturing about all this thing. We should just carry it out. Moment Pakistan realizes that we are doing it absolutely in an automated manner. We follow the humanitarian laws, we follow the rules, but we are ruthless. And that is what we should do. I personally feel India will do it again. It's very sorry that Pakistan has done it. I'm very sorry for that the innocent Gurdwara people have met this fate. But we have to wait. We have to just give them little solace, and we have to just wait for the right opportunity. And these people will also go the same path as what the others have gone. So let us not worry about it. And we must make sure that our weapon systems for precision strikes are there, which are there very good. Even if there is a more improvement in that, we must do it, including night vision devices, etc. And even the ground forces must also have the right weapons, so that let's improve our fighting capabilities, because enemy is now taking up wrong methods. We will not do a wrong reprisal. We will still follow the rules which we should do. And that is what our Granth, Gita, everything tells us.
Absolutely. Wing Commander, you were telling us that we shouldn't be making much noise, but I think that ship has already sailed after the success of Operation Sindoor. Celebrations across the length and breadth of the country, Wing Commander.
That's okay.
Who can stop them? Who can actually stop them? These are some of those voices coming in from the national capital. My colleague Jeet Bhati spoke to some people. Let's understand what the common man also thinks about Operation Sindoor as well.
का महीना है, लेकिन देखिए तो देश में दिवाली मनाई जा रही है। आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो ये तस्वीरें हैं दिल्ली की, और आखिर यहाँ पर ढोल नगाड़े बजाए जा रहे हैं, तिरंगा फहराया जा रहा है। उसकी वजह ये है कि जिस तरीके से 22 अप्रैल को भारत के अंदर जिस तरीके पहलगाम के अंदर टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ था और निर्दोष पर्यटकों को मारा गया था, उसका भारत ने बदला लिया है पाकिस्तान के अंदर आतंकी संगठनों को तहस-नहस कर। तो लोग यहाँ सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं। राजीव जी, आज तो आप दिवाली मना रहे हैं।
जी, मैं समझता हूँ दिवाली तो हमारे शायद रीजन के हिसाब से होती है, लेकिन नेशनलिटी के हिसाब से ये पूरे विश्व के लिए दिवाली है कि टेररिस्ट और टेररिज्म ये एक ऐसा जहर है जो हर एक देश के अंदर है। इसको मारना ये त्योहारों से ज़्यादा सबसे बड़ा त्यौहार है। इसे आप दिवाली ना कहें, ये नेशनल दिवाली कहें, पूरे विश्व के लिए दिवाली है, इंडिया के लिए नहीं। ये मैसेज पूरे विश्व में जाना चाहिए, टेररिस्ट होता है।
क्या आप इसी तरह के एक्शन की उम्मीद कर रहे थे भारत सरकार से?
नहीं, हमें उम्मीद थी कि पाकिस्तान को बिल्कुल खत्म करके अफगानिस्तान को तक पहुंच के पाकिस्तान को बिल्कुल नस्तामुक्त कर देंगे। हमें ऐसी उम्मीद थी, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान ने जो हरकत करी है उसके साथ ऐसा ही होना चाहिए था।
ठीक है, आप यहाँ थोड़ा आगे आइए। ये बताइए इस एक्शन को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
डेफिनेटली ये अच्छा एक्शन है टेररिज्म के अगेंस्ट, क्योंकि घर में घुस के अगर हम मार रहे हैं, इट्स अ गुड थिंग।
ये बहुत बढ़िया एक्शन है। पाकिस्तान क्या सोचता था कि सिर्फ वो ये सोचता था सींग दिखाता था, मगर हमने तो सींग मार के दिखाया और तहस-नहस कर दिया बिल्कुल। और अभी तो आगे और देखो होता है क्या, ये तो शुरुआत है।
Wing Commander, even as we are looking to wrap up this segment, we must talk about how the global powers and the entire world will now look at Operation Sindoor as well, especially the United States, China, the Gulf nations. How will they view India's calibrated strike, given the fact that even the defense minister said that we only struck targets of terror hubs from where terrorism took that launch pad and attacked India? How big of a statement is that when we're trying to defend our own credibility and trying to showcase to the world that Pakistan's biggest export, that is terror, needs to be struck down? There needs to be action. There is going to be action, not silence.
Absolutely right, Kabir. This is what the message should go. But let me tell you one thing. All these countries, there are a number of countries which are openly criticizing Pakistan regarding their support of terrorism. And they're supporting India. But not all. Some are giving lip service. But that is what it is. So when I said, let us not make noise, I am not talking of the celebrations. I am talking of let us not make unnecessary political statements. And that we should do, the military and the political body must restrain their statements, and we should now carry it out. Brief the foreign bodies, brief OIC people, ask them what do they think about it. We must be very clear about it. Ask the countries, ask Turkey, ask Indonesia, ask all these countries, what do they think about it? You see, that is where you will come to know the truth, what it is. So we have to be very careful. Everybody will not be with you, because this terrorism is a thought process and not generated in Pakistan. This is a thought process of radical Islam, and the headquarters is not Pakistan. I repeat, there are other countries which are claiming to be Khalifas, and they are propagating it. So we have to watch out for them also. Until we wake up to this aspect, we will be, yelling at the wrong tree. So let's be very careful, and we should continue doing it. Yes, get the opinion of Saudi Arabia. Ask Iran, what do they think about it? Discuss with them. Their intellectuals are here. Let them talk about it. And you can invite them on your television. See,
they're all talking about dialogue and diplomacy, Wing Commander. Everybody wants dialogue and diplomacy, de-escalation, but then look at what happened. Those dossiers and documents and proofs that were already given to them, nothing, no action,
so
silence, and then the attack over here as well.
So you continue, do what you're doing. Don't stop. That's what I said. Talk, keep talking. Your External Affairs Minister will keep going and talking. Let him do, but don't stop your military. Let there be...
All right then.
Yes.
We're going to leave it there. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, many thanks for being with us here on the broadcast here. Always a pleasure to have you. Saluting you back as well. We've got another breaking development for all our viewers before we wrap up this segment, is that Pakistan Prime Minister's advisor Rana Sanaullah has come out and given a statement on the Operation Sindoor. He said, won't retaliate if India doesn't provoke any further. Big statement coming from Pakistan here. This is Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's own advisor. He says, Pakistan will not retaliate if India does not provoke. We're getting, I'm being told we have a reaction, a bite reaction. If that's right, let's play that out on our television screens. Pakistan Prime Minister's advisor saying Pakistan will not retaliate if India does not provoke again.
कार्रवाई की है, यदि वो जो एक बयानिया हुकूमत का और आर्मी चीफ का था कि अगर उन्होंने कोई हरकत की हम नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन अगर उन्होंने की तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे, तो वो मुंह तोड़ जवाब जो है वो दिया जा चुका है। तो मसला वायरस तो कार्रवाई की है, यदि वो जो एक बयानिया हुकूमत का और आर्मी चीफ का था कि अगर उन्होंने कोई हरकत की हम नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन अगर उन्होंने की तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे, तो वो मुंह तोड़ जवाब जो है वो दिया जा चुका है।
Well, India will give a befitting reply if Pakistan retaliates. That's also one of top government sources have told on Operation Sindoor, is that India is not going to back down. Again, the imprint of National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and his statement to Foreign Minister of China Wang Yi, saying that India does not really want a war. India is not on the lookout for a war. But if there is retaliation from the other side, it is going to be given back to them in the same vein, in the same tone and tenacity as well. That's what we're tracking at this point in time. A top government source telling us Operation Sindoor's retaliation is going to be on the cards, is going to be on the anvil if Pakistan responds and retaliates. Pakistan Prime Minister's advisor saying if India doesn't provoke, there's no need for retaliation, but this is all and could all be lip service. We don't know whether the response is going to be asymmetric or not. We must keep our eyes and ears peeled to the borders. That's what the BSF DG also did when he came and briefed the Prime Minister. And mind you, the resolve of the tri-forces, it has already been applauded, celebrations across the length and breadth of the country, but our hearts and prayers do go out to those that have lost their lives on the border front in Poonch as well, a young soul over there as well. We're going to slip into a quick commercial breather here, but needless to say, the rolling coverage on Operation Sindoor, continuously decoding this operation, is going to continue on News 9. Don't go anywhere.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take it on, Ben. Give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin. It's a run day. You believe it when you see we are done. Hey. It doesn't matter. Just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does well. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
Is life transactional by any chance?
Of course. Everything in the creation affects everything else.
You are not only an actor, you are an activist.
Through my cinema, I've tried to always project what I really felt.
You tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
The message to women was, let the spotlight of your life be on you.
You are fiercely competitive in nature, but you come across as a typical good boy that every mother would like to have.
But it doesn't mean you're not raging inside, or equally euphoric.
You have donned many hats, but who is Kiran Rao?
I am a speck and I am not even a blink in time.
From being somebody to becoming nobody is the first step in enlightenment. Even now, I don't think of myself as a brand.
You still move ahead with your beliefs.
Winning the game is what's going to make this decision right.
It's a kind of a barometer that you have internally.
It was lovely talking to Barun. It was great fun, and I think you'll find it fun to watch.
I found the discussion very thought-provoking.
As befits such a conversation, one goes back with more questions than answers.
He gave me a formula which I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, which is something that you'll have to watch the show for.
Watch Radical Presents Duologue with Barun Das, Season 3 at these times on News 9. News 9, English News, as it should be.
Light, camera, and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News 9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News 9's pick of the week, don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News 9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every scene, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Welcome to News 9 and you are watching On Point with me. Today, we will decode India's deep strike inside Pakistan to avenge Pahalgam terror attack with Operation Sindoor.
सूरत हाल है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर।
It's D-Day for Operation Sindoor. Indian Armed Forces hit terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir on Wednesday. From where the terrorist attacks against India were planned, conceived, directed on multiple occasions. India started